Hello everyone and welcome to the second qualifier of the 2022 Speed Chess Championship. Yesterday we had a Swiss event where it was a very stacked event and 8 players managed to advance to today's knockout stage. I am Women International Master Anna Kazayan, and alongside me is James Canty III, FIDE Master. How excited are you for today's event, James?
I'm excited. This is the big level chess. Of course, it was so many people, so many strong players play yesterday that I think Jeffrey was like number 21 and he was 2,900. So now out of all of those, 8 people are coming in today and they're about to knock each other out. This is the best day of the week, of course, for me.
Absolutely. I also saw Benjamin Bog just falling out of the top 8, finishing 9th. So it goes to show how stacked this event is. So let's have a look at the format of today's event. So we see that in today's knockout stage, it's 8 players. They are fighting against each other, and each match is best of 14 games. So the first player to go with 7.5 points wins the match and advances to the next stage in this knockout phase.
Absolutely. The knockout phase is crazy because of the format, right? You got those 2 games, then you got 4, then you got 8 games, and then there was an Armageddon. Man, that was crazy. The first one with Min Lei not making it just by 1 game. Oh, man, it was heartbreaking, of course. But this whole thing can be heartbreaking. And there's money on the line, too, as well. So it's fun. Let's take a look at the bracket.
Yeah, it's crazy. So today we start with 4 matches. We see that Artemiev is taking on Denis Lazovic. I know that Denis Lazovic is a very young player, 16 years. Did you know that?
16? I didn't even know that. No, after the beast. Wow. I didn't know he was 16. Oh, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. And yeah, we'll see how he'll perform today against Vladislav Artemiev. Then in the second match, we'll have Dubov facing Danya Naroditsky, the one and only. In the third match, we'll have Salem Saleh facing Jeffrey Xiong. And in the fourth match, we'll have Jan Christoph Duda facing Alexander Grischuk, a top match.
Ooh, I'm actually looking toward Chef Jeff and Daniel. I want them to make it, but then only one can make it through. So it's kind of hard to choose there. So, I mean, it's tough. Look, my picks, of course. Bach didn't make it and a few others that I was hoping for, but we definitely have, of course, fan favorites for me, Daniel Naroditsky, and, of course, Chef Jeff. Make sure you guys put your pick in the chat. Who do you want to actually make it to the final?
Yeah, those players are very strong, very well known, as well as they participate in many online events. And yeah, who is your top pick? Who is your favorite, guys? Let us know in the chat. Before we jump into the games, before the games will start, let's have a look at how do we have a, I was going to ask, do we have a bracket, the time control of the matches today? Because we have a couple of different time controls. We start with 2 games of 5 minutes and 1 second increment. Then we'll have 4 games of 3 minutes and 1 second increment. And finally, 8 games of 1 minute with 1 second increment. James, which one is your favorite out of these 3 time controls?
I'm not gonna lie, I had my highest rating in the bullet. I was 2774, so almost touching the 28p. So yeah, trying to get to the land of the big boys. But 1 minute is fun. 1 minute is the most fun. There's a lot of things that can happen. But that 1 second increment really changes it. I mean, drastically. Of course, it's not the same type of bullet. Flagging is not a thing. So if you're losing, you're probably gonna lose now. So it's definitely difficult. You have to play a little bit better there. And a lot of times people start to pull away in the bullet portions because there's 8 games there. So if you mess up in the 5, you mess up in the 3, you can come back and literally win in the bullet portion. So it's really a strenuous, kind of strict, hard hitting format.
Agreed, and that goes to show. I mean, that bullet part is a heavy weight right there. So you gotta make sure that your bullet is on point. But you do have this 1 second increment, and that changes the game. I know from my experience when I play 1+0, it's completely different from 1+1. It actually almost feels like 1+1 is much more serious than 1+0. Right. So yeah, it's a really crazy time format.
Yeah, the 1-1 is definitely different. Guys, I highly recommend you try it. And then when you don't like it, win. That's the question. Or the word we say, when you don't like it, then you understand what the players are going through themselves. It's not the same. But of course, I think Daniel Naroditsky has a huge advantage, I would say, because he's so good at bullet. Who was that yesterday too? Or Min was, I thought Min would make it with 3,200 bullet rate, but he was not able to take out Daniel Paravian, who made it through, which is crazy. He's only 3K bullet too. So you just having a high rating of bullet does not mean that you're going to make it through, even though Naroditsky is one of the top dogs in this format.
Yeah, crazy. Now let's have a look. So what's actually at stake here? So we have $5,000 in prizes for this qualifier. The winner of today takes home $1,000 and also qualifies for the main event, whereas the second player also goes home with $1,000. But okay, we do want to get that first place to qualify for the main event. That's what the players are playing for. And the main prize of this whole event, of the main event that is $100,000. It's a stacked prize fund, right, James?
Ooh, that's a lot of money, of course, coming out to CGC. It don't even feel like as much because of Wesley So just pulled a big bag boy, a big bag souls, what they call them, or Flexley So out here with that $200,000 from the CGC. So, Chesscom, you're gonna have to step it up a little bit, of course, with this SCC money. But 100K, that's a lot, and I'll be just as happy, right, with the 100 or 200 here. So lots of money on the line, but also lots of big chess and lots of hard chess we're going to see today. I'm excited to see and get these free lessons, chat. So pay attention.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Now, before the games will start, I would like to ask you, who are your picks for the matches of today? So let's start with, who do you think will win between Artemiev and Lazovic?
That's a great question. Okay, so Artemiev is... Okay, so the kid, he's 16, right? So he's very nice, very strong. But Artemiev definitely has already established himself a lot. I think he's a favorite there. He actually finished yesterday #1, in fact, in the qualifier. So I was the top dog, says Artemiev. Try again. You got to come at me, young fella, is what he's saying to Artemiev. I mean, to Lazovic, because he's definitely the #1 guy right now. Look at him with the nice, got the hair done, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Swooped up to the right. Woof. Jeez. Don't touch him. That man is ready, bro. Look at him in the zone.
Amazing. And I have an interesting stat for you. I looked it up, and according to chess.com stats, they only played once against each other online on chess.com, and the score is 1-0 for Artemiev. So, yeah, that's going to be very interesting. They'll be playing many more games against each other today, but I was really surprised to see that they only played once. So, yeah, I did not quite expect that. They seem to be like very active online, right?
Right. You would think that they would play each other many times, in fact, but at this level here, I mean, it's not that lonely at the top. There's tons of players at 28, 2,900, a few 3Ks and some 28s, right? So they hang around these ranges here, and they're able to play each other a few times, but I thought they would at least catch each other more than once. But Artemiev is up 1 game, but there's going to be a lot of chess today in this match.
Absolutely. Now, regarding the second match, I'm curious because that's the one that we're looking at first. We will see Daniel Dubov facing Danya Naroditsky. What do you make of this match?
That's a big bag to my guy Naroditsky. Come get with me, okay? It's a wrap. My man's Naroditsky got this one in the bag. Now, of course, this could definitely come back and bite you, obviously. But my pick is definitely Naroditsky. That's my dog. Everybody likes him. Look at him in the zone, right? Calculating his stuff already. I even know where he is. I know I've been to his house, right? So shout out to his Charlotte pad there, doing it big, right? I'm excited, chat. How y'all feel about that? Naroditsky versus Dubov. Pick your chat or pick in the chat who you want.
And there you see Daniel Dubov as well on the camera. The players are getting ready. Maybe some fun little stat since you picked Danya. He is ahead on the head-to-head score between him and Dubov. Naroditsky is ahead. Not a lot, course, but they played almost 1 million games, I would say. They played around over 200 games against each other, which is crazy, but understandable because they're very active online. But Danya won 110 games of those, over 200. Crazy, right?
Better flex today, bro. He over here is just beating him up. Let's go. It's going to be an easy day. Another day in the office, says Naroditsky. Let's go, man.
Absolutely. So, yeah, let's see if the players are ready. The games are about to start. The games can start any moment. I'm beyond excited for those matches. I mean, they are stacked. I have a hard time saying who is a big favorite of today. They're all 8 players are so strong, both over the board and online. So I'm really curious to see how the games and matches will develop.
Okay, we got match predictions actually too as well. Just
Ooh.
got the so it looks like okay, Artemiev, Saleh. Guys, a lot of people voted on that. Actually, we have games up by the way.
Okay, let's have a look. So you guys are favoring Danya Naroditsky.
Bro,
Makes a lot of sense. And let's see how
what?
he does. Okay, we have our first
Whoa.
game is between Jeffrey Xiong and Salimar Saleh.
Yo, look how fast. I mean, they just blitzed this out so fast.
Yeah.
It feels like, yeah, okay, yo, is this really happening? They are, in fact. Jeffrey's still in theory here. We had a Nimzo Indian, I think the Petrosian variation with the quick A3. This is a very, very solid line for both sides. I actually like black in these positions because of the weakness on C4. White sometimes just feels like they never get the attack that they're looking for. Not a fan from white side.
Yeah, I mean, White has the center pretty much like there's so many pawns controlling in the center, but it also is very weakened. I mean, the pawn on c4 just dropped now. But what do you actually gain from this in with the white pieces, right? I mean, the attack is really hard to see where White is gonna attack, whereas Black is just clearly attacking on the queen side here.
Now, speaking of attack, he's a very ferocious attacker, him meaning Salim. So actually, some stuff like Rook C1, but definitely because of Queen C2 is something here. Also, E5, Bishop G5, taking in the Knight H5. If we can get this to go, then we're going to have an excellent attack here. But the question is if we can actually get it to happen.
It
And it's
definitely
Chef Jeff.
seems very convincing to me, but yeah, can you actually make it happen? With the black pieces, you can start to consider creating a pass pawn. I mean, the knight on a5 blocks your pawn, so it's not so easy, but it could be an idea to push the pawns on the queen side, and that pawn on b6, that one can go very fast.
Very fast here as well. F4, Agent hated it immediately. Wonder what the move is. It's not like losing, but definitely a big difference there. I'm going to -1 from 0.4. So what do they want is the question. Maybe B5?
Yeah, hard to tell. I mean, I would consider playing the move d5, but do you want to help
A6?
your opponent?
Play E5, right. Open up, yeah,
Yeah.
probably not. Maybe a bishop A6. Yeah, this is interesting. I'm actually curious. Let me just see what the engine like. They like this is really bad. It's bishop B5 or bishop A6. So it's just moving the bishop.
Okay.
Okay. That's all it is. Just move the bishop somewhere better.
Maybe it has to do with the fact that the pawn e4 is now weakened. It's not defended by another pawn anymore and won't ever be again, unless you push e5, obviously. But yeah, by playing f4, you definitely weaken your pawn on e4. So let's see, a d5 has indeed been played, and after e5, he goes from knight e4. Okay, that's surprising.
Just give the pawn back? Bro, take. I guess you're going bishop d5. Hey, man. Hey, wow. I'm not trying to do that, just giving the pawn back like that. I mean, I'm feeling, if I'm playing white here, then obviously I'm just feeling much better about what just happened. Okay, cool. Takes. But he did this on purpose. So maybe there's a bishop d5 in the end. Oh, he went this route. That's interesting. Trade and play f5. Keep the knight here for knight h5, queen g4. Relentless attacking style. I love it from Salem.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense because this bishop on e3 was looking right at his pawns, and you want to open up this bishop. It will be a very bad piece over there. So f5 makes sense, opening up the bishop and potentially starting an attack together with that bishop.
I love it. Queen g4, bishop h6, f6, knight h5. This is an attacking dream from the white side here. Maybe you have to go king h8. How do you defend? Engine defends everything. I'm just curious. f6. Oh, man. He plays
wow.
f6. That's a gross move to make, but it's the best move, in fact. Sometimes it doesn't have to look pretty for it to work. f6, wow, it's a gross move. But in fact, it breaks up the structure here, and the queen defends g7, which is the weak point.
Yeah, it all works out for black.
Also opens the file here. You also see this a lot in the French defense, which is not a favorite, but Jeffrey does play. You see it in the U.S. Championship against Hans, where they drew that game. Hans had a slight advantage somewhere towards the end, but Jeffrey was able to get away with a draw there. f6, you see a lot in the breaks here. This reminds you of a French advanced structure. Many times with d4, e5, and you play f6 at the right moment to break it up. Use the file as well.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, you see it all works out for black. This bishop, the light squared bishop, is so strong of black. So it has a lot of potential. But I've yet to see this knight on a5 actually get in the action. It's not doing much over there, but it has potential to go to b3 or c4. So I'm looking forward to see that knight being activated, because then the show might get started. Party might get started for black here.
That's right. Party might get started, especially with this knight on the rim is dim, right? So he needs to get into play. So bishop takes e6 looks very good in the knight to c4. He might be annoyed with rook c1, but he takes on e5 because this is just what he wanted anyway. Was f6. Is there a d5? Don't think you can get away with that. If you can, that's very annoying, but I don't think he can. Rook d8. I think which is good. He tries it. He's going for it. What a beast.
Oh,
What an
wow.
absolute beast. But he was like, yeah, I can get away with it, can't he? Let me show you. Well, please show me because I don't know what you're going to do after rook d8. I don't know what's going to happen because this pawn is gone. So what do you do? Rook
Yeah, it's
c1?
not looking good. Yeah, it's a bit rough to see. Yeah, what you do with that pawn. Before we see what they will do, let's quickly have a look about the time control of this event because yeah, it's really important to mention this. We'll have 2 games of 5+1 in this event for now. 4 games of 3 minutes plus 1 second increment, and 8 games of 1 minute plus 1 second increment. First to 7.5 points wins wins the match and advances to the next stage today. And in case of a tiebreak, there will be alternating colors in games of 1 minute plus 1 second increment until someone wins. So a lot of games to be played today. This is only the quarterfinal of this knockout bracket. So we will see a lot of games, everyone.
Actually, let me get back to that Salem game with Jeffrey. That was very interesting. So what happened? We got back to here. Where are we? So, okay. Well, rook d8, played queen g4 and just gave a pawn back. Again, that pawn just like, now I have it. Now it's gone. Give it back. Now I'm not giving it back. I mean, now it's just equal here. Equal, you say that with a grain of salt there. Practical chances, I think, for both sides here. This is weak, but these are both weak. There's not really the attack anymore because the queen does a great job of defending on the 7th rank here. Plus, we need more pieces to be active to have some type of attack.
Right, those pawns in the center, they're like a wall. And, you'd say that, okay, black is in favor here because they have a lot of pawns in the center and they're controlling all the squares, but it's actually blocking black themselves. Like, you can't really attack your opponent. This pawn e4 is not doing anything right now. The pawn e5 also not anything. So what do you actually do with the black pieces? It's really difficult to see. So let's see after rook ac1 where the queen goes, because you want to pick up that pawn e6.
Correct. So maybe queen e7. Queen e7 runs in the knight f5. Woof. Queen d6. Knight f5. Wow. Okay, queen b7. You just have the process of elimination says queen b7 is probably a move. Maybe we sack the exchange, but I'm not a fan of that. I played knight c4, blocking it, and just saying you can't put pressure on this as well. Knight c4 is very nice. Knight f5 anyway. He was going to do this. Now e7 is a threat. If bishop takes e6, do we just go knight h6? That's devastating, actually. Yikes.
Ooh, that's tough.
Yeah, make sure you
That's
do your
tough.
tactics every day, chat. Every day. Bishop e6,
Oh, he
c8. He sacked it. Yeah.
sacrifices.
When you have to do that, that's a concession. But it is, I mean, it's worth it. It's just the accuracy is has to be up at another level right now because you are giving up an exchange. So any misstep is gonna, not be good for you, right? So queen takes f5. He's thinking here. What else is he thinking about? He got another move? What else can he do here, Anna?
I think he's just caught by surprise. He's not sure what to do here, and makes a lot of sense. But I would just instantly take because I don't see another move in D. Like, what do? You don't even have a move where you can attack your opponent's pieces, right? Like, all the pieces are defended.
Well, yeah, everything. I mean, besides e7. Besides e7.
Okay.
Right. Maybe there, there's something here. Something here. E7.
Okay, he does it.
All
right. Okay. Then it's fair that he spent some time on that.
Nice. Yeah. Nice. That's crazy. And knight takes e3 is coming, and then you have queen, I think, g5 there. Knight back to c4, rook c4, or rook e4. It's crazy. It's a nasty line. It's a nasty line. So where do you move? The queen h3? Queen h5? Queen something.
Yeah, this game seems that it can go anywhere still. I'm getting word that the game of Duda between Grischuk is really interesting. So maybe we can quickly switch to see what's going on there. Those two have actually played each other in the 2018 Speed Chess Championship quarterfinal.
Okay, what is going on? What was this game? This was a French Tarrasch. Real quick, let's see from the beginning here. How did we get to this position? Looked like a Sicilian, to be honest, but this is a French Tarrasch with knight d2, knight f3. All theory so far. Yep, theory. develop the pieces. Oh, and then we can, yeah, this looked like some type of Sicilian, like, wow.
Okay.
And this is the live position.
All right. So what is going on here? So Duda has a really active position, I would say. Has a lot of potential on the king side, but those pawns are not going anywhere just yet. So I would definitely pick the white pieces here, but black is also aiming for some play here. You could potentially attack the king on the queen side. You could maybe control the center first. But I would definitely pick the white pieces. It just feels a bit more comfortable. Knight e5 has been played. He prepared g4 type of moves. You can go a lot of ways here.
Absolutely. I'm a big fan of White's positions here. I think one of the greatest players ever I've seen attacking chess in French defenses was actually Judith Pogar. As strong as she is, a 2700 at some point, I mean, absolutely a monster, right? So looking at this, and it reminds me of many positions that she's had of sacking on h7, g4, g5, h4, h5, everything 5, and just going for mate here. So that is the way, but I see Grischuk is doing a great job. You should start trading some pieces, and this could be no attack for White whatsoever if we're able to get some trades off. This is definitely actually weakening our king over here. Maybe rook a5, not played. Rook d6 and g5. Definitely a fan of White.
He's going for it. C4 is not a move you'd expect, but the plan is clear. He wants to push those pieces back and put them on really awkward, put the pieces on really awkward spots. Now, what is the next move? Do you play queen e4, queen h5, or do you push the pawns first?
I'm actually thinking knight g4, to be honest, but a knight somewhere, yeah, because he's gonna take the knight, and the more pieces that come off, the worse my attack is. He made the right decision. He went knight f3. I was just thinking g4 because you want to put the squares here of g6, but h5 was played instantly. Very nice. Probably just take it. Don't even think twice about it. Grischuk in trouble here. Time trouble. What else is new, right?
Yeah, the knight on g7, I mean, you want to have your bishop there, and with the knight jumping around like this, it feels very awkward, but it is now locked down on the king side. You can try moves like f5, but will that help you? I'm not so sure about that.
By the way, Duda in drastic time trouble now. He might have made some mistakes here. H4, H5. This knight's on a great outpost, believe it or not. Knight's on a rim or dim, so don't try this at home. But at the same time, this knight is very, very strong, hitting f4 pressure, and everything's locked down. What they call this from Chess Kid is the umbrella pawn. This pawn actually defends.
Okay, drop the pawn.
Yeah. It defends everything. We drop the pawn there, and that's it. Like, black's like better.
Okay, but the knight is still very awkward. The players are in huge time scramble now. 3 seconds on the clock for each.
Queen d6, and I'm just chilling. And then maybe not. These pieces actually stop me. It's this knight. Man, this knight's so annoying. Click the draw, get up out of there.
Wow.
Woo, sheesh.
Well, that is very anticlimactic to me. It was getting very exciting, and suddenly it's just, yeah, let's take the draw.
Right,
it's totally drawish.
Yeah, right. Now we're gonna actually move over to Naroditsky's game and Dubov. Chat's been waiting to see that one. So let's actually see what happened from the beginning. In fact, because we definitely, of course, I was waiting to see this game too as well. See my guy Nero do his thing. What was the game? This was a Joe Papa London. Let's go. A Jar Jar Binks London. Oh man, I'm already hyped, bro. Of course, me and him have had many games in this back and forth. I mean, I've won over the board with this opening. I got YouTube videos on this opening. I love this opening. And he does too as well. It works a lot. So let's see what we have. Believe it or not, we can play G4 here all the time. I'm a big fan of the G4 move. What do you think?
Yeah, I really love that. I mean, it feels like you're sacrificing the pawn and you give black a lot of potential to play a 5 type of moves, but it is a very concrete way to open up the G file and get that work on G1, and good luck defending yourself.
Actually, what happens here is just show a quick line here after something like bishop d7 with g4. After knight takes g4, hit him on h7. Oh my goodness, right? But then king takes knight g5. Here, the engine doesn't like this, obviously. Of course, they can find everything. Not sure why this is not good. But okay, now it's equal here. But something was wrong there. Maybe it was like king h8 or something. Interesting. That's so crazy. You see the engine, the eval bar is like -3.
I can hardly believe that.
Where? Right? I don't understand, right? It's crazy. That's insane. That's absolutely insane, right? But of course, engine finds everything. But there's so many tricks here. G4, G5. A lot of times they put the knight on E4, though, which is quite annoying. Back to the live game. C6, knight A3 happened. And then bishop C7, getting rid of the bishop. Castle take on F4. Take B6, knight E5, good square. And bishop A6. Great job from Dubov, to be honest, because of the bishop being a menacing piece.
Yeah, I mean, the pawn structure of white is not the greatest. The pawns they feel a little bit scattered over the board, so you can definitely play on those. And by trading pieces, you want to get to that end game and make use of the weak pawns over there, so you can easily attack them and maybe even capture them. So I like what Danny Dubov is doing here, indeed.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. In fact, as a Jar Jar Binks London player myself, I do know that a lot of times trading the pieces is not what we want. And you don't get the Londons that you get from regular London systems because this is a funky London with a knight on c3 very early. The in games you don't really want as much, but you can go to them with some success. Even though we have some structure damage, we do have a strong knight on e5. This one is actually held here because it has to be defending the pawn. But our problem is f6 is going to be quite annoying. On the contrary, we can play f3, do the same, maybe play c4, rook a, rook f to c, and try to do something here. But the attack is not happening, to say the least.
Right, this light squared bishop is very much needed to attack on h7, and it's gone now, so what do you have? And I really like the move c4, but it also poses some problems as you mentioned, the move f6 will be on your roof, and you have to be worried and concerned about moves like knight to d2. If after it takes on c4, the queen gets to c4, there's some forks in the air, so you really have to be careful here. And he does c4 right away. Let's see how Dubov replies to that.
That's right, c4 right away. The problem here is you can't actually take it right now due to the knight hanging. And if knight takes, you just drop a piece. We'll take that all day, Dubov. So, but of course, he's just not going to do that.
Right, so maybe f6 first and then consider f5 to keep that strength on the knight on e4. I'm just a little bit concerned about moves like f3. Like you're always, at some point, you have to go back. And yeah, it's a very double-edged position, I would say. Both players have some weaknesses, but also some strength here and there. So he does play the move f6, and okay, knight f3 back, and he's maneuvering the knight away. Okay. All right, c takes d5. Okay, so he's taking a on d5 right away. Yeah, which pawn do you take back? I assume you don't want to take back with the queen. Okay, he takes back on d5. Yeah, we have a little bit of a connection issue, guys. I'm sure Kanti will be back very shortly. Yeah, he'll be back very shortly. Don't worry about it. Okay, so the pawn b6 is a big weakness, but I don't really see... I guess you can stack the rooks on the b file, but you also have the problem, this pawn on a4. Knight c4, I really like that move. It's a very creative move. After d takes c4, your knight on e4 drops, and the pawn structure is not very clear for black. But if you take on a4, you can simply capture the pawn b6. So that's a really nice move right there. Let's see how Dubov will respond to that. I have a feeling he will capture that pawn on a4. I mean, it's really hard to defend b6. He goes for knight to c5. Knight c5, okay, that's insane. Okay, so he sacrifices the knight. I mean, obviously the knight on c4 is still hanging, but this is definitely creating some crazy... Okay. I'm being told that we're going for a short break, guys, to see if we can get Kanti back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly, hopefully together with Kanti. See you in a bit, guys.
The Speed Chess Championship is back and bigger than ever.
Okay, threatening on d6, and he wanted d6. Hikaru blundered it. He had to take the pawn on d7.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship features the most exciting lineup in SCC history and over $100,000 in prizes. Representing the next generation are Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Arjun Erigaisi, Nihal Sarin, and Gukesh Domaraju. Defending their elite status, we have Dmitry Andreikin, Anish Giri, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Wesley So, Levon Aronian, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Ding Liren, and Fabiano Caruana. Headlining this incredible field are the reigning world chess champion Magnus Carlsen and the reigning speed chess champion Hikaru Nakamura. These 14 combatants will be joined by 2 qualifiers.
Oh my god, 96!
86. Oh my goodness, he missed it.
The Speed Chess Championship 2022 begins November 21st. Fasten your speed belts.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We're very sorry for the inconveniences, but we have Kanti back right here, and we will go back into the game. Kanti, we were just looking at the game between Danya Naroditsky and Daniel Dubov, and a lot of things happened. We are now in the end game. What do you make of this?
We down the pawn. Well, number one, kind of saw that happen. We did have a bad structure, but secondly, the thing that you really pay attention to here is the pawn structure, and the pawn structure actually says that this should be equal, and black shouldn't really, push on. Obviously, you should push on. You have the fourth pawn here, but this is theoretically drawn, is what they say. Now, of course, the two rooks here and pieces on the board, I think white can create some problems here because we are active, more active than these pieces are. Activity, I think, what is this? What's the saying from Gary? Activity trumps material most times. So if you have active pieces, something like knight h4, rook h4, and rook h8, and rook g8 is actually mating, right? Or knight h4, rook h8 is mate. So you have mating ideas, plus the time on Dubov is an issue.
Yeah, I was going to say that the time is around 30 seconds, so not a big deal just yet. But this rook c8 move is actually making Dubov spend a lot of time, and he's now down to 6 seconds. What is he going to do?
Right. He brought his king out into the middle of the street. He said, we about to run for it because he couldn't figure out what to do. Knight h4 was locking him in there, and rook h8 was going to mate. So rook to f8 here, okay?
Oh,
that move was about. Maybe just making a move.
Yeah, so he's stopping the king to move to f7, and where it's basically it's the only way that the king can escape from this. After knight h4 check, you're pretty much stuck on the king side. But the idea behind knight d3 is that after knight h4, king g5, the move f4 cannot be played because it can be captured. Okay, they're moving on very fast. Let's see what's going to happen.
Rook takes d3! Rook takes
you
d3!
cannot take!
F4, rook h8 mate! Oh my goodness!
He does it!
Hit your tactics, big fella!
And f4, that's it! h3 checkmate! What a checkmate by Danya! Wow!
Getting off the board. Make sure you do your puzzles every day. Wow, that was a beautiful tactic there. Woo, sheesh. Get him off the board.
What a way to finish that game. He was down a pawn. How could he possibly make this happen?
Let's go. Right, he's down a pawn. Of course, he's a swindler, master swindler, the jokester as well. I didn't even know that they played a second game, by the way. So that says 2-0, in fact. I mean, that's 2. He won both games. I don't even know what happened the first game. So Danya in great form here and showing it as we're going to move over to another time scramble here, which is Dinlaz and Artemiev. Let's take a look at that game over here, see what's going on.
Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, both players around 10 to 20 seconds on the clock, but a lot of pieces on the board, so anything can still happen. I do like black's position. There's a lot of tension on the king side. Those pawns of white feel very vulnerable. You can probably just take this pawn h4. I'm not sure how white can deal with this position right now.
Artemiev is definitely working him. He's up 1 game, by the way, and this could be a second one if he's able to close this out. This is a Catalan, okay, some type of Catalan here, and not going the Catalan way. Ooh, yikes.
Ooh, rook h1.
Hey, put the back on the start. And he castled too, right? Like, he got castled. Oh, it's like some 960 position here. Oh, man, this is not working out for my guy here. Sheesh. Dinlaz is going down in flames here in this game.
Okay, but not so fast. Okay, 95, it's putting a stamp in the position, but I do like what Danis is trying to do here. I mean, those pawns on the king side, he needs to do something with them.
Here comes the mate. Here comes the mate, guys. Yeah. He just got up out of there. Yeah, he just got out of there. He's like, I'm going to resign. And we'll try to beat him in another time control there, as we have another time scramble here, which is Grischuk and Duda. Let's go over there. Check out their last few seconds of this game. The first game was a draw, so half and half. Who is going to win here? Engine says it's very stable and it's equal. But, of course, in its time control, this is a 2-result game for sure. 3 results, right? Win, loss, draw, something's going to happen.
Something's going to happen. I mean, any result can happen indeed. Let's see. So they're pretty much repeating moves. Okay, now they trade queens. Yeah, okay. I was gonna, like, it keeps switching, right? Like, white has an opportunity, black has an opportunity, and now they're stuck defending the pawn b2, defending the pawn c4. I think this game will end in a draw. I don't see much craziness happen right now. It seems like the pawn c4 is very well defended, and as well as the pawn b2. And it's hard to see how he can attack this pawn one more time without losing pawn on c4. So I think this game will end in a draw.
Unless someone hangs something, this will be a draw.
Oh,
All right, that's what I believe. Look at this. King getting active. Rook check.
hold on.
I mean, there is some activity. Yeah, okay. Active rook. Is
Ooh,
that's not a
95?
blunder? Wow.
No, 96. Yeah.
Man, look at him spot that real quick. Wow. Takes
Ooh.
what? That's kind of annoying. Stole the pawn from me. He stole the little pawn. Now he's winning somehow. Oh my goodness.
Crazy. The
Check.
players are, I mean, they were going back and forth with the kings, and now suddenly black is ahead of pawn. But can you push this pawn very soon? Okay, there he goes. F4. Okay, there's no rook e4. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work out for Grischuk because he like lives in his time control of like, having only a few seconds every single game. Only a few. And he plays precise, but sometimes it doesn't work out. Like, and this is just one of those times that it didn't work out for him.
He shook his head as he blundered another pawn, and this looks like game over. He drops the knight as well, and that's it. So this match is a 1/2, 2.5 for Duda now. They will be moving on to the 3+1 portion of the match. We will have 4 games of 3+1 in every single match. So that's going to be very exciting.
No, absolutely. Of course, as the time gets faster, the chess gets more fun to watch because, of course, the more riskier openings, choices, time controls, everything is crazy here, especially when you get to the bullet portion. Anything can happen.
Absolutely. So now the matches have started. We see Vladimir Artemiev versus Denis Lazovic. And I don't see Artemiev moving just yet.
Right. I mean, he is just kind of relaxing. Maybe is this a time spot? Like, what is this, bro? You're losing time, bro. Look.
I'm not sure. He's
there,
he's here.
Dude, look at him.
He's right here.
He probably checking some files. I'm on Google. What happens on? Oh, there's an aborted game. Okay, game aborted.
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, they will restart the game, of course, but I wonder what happened.
Probably searching Google and forgot he had to play. All right, and it's on him once again. All right.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay. He spent some time on that, but d4 is on the board.
Knight f6.
Okay.
c4, e6. Okay, standard stuff.
They're not playing as fast as the other players. We saw the openings unfold very quickly, and here they're taking it easy. Maybe they're still used to the 5+1 time format. I mean, to me, when I play 5+1, it feels like I have so much time, and all of a sudden, like I have 5 seconds, and it's like I'm playing bullet or like ultra bullet, hyper bullet. That is.
Yeah. It's hard sometimes to make that switch. From especially in the Speed Chess Championship formats, it is sometimes very difficult to make the switch from like me playing 5-1 and having the extra 2 minutes to now me not having that 2 minutes to think, and I have to make decisions much faster. And then even then, another 2 minutes taken off your clock in the next portion, right? So it is, you have to, there's a form of adaptation there. You have to adapt, and you got to be better, and the ability to adapt to that time control is crucial, because that can cost you a few points trying to catch up.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the match between Duda and Grischuk, right? I almost forgot.
Duda and what's that guy?
What's that guy? Grischuk, right?
Grischuk. Yeah.
This is the top match of the day. Let's have a look how their next game started. It looks pretty exciting so far already. I mean, White has a very active position. Let's see how the game started.
Okay. So just a little Queen's Gambit. There's nothing but a little Queen's Gambit decline. And we have a position, I would say. It's just position, very level, symmetrical pawn structure. Pieces playing, moves are being made. It's just really getting the pieces off the back rank. But Grischuk here is actually uptime, and that's very rare that we see this. Very rare. Very rare. I think it's already going good for Grischuk.
Yeah, it's already a huge advantage, right? Don't look at the evil bar. Just look at the clock in this match. That will tell you what's going on. Is he uptime?
Oh, yeah. He's good. It's a dub. Yeah, he's uptime. He's good.
Right. We see a6 on the board. Okay, I was thinking knight d6 would be played, but he goes back to d4. He wants to keep the knight on the board in an active position still, I guess. Knight c6. Yeah, this position seems very balanced. It can go anywhere still. There is very little left of the center, so yeah, the symmetrical pawn structure makes it interesting, right? I mean, there's not much going on, but at the same time there is. Like, you can expect moves like queen b3 soon, and pawn b7 will be hit. And once the rooks get into the middle of the center, you will see that the position will be more defined. Maybe white will consider taking on f6. Who knows? Okay, we see that Grischuk decided to change the dynamic of the position by trading off the knight.
Absolutely. He traded and played bishop c6, which you see this a lot in the Fort Knox variations of the French, where they do this quite quickly. Bishop d7. Oh, you know that. You actually being a French monster over here. You love the French defense. Bishop d7 and bishop c6, right? Of course, putting the bishop here. And lots of pressure here. And the bishop, in fact, his counterpart, the e2 bishop, is not as great as this one is. I think he's definitely equalized here. And maybe, as the engine says, slight advantage, literally 0.5, half a pawn, right? But I understand. Of course, the rooks are nicely developed. The queen, I feel, is a little misplaced, as she can be hit very quickly. Queen f4 is g5, right? Like, where do you put the queen comfortably? In fact, I actually don't even know. Queen c4, that's not comfortable.
No, not at all. But I guess...
But it kind of felt forced.
Yeah, I guess the best square you have for now, as you can quickly drop the queen back to b3, and there it feels a bit more comfortable. But yeah, this queen definitely is on its way to a better square, a more comfortable square, as on d4 it's not really well placed. But yeah, let's see.
By the way,
what
Grischuk up time. Look how much time he up a minute.
Oh yeah, you're right. Wow.
Who is this? Who is this man? I don't recognize him. I don't recognize him at all. He's
the time scramble. The time scramble really got to him, I think. So, well, surprisingly, it made him change already in one game. So let's see how he'll make use of this time advantage. He's up 30 seconds now. Let's hope that he will not go down on the clock very quickly. He goes g5. Wow.
G5 and we live. That's a big boy move from a big fella. I love the energy. G5. F5 is going to be way too risky. Very playable, but it's definitely going to be extremely risky. Yeah, I don't even know. Like, I mean, it's a risky move. What's your follow-up? Bishop e5?
Ooh, I want to play f6 now.
Instantly. Somehow this is bad. Okay, let's see what he did. Maybe 93, which is played.
Ooh, 93!
Yeah, 93.
What a
Just
move.
highlighting the fact that this is here. And G2 is now hit as well, by the way. Woo! Sheesh. Big stuff there. Very good. Very, very good.
Wow, Grischuk is in a very comfortable position. Not only is he up a pawn, but he's also ahead on the clock, 40 seconds. And okay, there's a lot of pieces disappearing on the board. I am not sure what's going on, but it seems like Grischuk is now ahead in exchange as well. So yeah, this definitely looks really good, but you have to be careful. There's still a pair of bishops you need to deal with and an open king.
Absolutely. Open king. I was actually looking at bishop f6, but maybe he just saw something like e5. Just didn't work out. Trading probably isn't the greatest, but he goes for it anyway. Of course, we do have the two rooks, but I think with the bishops, it just makes things interesting. You do have to be very careful because the bishops are very sharp. Sometimes you even prefer the bishops in an open position like this. Look at the time. No, Grischuk's still up time.
And I like the remove rook d7. He wants to play rook d8 and then get the rook to d1, as that was the only square accessible, as the bishops are simply defending all of those squares on the d file. But bishop e2 stops the move rook d1, and he sacrifices the exchange back.
Give it back. I don't care about none of that. I'm going for the win anyway. Wow, he sacked it back as a big dog would.
The confidence.
A big dog could. Whoa. Bro, he sacked it back. That's a very, very sharp move there. So, of course, when you're doing things like this, the good thing about being up material, I remember it is the quote says is, you can give it back when you want to. And he gave it back on D2 just to be able to get into the back rank here. Now, the rook is in danger of being trapped here. And, yeah, this probably didn't work out the greatest. But, okay. And now time's even. What else is new, right?
Ooh, okay. Duda managed to level up the time and... yeah, I mean, where are the access points of black? You're up a pawn, but where is the breakthrough? I mean, white's position looks very solid for now, so I don't see the breakthrough just yet. Okay, looks like he's making some small progress, though.
Yeah, he's making some progress here. Now we go into an endgame. I mean, he might just take a draw here. Might just take a draw. It is, I mean, it's very winnable, though. Like, we're up. You know what I mean? We're up, okay? The engine go crazy here, but the time situation... It's serious. Now, this is winning. Takes.
This should be winning.
How do we win? Yeah,
should be.
And then push. And then walk back. You go the other way. You push. Oh, well, this works.
You can play e4 now. Yeah, there he goes.
Beautiful, yeah. Oof. That was vicious in the end. Very vicious. Russian in-game technique. There you go, Latte. That's exactly right. Russian in-game technique. Man, Devereski
Yes.
in-game manual.
Yeah,
Right,
you
every
gotta be
chapter.
careful in those end games. And now the score is tight.
Absolutely tight score there. As of course, more time scrambles are going on. Let's go over to Dinlaz and Artemiev. Whoa, they are moving very quick over there as there's only a few seconds left in this game. Who is up? Man, Artemiev just putting on a clinic. Got the 2 bishops. Position's better. I'm up 2 games. I mean, the question now is, can Dennis get a game off of him? And can Dennis? And that's going to be a big confidence thing, just to stop the bleeding. Can I get a draw? Like, geez, man, he's relentless right now. Like, I mean, that's what it takes sometimes. Like, can I get a draw, man, just to bounce back psychologically right now, because this is difficult for Dinlaz. He's up time though.
Yeah, I think Artemiev is waiting for the moment to sacrifice on b5. Oh, wait, what?
And there it is. And there it is. Moving too fast. This is a dub.
That is really unfortunate. It happens to all of us, but it's in those moments that he needs to play so precise to not lose the game. And yeah, Artemiev is up by 3-0 now.
3-0. That's it. Let's go back over to Chef Jeff and Salem. We haven't been there in a minute. Let's see what they're doing over there. See what Jeffrey's doing. One of my favorites to take it all, Jeffrey and Daniel Naroditsky. The score right now tied up neck and neck. What was this game? Let's see from the beginning what Jeffrey chose. D4, knight f3. Wow, knight d2. That's an interesting one. Just being, it looked like an e4 opening now out of the d4 opening. They just played a game here. I like it. So far, so good. I mean, chances for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Black is focusing on the king side. Will he go for h4 already? I have a feeling he won't, because then g4, and it's basically shutting down the king side, and it's not so clear where this h-pawn is heading to. So I'm curious to see how Black will actually continue here. Will he play the move f5 maybe?
Yeah, the move f5 actually is very risky, but it is playable. It's risky, right? Because I don't like f4. I really don't want this to happen. I'll probably take it just because of the hanging pawn structure that it will be available there. But that's a lot of stuff going on. Maybe even f4 in there and queen h5. Take. I mean, what is going on? f5 is definitely a move there. White to move here, in fact. What do I actually do? c6 is very strong. I think this pawn structure is actually very good, but they both have it. e4 and c3. It controls a lot of squares in the center. I have a pawn on 1. I'm controlling something on d4, and this one does the other. So like 3 squares, but also the same for white, doing the same kind of thing. It's interesting.
Yeah, bishop h6. What is the idea behind this? Maybe he wants to play h4 and after g4 play bishop f4. Would that be an idea? Or is he simply willing to take on e3? Okay, so he drops the knight back. Interesting.
I wonder if he just thought, like, yeah, I just don't want him to take it. Or maybe he wants to defend. I mean, there's so many ideas in chess. Like, you never know what I just wanted to move the knight. I wanted a waiting move. Like, who knows what he actually really wanted with this knight c2 besides him. Like, I mean, because I actually would love for him to take the knight so you can have the dark squares. But at the same time, he had other options here, as there's always many options in chess. Maybe moving the rook. This is definitely a threat. Can't let him do this.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a very tough one, and you don't really want to take the knight on b5 yourself. So, yeah,
so
suddenly there are
annoying.
problems in Jeffrey's position.
This is ugly. Like, the pieces feel wrong. My bishop's worse than this one. I thought bishop c5 is a nice in-between move, and then maybe, I guess, move the queen, but then knight c3 again, because now I can't, this is hanging. There's just loose stuff. It doesn't feel good for Jeffrey here.
Yeah, and this bishop on h6 is sniping across the diagonal, making sure the rook will not go to d2 or c1. And whoa, what do we see here? A couple of trades here and there.
Just to put the knight on a better square as well. Get rid of the bad piece, which is the bishop here, and put this knight maybe on d5 in the perfect world, but that's never going to happen with this bishop on the board here. I can't go rook d1. He still controls the file here. Black is probably for choice with the activity here. White seems to be holding.
h4 has been played now. Asking Jeffrey the question, what do you do with your pawn g3? Are you going to keep it there? Are you going to push it? Most likely he will not take on h4 because then his pawn structure is completely ruined. But he decides to play knight g4, a nice little in-between move.
Yeah, nice little in-between move. He hits the bishop there. Bishop g5 is nice. He gets out of the way. Takes the pawn. That's risky. But who cares, says Jeffrey. I don't care. Let's go, bro. Rook d2. I mean, that's an annoying move. But, I mean, hey, right calculation. Let's make sure we calculate. Rook d2 is super annoying. It doesn't do anything yet, but the fact that it's on the second rank says a lot. Engine didn't like this at all. Let's see why. Is there something? Pawn takes. Yeah, I didn't see much either. I understand. Take, knight f2. Don't waste too much time on it. Reroute the knight. Blocks the file too.
It's not so clear to see where, I mean, White obviously wants to get some play on the queen side going, but if your king is in danger, do you have time for that? He goes for the move queen b6 with the obvious reason to trade queens, to have less danger going on the king side. But yeah, obviously, Black is not going to allow that to happen. How do you defend yourself on the king side? It looks very dangerous. This pawn on f3 is in danger. You can always take on g3 with Black. There's a lot of weaknesses in White's position.
Speaking of weakness here, I actually see, boom, I'm going to take on e5. I'm also going to say that your clock is very low, big fella. I might have a few extra seconds, but you're lower than mine. Queen takes e5 play, bishop f3. Weaknesses around the king. We do have d1 defended by the knight. Beautiful move, counterattack, beautiful check. It's trying to line up some type of mate. Not there yet, because I actually can run away, believe it or not. There's not enough yet. That's why he takes on g3. There's no mate. Literally, there's just no mate. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right, though. I would be very concerned about my position. But king g6, and there's no more check anymore. So knight h3, bishop h6. Now, what is a continuation of knight f4? I'll just take it.
Right. That's nothing. Like, what a position, right? There's nothing. There's nothing at all. And look at the engine, 0.4. You're like, there's nothing. I mean, just take the draw, right? Maybe get out of there. But I mean, in this position, no, the bishops are too strong. King h2, wow. Definitely going for it. What a beast, bro. What a beast. Chef Jeff is just trying to pull a blunder out of him. Yeah, I like this check now.
Knight
f4.
Oh, there's queen g5.
He stopped
defends
it.
it.
He didn't fall for that. Not today. Queen check, and he gets out of there. Yeah, you might as well prepare it out. Just prepare it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just prepare it out.
Yeah, Jeffrey's shaking his head, and it seems like he is upset about this because he had some... He probably thought he had some good chances here, as he had a really nice attack, but this game results in the draw, and yeah, the match here is still tight. Very interesting.
Yeah, very, very tight, and of course he's going to be okay when he finds out, well, I didn't have anything. So let's actually move over to Danya, Naroditsky, right, and Dubov, who are down to seconds as well. Let's go to that game here. Here we are, and let's see what's going on. What's the score? 2.5 to 1/2. So Dubov was able to stop the bleeding there. But will he be able to this game, even though White's up in exchange? Whoa, but Daniel's down a lot of time, I think. 10 seconds is a lot of time. Daniel is also a 3,200 bullet player. So, you know, this is not that bad, especially with the 1 second increment.
And it's hard to see how White can actually make progress here. And he is accepting the draw. They repeat the position 3 times. And yeah, I mean, Danya still has a very comfortable lead of 2 points. And there will be a lot of games still to be played, as the first player to 7.5 points wins the match. But let's see what will happen.
That's right. That's right. And big shout out to Nanime in the chat. 5 gifted subs to the channel and the community. Woof. That's a lot. Appreciate you. Let's go over to Dinlaz and Artemiev, as this is a time scramble as well. Time scramble. Bishop g6 not working. Queen b7 does. Bishop g6 now. There it is. Dinlaz strikes back. I'm not going down like that. You're not about to do me like that on national television, says.
Oh, and wait a second.
Wait, his king looking crazy, though. Hold on. Don't get mated, bro. I don't think he is.
Oh, Queen G2. Good move.
He definitely found a move. Yeah, Bishop G6 was looming there, and he found it at the right moment.
Okay, there's not going to be a repetition, right? Okay, Queen
D5. Oh, he got to move. Oh, he made that with 0.1 on the clock. Oh, my goodness. 0.1. Yeah, he flags there.
He flags there, but Queen H5. Nice move. Making sure that you win the game. And yeah, that's his first win of today for Denis Lazovic. A great player, young star. So yeah, very excited for the remainder of the matches, as we will be heading to a short break. You see the scores over here. There are a few ties. We see 2 ties in the matches. We see that Naroditsky is leading with 3 points versus 1, and Artemiev is also up 3-1. We will be going for a short break. We'll be back with the remainder 2 games of the 3+1 portion. After that, we'll be switching to bullet. Make sure to stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. This is the 2022 Speed Chess Championship.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Welcome back, everyone. This is the 2022 Speed Chess Championship, and right here we see Duda. He is getting ready for the match that he's playing versus Grischuk. And did you know, guys, that Grischuk and Duda played each other in the 2018 Speed Chess Championship quarterfinal? James, do you think his mom will show up again?
You know what? I think she will. In fact, that power, the way that he playing his chess these days, yeah, it's got to be from moms.
Let's have a look at the video.
I think we can hear you both now. Alexander and young Christoph, are you there?
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Well, thank you both for what is literally the most exciting match we've ever had. Just absolutely incredible. Looks like young Christoph getting a hug. Is that mom there?
Yes, it's my mom.
Hi, mom.
Hi.
Hi, mom. Well, Sasha.
That's adorable. We don't really see these kind of things often. It's great that we are actually able to pull up those old footage from 4 years ago.
Absolutely. I mean, that's crazy right out there. Mom always helps, right? Especially when you're doing it for your mom. That's when it's really, oh, I'm doing this for my mom. Nobody's getting in the way now. So, in fact, that's what it's about, get that mom to tell you, go win. And you just have to. You just have to. Let's go to do the game.
All right, let's see.
Boys go at it.
Okay, so we see e4, e5. Okay, they're starting with off the Ruy Lopez. Are we going to see Berlin? No. Berlin the knight right there.
Yes, bro. Yes. Berlin the knight. I tell you, I was about to switch, instant switch. Oh, Berlin switching. We not watching this. But this one we'll watch.
F6. Okay, that's a quite unusual move. At least I'm not familiar with the theory right here, but F6 seems odd given the pawn structure.
Absolutely. Very odd, but also says the fact that, well, first off, fine gold molding, right? Never play F6, not a move. But at the same time, there is no light square bishop. So I can play the F6 move and not really worry about the diagonal being as weak. But you do see the move C3 that's trying to maybe even highlight the fact that you don't have that light square bishop, but have a queen that can do the same thing.
Knight to b6. It's asking the question, where does the knight go? Do you want to trade? Do you want to go back to e3? e5. I did not consider that move.
That's a spicy one. I'm a big fan of that because bishop e6 wanted to be played, but now you can't because you're going to hang b7. So it's a very strong move, very weird move, but very strong at the same time. You're going to have to play something like rook b8 just to defend, and then I can move this bishop out and complete my development. This knight is definitely a thorn right now.
Yeah, it looks very odd, but as you said, it does a lot there. And yeah, where is next play actually? I mean, you want to push d4 at some point, but then your pawn on b4 will be weakened and you don't want to deal with that. So h3 is a good start. Maybe he's going to play g4.
Yeah, h3 was definitely stopping bishop g4. You do want to maximize the ability of your pieces. So bishop g4 was definitely that. That's why you instantly played bishop e6. h3 stopped bishop g4. Bishop g4 was going to allow bishop takes and damage of the structure. If queen takes, we hang d3. So we have to damage the structure. So he went h3. Beautiful move. Now sacking possibilities, I don't think is realistic, but I guess he is trying to like bait him into like, do you think I'm going to sack it? Like, I don't think he's going to actually do this. He's not going to do it. Exactly. Rook d8. That makes sense. Pile up and then you play f5.
Yeah, I mean, obviously after f5, you have to be careful that your pawn on e5. You have to need to have some resources to deal with that. The fact that you can lose that pawn on e5. So yeah, it's hard to see where Black's next plan is. And as you can see, Grischuk was shaking his head. It looks quite difficult to be in his shoes right now because I don't really see what he can do here. Bishop f7. He wants to put that bishop on h5. Nice idea.
But then it's a beautiful move, knight h4 with knight f5. Put a knight on f5, or as Feingold says, knife f5. Even Gary Kasparov says knights on f5 will win games. Now, of course, there's more to it than just putting it on f5. But it's a very strong square, right? Very strong square. Getting more pieces over there could be decisive results. Knight h4 intending knight f5 at some point.
Queen to e6. Yeah, I mean, at least you're developing the queen a little bit, but it's really hard to see where is Black's plan. The pawn structure feels so fixed, and White's pieces are simply dominating on all of the squares. Square f5,
Wow.
the pawn is not moving to c5 anytime soon, and this b pawn is also pretty stuck. So it's really hard to see where Black's plan is. So he drops the knight back now. Let's see where this knight is heading to.
It's a very good move. In fact, one of the questions I've gotten from Jacob Agar, Grandmaster Preparation, was, what are the weaknesses in the position? Was the worst place piece, which is this knight. So having the worst place piece is actually giving you nice plans. But this knight, maybe over to e7, right? Because it was very terrible on b8, had no squares. b6 now the knight can move somewhere else. Knight d6 rerouted it. Very great. It went from b6 to d6. Looks a lot better. Still trying to figure out what Black does next. Actually, a lot of rerouting. Look at that. This knight. Like, what are we doing, right?
Yeah, this knight is moving places, and it's interesting to see that Duda is also shaking his head. I wonder what he's unhappy about. Maybe he's seeing that Black is getting a lot of play now all of a sudden. A few moves ago, we saw that Black was really cramped up, and now suddenly there's more life in Black's position.
Yeah, this is, I think it's double-edged. I actually think it's double-edged. And there's lots of precision involved from both areas here. Black does have the weaknesses he can hit here, like d3 is weak, c3 is weak, a4 is weak. I also have the bishop pair. As the game opens up, we see more trades. Look at that c5. I mean, this is, the king. There's some king weaknesses, some king issues. Maybe even bishop e8 to reroute it to d7 to try to hit some of these weak pawns that you do have, or weak pieces. But I think actually we have an open g file. We have knight f5 still. We can also play f5 or e5 at the right moment. Again, that's going to open up the game. Got to be careful. But I think double-edged with a slight edge to Black.
Yeah, there is play for both sides now, and that's definitely a big improvement for Grischuk. I mean, his pieces are still a little bit passive, but there is a clear path now where he can put his pieces. So there's definitely a lot of potential there. As Duda is now down to 20 seconds on the clock, and again, Grischuk is up on time.
I know, right? We said that twice in one match. Oh man, look, Grischuk is a favorite to win right now if he keeps this up, just because of that right there. Being up on time, Grischuk's not up on time. Now, we did say that this e5 thing is going to be a thing, but look at these bishops trying to swipe.
Oh, I like that. I like that move. The bishop is coming back in the game. Bishop to h5. Now, what is White going to do about this? He plays move d4, so he wants to put some pressure in the center, but his pawn will not go too far. I mean, Black is simply controlling the light squares over here, and not just even because of the light squared bishop, but the queen on e6, rook on d8. You're not going to play d5 anytime soon.
All right, d5 is not happening. It looks like there's lots of holes in the position. This bishop looks like a pawn here. And, well, more opening up of the game. Bishop e7. Now I'm about to take on h4. But, again, we talked about that g file. And there it is. The rook is on g1. And it's on the file with a smile here. Can we get some action on the g file? Rook g3. Well, bishop h. Wait a second. Wow,
there's a direct threat indeed. This knight on h4 is hanging.
He can just take it, yeah?
Yeah.
But queen g2 is the idea. Wow. Yeah, boy, hang it. Bishop h4, queen g2. He goes for it. Queen g2 played. Queen g6. Got to take the bishop back. I mean, you can take the knight for the queen first, but which one is more accurate? He took it the queen first.
Yeah, both players are now down to 15 seconds. We're back to time scramble time, guys, and bishop f2 hasn't been played. Where is that bishop going? I mean, it feels very weak on f2. Let's see, rook c1. Ooh, it's getting tricky for Black.
Very tricky. How do you get out of this 95? That just hangs a pawn. That's a pawn. Rook on the 7th rank. Pass pawns. 5 seconds. Ooh. This could be Duda's game.
Okay, bishop to f3. I mean, at least the bishops are stopping the pawns as it can put back to d5. But yeah, it's really hard to see how Black can make any sort of progress as the pawns are simply stuck on their spots.
Oh, now we just double the rooks. There's no double there. Takes. Yeah, he's just liquidate, and I got 2 passed pawns. He said, make it simple here. Now bishop takes rook f2. Bro, ooh, tactics.
You have to be careful. Bishop takes g2 as well. He takes it, but the pawn is very fast. Ooh, bishop c6.
Uh-oh.
And now he takes on a4.
But then he's going to try to push, but it might not be working. He can just do knight d6.
Ooh, knight e5?
Didn't do it. Didn't care to do it.
Ooh.
Take.
Okay, this should be a draw.
Okay, yeah, ain't no way I'm losing this one. Right.
Okay, this
Ain't
should
no
be a
way
draw.
I'm losing this. There we go. Wow.
Wait, he's not repeating the moves?
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I know. Draw what, bro? This is a win, man. Okay, there it is.
Okay, took some
There
time,
it is.
but it is a draw now. Let's see what is happening in the match between Danya and Daniel Dubov. It seems like in the first game, Danya. Wait, they drew, or was the what happened in the first game?
Yeah, in fact, that's a great question. Let me actually see. I can scroll up here to see. Checking on time here. Naroditsky. Yeah, did anybody have it? What actually happened there in the last game? I see draw in the chat. I see draw.
Yeah, this format is so crazy. The games are happening at the same time, and so it's really hard to look at all the games at the same time. But we do our best to make sure that we stick and we have a look at every single match, as each match is very exciting. So let's see what's going on in this game now. It looks like Danya is in a very comfortable spot here, as he has a nice pawn.
Yeah, he's up a pawn. Yeah, and we actually grabbed the pawn. I didn't even know we were up a pawn here until I just kind of counted. Something felt off because I was like, oh, he just got to pass pawn. So we were just up a pawn, and we're just trying to milk the pawn that we have here and grind this one out. It's pretty much a great match. I mean, as you see here from Naroditsky, up 3 games, and all I need to do is get to 7.5. And then we're going into the bullet portion where he's already the favorite. So Daniel Naroditsky's looking very good here. If he's your pick, he's one of my picks, but definitely looking good here against Dubov. Draw.
Oh, they agreed to a draw. Wow.
Why not? I don't have to fight too hard. I'm closer. Now I'm 3 instead of 3.5, closer to clinching the match.
Yeah, I mean, why spend more energy trying to win this game when you can easily get a draw? And I mean, it's a better position for White, but it will take so much effort to try to get the full point, and it's not even guaranteed, right? So the decision to make a draw there makes a lot of sense, and it gets Danya closer to that 7.5 point mark. That's all he needs, 7.5 points.
That's it. Exactly. Right. Keep drawing. Of course. Just, look, keep drawing. You want to draw? We draw every game, bro. I get 7.5 before you will. Right. So 7.5 is all about them points. Get that half point. I'll take it. I don't have to mess anything up. Now, of course, you could have probably played that on for a long time, even being up a pawn. Definitely a lot more people probably would have played on there. But I mean, match situation. I'm up 3 games, three games here. I'm feeling good from Danya here going into the bullet.
Yeah, exactly. I think also people underestimate that you play a lot of games in those matches. First, we are in the quarterfinal right now. If you move on to the next stage, is the semifinal and then the final. And that means if you go through all those stages, you will have played so many games till the finals. So you definitely need that energy to stay sharp in the very final. So it makes a lot of sense that he wants to save some energy, make sure that he has that draw to move on in case he gets to 7.5, you know?
That's right. Exactly. You have to be ready here, and you got to be, on your best behavior in these games here. And you can see, Dennis, I see in the chat, forehead cam, right? I'm definitely noticing that too as well. I think I've seen Dennis Lozig's like forehead here in the last few days, just so much that like if you put him in a lineup, you'd be like just foreheads. You could pick it out. You could pick out Dennis Lozic's forehead, bro. I mean, but that lets you know that he's in the zone. He is in the zone. He is so close to his computer screen right now, but he's definitely trying to make it work, right? Trying to make it work. Forehead
Absolutely. Cam. And looking at this position, what is the queen doing on h4 actually? I'm not sure if it's supposed to be there or did it have a purpose there, because besides the fact that it's blocking the h pawn, I'm not sure what else it's doing there.
Right, correct there. Yeah, now I like this position from Dennis Lozic's standpoint, actually, with this h4. I mean, just, the king. I'm attacking the king. Anytime I'm attacking the king, I'm feeling great, right? If we're not, I mean, hey, it is what it is. You got to play the game out, but definitely feel like we're in the driver's seat here. That was a big boy move, saying, yeah, go ahead, take it. You can't take it. Now, queen d1. There's a g4 option.
Yeah, I like that move.
Option.
It defends the rook on h1, so you can actually take on g5. But indeed, what do you do about g4? I guess g4 allows the move knight f4, so you get the knight into the game again. But what is a continuation? It feels like black is holding on very well. Maybe you can break through with the pawn f3.
You actually are correct here. In fact, when I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, g4, knight f4. Cool, you got the knight to f4. But what's the plan, right? What do we do next? I don't really know. In fact, F3 is a move. Yeah, we could, but the file is not really that we have a lot on it. Knight G6 looks cool, but I mean, I can even take this way. Maybe take this way. Let's not do that. Takes, and then the knight still defends H7. So Knight G6 looks good, but probably does not work practically after an F takes G6.
Yeah, those knights are so strong, holding down Black's position. So, yeah, it looks like Black is now taking over the initiative with the move C5.
I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna play it.
You want to do it?
Just do it. Just do it. Sack first, think later. Says Grandfather Tao. I'm just gonna put it there, bro. Like, gotta take the shots when they're there. Knight G6 seems like an excellent move, but probably not. I'm just curious. Let me turn the engine on. I just gotta know. It is not. They don't consider.
They don't like
it. Queen B3, H6, and A3 are all engine moves here. A3, you've lost your mind, right? Queen B3, okay, that's a move. Yeah, Queen B3. A3, nobody's doing that. H6 feels like you lose the file here.
Yeah, H6 feels like a waste. I mean, long term, maybe it's beneficial, but for the timing, you want to have that move Knight G6 in the position. So I would say it's for the time being not a practical move. He plays the move Rook G1. I'm curious where the Rook is heading to. Is it going to D1, maybe to put pressure on the D5 pawn?
Correct, yeah. It could be some Rook D1 action here. Maybe backing up the bishop. That's a good move. That is a strong move. This knight is very strong, and he wants to try to get rid of it. Rook to C1 now.
Okay.
Man, engine evals are crazy. That boy said zeros. Like, what? You've lost your mind. Right here is zeros. Like, zeros. Man, that's crazy. That's just crazy evaluation. Bishop E2. Rook takes. Rook takes.
Ooh, little 94 over there. 92. Okay, gotta be careful.
This is scary. These knights here. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, he's cleaning up shop. He got a passer here. 6 seconds. I don't know what's going to happen.
Ooh, the players are down to 5 seconds now. And this G-pawn, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, is about to promote G2.
Oh, my goodness. He too accurate. He too accurate. Yeah, he too accurate. That was a nasty combination.
Wait, what?
And then as soon as we said that, he blunders. Oh, my goodness. He accurate. What? Accurate what? Accurate nothing. Oh,
what
man,
is
I'm
happening?
crazy, bro. The time. That's what it is. It's the time. Look at this.
Oh my, H6?
H6? Yeah,
he does
H6
it.
does it. Seals the deal, finds it with like 1 second on the clock. Check King E8. You hear
95.
the ambulance outside? Call the ambulance,
Wait.
but not for me. Oh my goodness. Check. Okay, King E7. Check again. Wow.
And the king is out. The king is not checkmated.
Now Black's winning. Yeah, that's a call of ambulance, not for me for sure. White was winning. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen anymore. I literally have no idea. Just let it happen. Just let it happen, chat. Just let it happen. Just let it happen.
I think the G-pawn is the winner of the game.
Right, guess the ELO. Yeah, this would be great. Guess the ELO. This would be an excellent one. You would never guess the ELO on this one.
No more checks for you. And that's it. The queen has been promoted.
Unbelievable. White was winning, then he wasn't winning. Now I am winning, and then somehow he wins that game. Woo! Look at him shake the head there, and Dennis Lazovic didn't even move. Didn't even move. Wow. Let's get a game up. Who's left? Grischuk and Duda.
All right, what's happening here?
Crazy.
So Grischuk is up in exchange. This seems winning. This seems completely winning. This king on the is not going anywhere on H4.
Yeah, he's just right. Exactly right. He's just up in exchange here. 700 tops. Guess the ELO game. That's funny. Yeah, 700 tops, bro. 700 maximum. King F4, E5 back up. Yep, very nice, very nice, very nice. It's gonna be a grind. You're not just taking Duda down like that. He's gonna still fight you.
Yeah, you want to time that G5 move at some point, but this bishop is so annoying on this diagonal. So strong on E4.
Rook 2, okay. Rook E6, yeah, this is just over. The rook takes.
Okay, he picked up the pawn now, and he's going for that F6 pawn now. Rook G8, Rook G6, and oh, we see Duda flagging. But okay, it is a lost position, but it takes some time to actually win this. And yeah, this ends the game pretty quickly, and now Grischuk is ahead on the scoreboard.
Look at him do the little dance. I see you. He doing the little dance, the little stretch. Y'all see that, chat? He was vibing. My man's Grischuk is a viber. He was vibing just now. That's nice. All right, chat. That's 6 games, in fact. So with the 6 games here, we actually do take the break, and then we go into the bullet, right, Anna?
I believe, do we have a break right away, or do we move on to the bullet right away? Okay, we're being told we don't have a break, actually. We're going to the bullet right away.
Woo! Here it is. First 7.5. Well, this looks like this is about to be just mean, it's like 2.5 here in the bullet. That's gonna be it.
Okay,
Artemiev,
you have to
hey,
move.
Bro.
You have to move. You only have 1 minute.
My guy. Hey, yo, knock on his door. Somebody call his phone. Call his phone, bro. Yo, you gotta move, bro. What is he doing?
Oh gosh, we have another on board. Okay, they started. They started now.
Wow.
Yeah, we're now in bullet, and I can imagine it's
Naroditsky
difficult.
and Dubov is up actually. In fact,
this
one came up. Yeah, Naroditsky and Dubov. There we go. The boys are at it. Oh man, this is scary. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, look. Okay, yeah, I'm playing Naroditsky, but at the same time, an attack is an attack. This is scary. H4, H6. I am not a fan of from black. Look at this. H5. I mean, come on, right? Come on, right? You telling me you want to play the black pieces here right now, right? This is a very scary attack. I'm down a piece, but the engine says that it's -1. That is not good. Right? In a practical standpoint, this is very scary for Danya to defend. Now, if anyone can defend it, it's definitely getting Naroditsky.
E6.
Very scary.
I like that move.
Scary.
It is defending the pawn on G5 with the queen. And you can always include the queen by playing Queen F6 to defend some of the squares. And yeah, it will basically be Danya's task to defend this. He's up a piece, but there's a lot of pressure on the king side. So Queen F6, I really like that move. Now, where is the attack? Your pawn G6 is hanging. I'm going to take Rook F7, and my king will run to the queen side if you're going to attack me.
Absolutely, of course. And we have some trades here. This is crazy that, like, you see, I'm up a piece, but I'm not winning. And this tells you how much compensation White has here. Very creative player like Dubov, of course, getting some pawns forward and attacking the king in a bullet game. Very practical sense. Takes engine-like defense. And I think it was a great choice from Dubov here. He's just attacking the king. It looks like Naroditsky never got anything off. As you see now, the engine is it's winning. Is it queen trap? No, you have queen C6.
Okay, queen C6, but queen D3 now.
Queen D3, yeah, queen D3. But then Rook F5. Rook F5, G4. Rook takes G5,
that seems really dangerous.
It's just game.
Checkmate.
There's too many things going on. D5 first, because G4 was running into Queen F3, I think. So D5 first, and then G4.
So G4 precise now. By Dubov. Wow. He takes on E6.
Oh my goodness.
And then Rook takes F5. That's it.
You can play. Oh yeah, even Rook F5, right? Rook F5 just winning, right? See, this attack was crazy. It was just a wicked attack here. And for people to put bishops on G7, if you learn from Dubov's game here, playing H4, H5 always tilts them. Many times, especially even when you're playing, with the black pieces here, bishop G7 and these low time controls, H4, H5 is very strong stuff, as Dubov displayed here. Now,
hold up,
precision.
There.
Hold on, right? Hold
on
here.
So clear. Yeah. I think the winning move there was something like Rook H8 or Rook H7 to get the king on the other side, and then play E7.
Oh, play E7. Oh, yeah. Ooh, Rook H8, E7. That is just nasty. Wait, what happened? Did he swindle him? What happened? Did he sack or swindle?
Ooh.
Swindle. Hold on, bro. What happened? I missed it. Oh, my goodness.
Wow, that went by really quickly over there. But, yeah, wow. That's insane.
when you have that kind of thing, everything is just going Danya's way. That's what it is. And that's what you want. Everything just goes your way. You know what I mean? Like, everything go your way, everything goes your way. Let's move around a little bit. We have a time scramble over here with Duda. Right? It's going my way, bro. Like, it is what it is. Duda and Grischuk going at it here. Time scramble. Duda is down on time. And this position looks stable. What's the pawn count? 3-6. 3-6. Even opposite color bishops likely to be drawn. In bullet, anything can happen.
Yeah, I do like White's position. It feels more active. It feels like there's more chances for White, as Black is the one being very passive here. But opposite color bishops, I don't quite see how you can actually attack the opponent's pawns now, as they're all on light squares and White's bishop is on the dark square. So yeah, I feel like anything can still happen, but it can also get draw easily all of a sudden.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. And they're not taking the draw here. Like, they're fighting. They're both swinging. Like, I got chances. You got chances. Let's see who wins this. Let's see who wins this. I think Black actually has, weirdly enough, a good chance right now due to the activity of the king. I mean, of the pieces on White's king.
Yeah, this pawn got all the way to A3. And now Black is simply picking up some pawns on the king side. And because of the fact... Oh, wait a second.
It's coming. He was in check though, but there's a mate.
Ooh, close one.
He defends. H7. Oh, he flags.
Wow. That is really unfortunate for Duda. He had a good chance there. If he got rid of the pawn on h5 at least, then he would have had more chances. But he seems to be terrified of the pawn on the a file, and makes a lot of sense. So Grischuk now in a very comfortable position.
Yeah, Grischuk actually a comfortable position there. Is very good. He actually got 39 points for that too as well. By the way, it tells you he's not playing any bullet chess right now. 39 points was for beating him. So definitely he hasn't played bullet in a long time. That's why he got so many points. So I mean, if he can clean up shop, he'll be one of the tops here on Chesscom and bullet. Pretty nasty stuff.
Wow.
We got a time scramble.
Oh, what's going on here? There's a lot of minor pieces on the board, but it seems like black is the one that has initiative here. Knight to c3 now, and there's a pass pawn on c3.
Pass pawns must be pushed, as Aaron Nimzowicz says, and it's also the bullying around of the weak pawns here as well. 95, very nice, trying to get rid of that pawn. C2, 97. Whoa, there are all kind of stuff going on. Tactics. What is this? I don't understand, bro. Like,
wait a second,
goodness. Now he's losing, and rook b1. Chess is a hard game. Chess is a hard game.
Oh, what a turnaround! He had such a good chance there. Lazovic had such a good opportunity right there, but all of a sudden, rook b1 was on the board.
In fact, we're actually going to stay here, and the reason being that is this could be the final game. Literally a draw. Is it in Artemiev moves on? So we're just going to see if he's able to bounce back here or not.
Yeah, this match is so brutal for Lazovic. The score is definitely not defining his strength whatsoever. I mean, obviously Artemiev is a very strong player, but Lazovic has been holding up so well throughout this match and got quite a lot of winning chances throughout the match. So it's very sad to see that he only has 1 point now, but maybe he can bounce back and collect a few more points. Let's see, as this is match point. A draw will finish the match in favor of Artemiev.
That's it. I like the choice that he chose here. Nothing too aggressive. I mean, very easy play. I get an easy setup, double fianchetto. I put the pawns in the center. I play rook e1. I can play queen c2. I can play a3, e4. I play h3. I mean, I have so many ideas here, right? And it keeps you guessing. And it's very, very easy, methodical, I think. Queen c1, nice move here. Rook e1, not killing anything. e4 is going to be nice as well. Where Denis Lazovic is the one that has to take big risk here to win some games.
Right. Now that move f4 comes to mind. I would like to play the move and continue with g5, h5, and have fun on the king side.
I actually like taking on f4, believe it or not, but maybe there's a knight h5 immediately because he doesn't have to take. My idea was after takes, you play e5. f4 is always a Dutch move, as you saw. He played the Dutch here, more the Leningrad Dutch against the English, and I do like it though. I am a Dutch fan myself, so it's pretty good.
I'm happy to hear that, Kanti, as a Dutch person myself.
Forgot you from the Netherlands, right? From the Netherlands. I actually forgot that. It's like, yeah, of course, Kanti. Shoot, Dutch all day.
Oh, yeah,
exactly. Right, yeah, absolutely.
Love
Netherlands, for real. Yeah, Dutch is nice. And the knight f5, bishop takes. f5, this is a strong knight. Very strong knight.
Yeah, what do you do about it? I guess you just take it, but this rook on e5 is now getting active. You gotta be careful. What is really nice about black's position is that you always have the move d3, and you can snatch that exchange off the board. But do you want it? Right. Maybe not just yet.
Man, this Dutch looking good. This is a good Dutch right here. Hey, you know what I mean?
If he does it.
Sheesh.
Oh, it's for c6.
That boy. Whoa, c6, right? Takes. Then it's swinging, bro. He's like, I'm not going down like this. You ain't about to embarrass me in front of everybody. And he's swinging back. This is a very nice game he had here. He's up a whole piece.
Wow, and it looks like he has this in the bag, but he needs to be careful still. There's still a pawn on d5, and there are still some chances here for white to equalize, but yeah, the queens are now off the board. Rook to d3, defending the pawn d5. How do you continue here with black? I mean, you don't have so many pawns left, and you need some pawns to actually win this.
He should be able to bounce back here. I think Denis is going to strike here, but he has it's a huge comeback. I mean, you need 5-6 games in a row. You know, you can't drop anything. It's just unlikely, very unlikely against Artemiev.
Yeah, now the bishop is under attack, and all the pawns are being traded. Okay, h4, but this pawn is not going anywhere. It got traded, and
what a game!
Wait, hold up. Wait, the king is stuck on h3.
Oh,
where's it going?
How do you?
But maybe that was bishop e5.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I think it's bishop 5 there. Check, takes, and now we have this game.
Oh,
and this one
we're
is very
in for
hard.
a ride.
Here we go, chat. Oh, my goodness. It's supposed to be a draw, and we always say supposed to because there's many times that black wins this. Many times, in fact. I think first time I saw this is actually, you can Google it too or go to YouTube. It was Fiddler versus Magnus or whatever way, Magnus, Fiddler, whoever played white and black. But it was definitely a game like this. I didn't know this was possible. This was many years ago. But Bishop and Rook versus Rook, and he won. It was a game over the board. Pretty cool game. But this,
yeah, it can go wrong so quickly.
Yeah, it's just difficult to do it.
Yeah, I had it recently in a over the board blitz game or rapid. I don't remember.
Right.
But my opponent played so well. I had the bishop, but my opponent was playing so well. I couldn't even get my opponent's king to the side of the board. You know, like it was just not going there. And I was like, wait, in every single game I see, the king goes to the edge of the board, and you can create some magic there, maybe. But my opponent was not going there, and I was so confused.
He was not happening. Yeah, he was not happening. He was not letting it happen. All right, that's hard. It's tough. It's very difficult here, as we see. Of course, he's trying to get that as well. Yeah, it may not be happening. It may not be happening. King is so far away from what you need.
Yeah, and all you need is 2 for serve 5 for 50 moves with the white pieces. So as long as you're not allowing the checkmate in 50 moves or a capture, well, you know, you should make sure you don't lose the rook, I guess. But just survive for 50 moves and you're good.
That's it. 50 moves and you're good.
Yeah, it's as simple as that.
Easy. Survive, bro. Survive. This could be the last moments here as Artemiev looks like he's going.
Rook F5, gotta be careful of that.
Come on, Rook F5. I'm just gonna throw the mouse. Done. I'm done for the day.
Don't play King E6.
King E6. Wow, that was mate. Or check. Sorry, check and take.
Yeah, I was gonna lose the rook.
All right. Check.
Just going to take? Nope. Nope.
I wonder what the last pommel is. Definitely approaching 50 here.
Yeah, this is the worst situation for Denis Lazovic as he draws the game. And that means that Vladislav Artemiev is the first semifinalist.
Yeah, he made it through. 7.5. Look at that. That man, that was a brutal match. I mean, he just really just won everything. I mean, Denis Lazovic, you know, made it through all 250 players yesterday, right? To say the least. So it's very tough. And Artemiev was number 1 out of everyone. It's very strong. He's playing on another level right now. Very strong stuff from Artemiev.
Let's see what's going on in this match. Jeffrey Xiong versus Salimar Saleh. This match is tight. 4.5 to 4.5. And we're now in a crazy time scramble. Black is down to 2 seconds. White to 5 seconds. There is a pawn on D7 that's about to promote. But there's also a king on E1 that is not feeling safe.
What is this? Is he draw?
The rook cannot stop the pawn. So you have to give checks.
Yeah, he just took the draw. He took the draw, yeah.
And he couldn't go up because there was knight E5 capturing the pawn D7. Wow, what an ending.
Knight on E5 there. Knight on E5. Let's see where Danya's doing. Where is Danya at? Danya's 5.5, winning. Queen C4 last move. Rook D4? Yeah, easy. Rook D4, easy.
Ooh, I kind of smell that knight takes F7. It's coming.
Knight F7, Bishop E6. Whew, sheesh. It's a family channel. It's a family channel. Hit him! Right there.
Yeah, it will come. There he goes.
There it is.
Wow,
good. Look at the. It's terrible.
It's terrible.
It must be knight G4.
Why are you listening to us, Danya?
I mean, but like, we all saw this, right? Knight F7. Oh, but it's terrible. Knight G4 and Knight G5, and he goes back to F6, and he stares at you real hard through the zoom camera. Wow. Even worse. Knight H6.
He lost the bishop on H6, and he is so angry at himself. He completely missed it.
Look at that, bro. He's like, oh, man. It was such a nasty move, right? You have to play Knight F7. You have to. Like, every human was playing this. Daniel Naroditsky's 3287, and he played Knight F7. It's a very, very nice move, bro. And then she got hit with a little move, a little shake and bake there from Daniel Dubov there, and that's rough. We still winning though, but that's rough.
I love how Dubov sacrificed his rook, knowing he is up 2 pieces and that he's still winning after losing the rook. He just simplified the position. There's no danger anymore for his king, and with 2 minor pieces versus the rook, he is the one that is winning in this position.
Yeah, that's crazy there. I mean, the rook d4 was nice. I wonder what the follow-up was. It just was a knight f7. There was also a knight e6 there, but it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
It just hits the queen. It's a
Yeah.
cool move to make. Maybe knight e6 was it, though. I think it probably was knight e6. Chat can go back and look at that. That'd be great.
Yeah, that was a
Just to see what the move
crazy
was
moment.
instead of knight f7. Yeah, it was a crazy moment, like completely winning and then completely losing. But that's how chess is, and that's how bullet goes. In fact, you should see how 30-second is. I've won games in 30-second. I've seen Danya do the same. That you have no business of winning. Like it's just you feel bad to win a game like that, right?
Mhm.
You're down so much material and still end up winning. And that's just what happens in these time controls. And the time is a piece as well. King d2, d5, d4. He's fighting.
Yeah, those
though.
pawns
They're
are
making it interesting.
marching, and I'm failing to see how Danya can still make something happen. The other game, we saw that he was able to
Right,
trap the king and checkmate the king, even though he was down a pawn in the end game. But here, the king is very active of Dubov, so it seems like Dubov will be taking this win. Okay, the pawn is on b7, but there's checkmate on the board very soon.
Yeah, he missed this. He missed switch forward too. Switch forward. Fight, Danya, fight. Yeah, he's swinging. And Dubov is fighting too as well. Dubov's not trying to go down without a fight. Obviously, Grischuk and Duda are back into a time scramble again, where this looks very similar, but now pawns on the board, and there's a draw. 50 move roll.
Wow, wait, with a pawn on the board, it was a 50 move roll?
With the 50, that's crazy. I didn't think about that.
That's insane. That doesn't happen.
You're actually right. Yeah, it never happens. But in fact, it did today. This is a reverse Joe Bava. Okay. By the way, young Christoph Duda is down in the match. For some reason, I actually thought he was up, but Grischuk just being Grischuk and, Grischuk in his way through things right now. He's actually up 3 games here. We kind of missed some stuff.
Yeah, Grischuk had a tough start, but he completely turned around the match in the 3+1 portion, and now in the 1+1 portion, he is completely steamrolling. As he's on 6 points. He only needs 1.5 more points.
That's it, 1.5. Like, whoa, 1.5 points here. I mean, really, Grischuk's playing excellent right now. He's playing excellent chess, and you just cannot take that away from him. He made it. He qualified to the knockout here, and he is on the verge of knocking out one of the strongest players. In fact, fresh off the CGC, young Christoph Duda. Very good stuff.
Yes, 1.5 points equals 3 draws equals 3 Berlins. Will we see Berlin? I don't think so. I don't think Duda will go for it, but you'll never know. We've seen crazier things, I guess. But yeah, Duda is definitely in a must-win situation now. You cannot make it worse than, you cannot get Grischuk on 7 points because that will hurt things a lot, as Grischuk will only need 1.5 point after that. So let's see what's happening in this position. Duda's position feels a bit passive. The knights are on an adventure, but not sure where they're heading to.
Yeah, right, exactly. Right. We're going on a trip on my favorite rocket ship, right? With these knights, where are you going? Queen takes. This is a pawn, though, right? Bishop d8, quirky 2. That's cute. Okay. Get one back. So maybe I go e3. Rook c1 better.
Yeah, this knight f4, knight takes d5 move is in the air. So, okay, he plays e3 instead, making sure his pawn is safe.
Boy.
Okay, you're not taking this pawn on b6. You're not.
Yeah, he's not taking pawn b6. Yep, not anymore. Knight on h4. Look at these knights again. g6. Oh, wow. Rook e4. What a move. You're just going to probably let me out. All I need is like a draw's fine with me. I just don't lose this game, says Grischuk. What's up, men in the chat? Shout out to big men in the chat. Big men in the chat. Men for the win. Yeah, you did. You played amazing. Great job, bro. You made it all the way through. Sorry you didn't make it, but at the same time.
Yeah, it's a tough event, and he played so well in the first qualifier. But yeah, it's there's only 2 spots available for the main event, and yeah, both players are now down to 20 seconds. What's going on? White is now very active, but I see Black also having chances here on the king side as they play g5, and
yeah,
things are heating up over here.
That's a big move. Bishop b8 says no trades, and then I'm about to just go for mate. As he needs to try to pick up some big wins here. Because Christoph is down. Young Christoph Duda is down 3 games. That's huge. When all he needs is 1.5. 1.5 here. Grischuk needs. That's it.
Knight e5, okay,
That's a
but
big move.
I do like Black's pawn structure over here. Those pawns are really strong. d4, and this pawn might just make it across the board. He takes it. Wow, he's
Wow,
afraid of
takes.
that pawn, so that's why he got it off the board, giving up the exchange. But it definitely gives White some chance at least. I mean, the pawn on e5 seems pretty strong. He can take it, but it gives Black a lot of trouble on the king side. This queen on g4, ugh.
F3, it's a great move. Check. Rook g2, knight h5, GG, start a new game. Start a new game. Yep, that's it. That's
Wow,
it.
knight f6,
You can't
queen
defend
g8,
everything.
That's it.
Knight f6. Ooh, boy.
Ooh. You cannot defend that. Okay, well, queen g6, there you go.
Hit him there.
Wow. That is 7 points in total for Grischuk. He only needs a draw now to advance to the semifinals of today's knockout stage.
By the way, Naroditsky's losing. This is not a good sign. It's mate. Oh my goodness. Is he tied? He's tied up. He's tied up. Oh,
wow.
Shoot. Here we go.
After a good start.
We gotta swing back. Yeah, we gotta swing back. We gotta swing. This is the game. This is the game right here. All right, chat. Hold on. Hold on. This is the game right here.
Yeah, this match has been crazy so far. Danya had such a good start, but Dubov is coming back now in the 1+1 portion. He is ahead 4-1 in the bullet portion, which is a crazy score. So let's see. Now, bishop to h6. I really like White's position here.
Yeah, I absolutely love White's position. The only thing I don't like is where the king is. I wish we could put h4, right? h4, h5, get the rook open. But then on the contrary, if we're king's on c1, I mean, you do have to deal with b5, b4. So these attacks are slower. I still favor White in these positions here, but it's going to be a little bit of a slow, maybe even bishop f1. They played, by the way, bishop f1, just so that we can move the rooks here. But Engine doesn't like it as much, but bishop f1 is a very characteristic move from this position. Queen d4, centralized, rook c4 not available.
Queen d4 looks nice. Okay, knight to d4 instead. This does create some chances. I'm terrified to suggest sacrifices now, but I like queen g5, knight f5 type of moves.
I'm with it. I even like this 94, knight g5, knight e6. He's bringing all the pieces to the party. You know what I mean? Have a good party here. Knight g5 and we live. There it is, big fella. There it is. There it is. Okay, so knight e6 is strong. Maybe there's e5 though. Maybe there's just e5. That's a strong move with tempo, but not really though. You can't. It was played, but you didn't have to move it. You didn't have to move it.
True.
Because the rook was hanging. He had a better move probably.
Yeah, this rook on a4 feels so odd. It's actually trapped, but you can't attack it, and that's the problem. I mean, you can now the rook can move to b4, and it's simply fine because White cannot attack it.
It's an ugly move, bro. He's finding some moves right now. Dubov is finding his form. It's very annoying, right? Like, oh man. Like, Danya's my favorite. I'm like, come on, Danya, let's go, right? But Dubov, you can take nothing away from his game. Plus, he's very creative. Probably one of the best creativity of this time right now, and creativeness and things like that. Even having a patent line in the Taras defense, actually some very nice stuff. So very strong. I mean, he's just swinging back. He's finding some very excellent moves. Like knight c8 was good. c5, rook a1, hitting the knight. Got to move the knight.
Knight b3 comes to mind. Oh, he plays rook c2. Okay, keeps the rook on the c file to protect the c5 pawn at least.
Ooh. What happens on rook c5? Does he have tempo? I don't think I'm good, right? This is shaky. Yeah, I got to get rid of this rook. His pressure. Now we can feel, now he's trading? Like, come on. Right? Annoying. All right, take a draw, bro. You want to draw?
Yeah, let's take it. Let's go for it. Yeah, no, I think Danya still needs to work for that. But we're being told, guys, that the match between Jeffrey Xiong and Salem is 6-6. A very close match as well. We will look at that match
we'll go
shortly.
Right there in a minute. Yeah, we got to finish this real quick. We got to see this game real fast, and then we'll go over there.
Yeah.
There's so many games. There's so much going on.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, the players are here on 5 seconds now. Anything can still happen, but it's definitely not looking good for Danya. I can tell you that. But he still has drawing chances. I mean, it's simply a pawn difference. And yeah, he has been in a much worse situation. Let's put it that way.
It's tough. Yeah, this ain't looking good. This is not that. I mean, the time situation too. Come on, bro. Come on, Danya. Come on, bro. Danya, breathe. Just breathe. Come on, bro.
You could be his like a mascot, cheering for him.
Just move, Danya. Breathe. Move, bro. Oh man.
Okay, G4?
G4. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, there was knight takes A3, I think.
Yeah.
He wants to make sure he keeps the pawn on A4. Okay, it's getting complicated. Wait a second. Okay, you cannot play F6. That's the problem. Okay, he gets the bishop off the board, but this knight is very strong on D6. It stops this F5 pawn.
I think the problem here. Oh wait, hold
bishop
up.
D3.
The bar
this pawn isn't going anywhere.
The bar moved. We saved. Let's go. Let's go. We're not losing this one. Not today. Not today.
Ooh.
Not today, bro. Not today. Try again. Let's go. Like that's like, I can't dunk, but if I could dunk, then it'd be just like feels like you just dunked on him, posterized, and that's how it feels here. Even if it's a draw, because he was definitely losing that game. This was a loss for sure, but not today, Chad.
Not today.
Not today. Not today. We not losing this one. Ooh, man.
Yeah, crazy stuff. And obviously, Dubov is not pushing that pawn because as soon as he plays A4, bishop takes A4, and that's a draw instantly. So he tries to make magic happen here, but I sincerely believe all that Danya needs to do is make sure he doesn't lose the bishop, and then simply shoves it across his diagonal, A4 to E8. That's it.
That's it. Just don't hang the bishop. Don't pre-move if you don't need to. There it is.
He lost it all, but it's still a draw.
Let's go. Let's go. This is the game. All right, we got to do a quick switch. We got to go to quick switch to Jeffrey's game. Oh man, that's crazy. It's nuts, Chad.
Let's see what's going on here.
This is tough for Chef Jeff, but he's in the driver's seat. We need a win here. Salem takes a half
6
point.
to 7.
He wins the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he wins the game.
Queen H4. Ooh, there's a lot of pressure on that H file. The knight on H6, a pawn on H7. That's a lot for black. But bishop G7 holding down the fort for now.
Right, holding down the fort. Queen C7 is a very strong move. Just reiterating, I'm going to defend all of this. You don't have enough resources. You need something else. And it's actually really ridiculous. There's nothing here. Maybe F5. I think you could have played F5. Maybe not. Though takes. Maybe now F5. Engine's like, game over. Like +4, bro. Wow.
Yeah, bishop C4, but where's the follow-up? Oh, you're threatening 96.
Yeah, 96 is coming. And that's a very strong move. That wins the whole thing right there.
Right, yeah.
What do you even do? You don't even have a move. Yeah, he moved something.
That's a good one. I like that.
Oh, okay, that's cute. You got a little check. Get him out of there. He's out of
you
time.
lost on time, but I don't see a move for black either. It's simply losing. 96, queen takes H6. Everything is hanging in a position. You cannot defend it.
That's it. Let's go over to Naroditsky. This could be, this is a big game, in fact. So 7-7 over there. 7-7 in that game. Ooh, oh, that's actually, that's it.
I believe the match continues with a 4-game mini match, right? It's a tie, 7-7. So we will see a 4-game mini match between Jeffrey Xiong and Salem. So that's going to be very exciting. We will see 4 more games between those guys.
4 more games with them, yeah. And this one's big because Dubov and Naroditsky, 1.5. Whoever gets that 1.5 in these next 2 is moving on.
Ooh.
If it's possible, let's see. It could. This could also end the same way with Jeffrey in a 4-game mini match. Who doesn't want more chess, right? Of course. It really reminds me of my match. That's okay, man. Hey, man, just breathe. We here, man. If you need somebody to talk to, you got all thousands of us right here, man. You're gonna be all right.
Oh, it's actually I believe the tiebreak is a sudden death. So basically, first one that wins the match in 1+1. So as soon as there will be a game 1 in that match, that's it. And that is for the quarterfinals and semifinals.
Oh, quarter and final. Okay, so quarters and semis. Got it. 4-game mini match. Okay.
All right. So what's going on in this game? So White seems to be doing a great job stopping that pawn on d5 from moving and basically dominating the position.
Oh, yeah, this is nice. I mean, really, who do you take here, white or black?
I like white because of the king side attack. You have so much potential there. And I don't
agree.
see where black is playing, really. There's not much going on. This pawn d5 is blocked, and so is your bishop and queen on that diagonal. So I don't see much play for black. But if you do take the pawn d5, then my pieces are active again. Wait
What
a
is
second.
going? Eval bar
What?
doing reps. Up and down, up and down. Eval bar is doing some serious reps here. You don't know who's winning this game. But I think Naroditsky's going to win, to be honest. 2 seconds. Queen b8. Got to deal with that out of the way. 95. Huh! Hitting all your pieces. Everything getting threatened there. Black wins on time. Naroditsky with the dub, chat.
Ooh,
Naroditsky half
match
a point away. Half a point away, chat. Let's go to the Jeffrey game. Half a point away, chat. Let's go. That was a wild game. It doesn't matter how it happens.
All right, guys. So this game is the sudden death match. So basically, the first player to win wins the whole match, and they keep playing 1+1 until someone wins. So that can either go on for a long time or a very short time.
Yeah, we're about to see right now. In fact, this is not looking good for Jeffrey. I mean, I honestly like this risky type of possession, but the precision here is gonna have to be next level for Salem.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good
Bishop
idea to
C4
create
here.
practical chances.
Take.
Ooh,
You take with
okay.
the king because you have bishop c4, and
Right.
he saw that, of course. Of course, he wouldn't miss that.
Oh, but 94.
Yeah.
You lose that
Good move.
e7 pawn, but your knight gets to
Wait.
g5. Bishop c4?
And I get exactly and knight h7
Yeah.
and rook f1, and if you go king h8, then knight f7, obviously.
Okay.
Mm.
That's a good move. Bishop f6, attacking the knight and the pawn
You
e7.
have check. He has rook f1. Oh my goodness, rook f1. No, it doesn't. Wait, does it work? Bishop takes
H4?
check h4. Yeah, and g5, and then rook h7.
Ooh.
But there's also king h5, king g4, and that whole line. It's crazy. The king walks up to g4. It's nuts. Absolutely bananas. It
Rook
is cool to
d1.
try
He
it.
wants to enter on the 8th rank. Okay, g5, rook
G5 to his
g8.
mate. G5 to his mate.
Oh, how do you defend g5?
Can you? Is there a mating net now? What if I go check first, then g5, then bishop check, king h4, no more checks?
Okay,
So
he
he
does
checked
that
first, though.
indeed. Oh, he plays bishop
Ooh.
e2 first.
G5, mate. You're gonna have to play g5 yourself, but then h4.
Ooh.
H4. Jeffrey with the tactics, the Chef Jeff tactics. What is that? Rook f1?
He wants to stop
H4
bishop
didn't
f4, I think. So after bishop f4, you take.
Oh, he missed. I think
Oh,
H4
he's
might
not
have been
playing
it.
h4. Now
he
was the
missed.
time.
He missed. He's just going for the piece now.
Oh, but look at how many pieces there are on the e file. You cannot take that bishop for free.
Yeah, this was a miss. This was a miss. Tough.
Ooh.
Some huge miss from Jeffrey.
Yeah, and he still has some chances here, but they're very slim. And as Salem is, I had a pawn over here, and the king is out on g7 now. It's not very clear how Jeffrey can still turn this around.
It's very difficult. I mean, I think he's not going to lose this game now. I think it's just going to be drawn, but definitely missed chances. Both sides, but definitely Jeffrey had a very nice sequence there in the end. Time, of course, is an issue. You are playing bullet chess here. You can't see everything. But yeah, he's not going to lose. The match is not over. So let's go back over to Danya, see what they're doing over there. Wait, won on time.
What?
He won on time. Somebody flagged. Jeffrey just won on time, I think.
Hold
I
up
think Jeffrey
there.
won
What
on
just
time.
happened?
I think he won on time.
Oh my
I think he won on time,
goodness.
chat. I think he won on time. Let's get a check. Let's get a check. Anybody know? Let's get a check. I think he won on time though. Right, 98. I'm up in exchange. Naroditsky. Yeah, this is it. I mean, this is 2 results. Naroditsky going. Naroditsky going through. There's no way
he needs a draw. All he needs is a draw, and he's simply dominating this position. He's had an exchange. The knight on e8 is a very sad piece, as well as the bishop on b7. And there is basically, I mean, there are very few ways to lose this, I would say, with the white pieces.
Exactly. There's no way I'm losing this. I'm not losing this. I'm just going to look at him shuffle back and forth. I'm not losing this game, bro.
Rook a1 now, and yeah, that's a very good position. We're being told that Jeffrey indeed won on time, so he is through to the semifinals. What a turn of events. That seemed so hopeless in the end, and he managed to win that on the clock. And d6 now on the board. He's losing the rook. And that's it.
Daniel Naroditsky going through. Let's go. Go
He
to the
is
ship.
also through to the semifinals. Wow,
There you go,
what a
man.
match. And look at him.
There you go.
he had that fist bump, being so proud of himself for winning the match after so many games.
Took a sip of that alcoholic beverage. I know it's in there, Daniel. I've been over there a few times. Yep, you're celebrating already. Oh man, you're gonna have to relax. You're gonna have to relax there. Nice. So wait for the celebrations, my guy. Shout out to him. He made it through. And this is the Duda game. Wow. Whoa. Duda on a comeback? Wasn't this over?
Yeah.
Wasn't he down 3 games? He was down.
Yeah,
no, but this is there's no way he's losing this one though.
Yeah, that is true. There's no way that the Grischuk doesn't at least draw this.
All right.
Can you try? Oh, he takes.
Oh yeah.
He's going for it.
Yeah. This is it. And you're gonna see a resignation, probably. He resigns, and Alexander Grischuk goes through. Wow, match is over. That was so crazy, Chad. Can you even understand what just happened here, Anna? That was just so much energy that just happened through these games.
That was insane. So many matches were close, and so many exciting games as well. I mean, all of the games, they had some really exciting moments, and it got really close in the 3 of those matches. It got down to the wire, and we see here those that advanced. We see that Artemiev advanced, Danya and Naroditsky, they're facing each other in the semifinal, and Jeffrey Xiong and Alexander Grischuk are facing each other in the second match of the semifinal. The winners of those matches will advance to the final, and the winner of this final will advance to the main event of the Speed Chess Championship. So a lot of games ahead of us. We will be taking a short break. The games will be ready. The plays will be ready very soon. Don't go anywhere. Make sure to stick around. This is the 2022 Speed Chess Championship Qualifier.
Use GIFs, not GIFs, from the biggest chess stars on all of your favorite platforms. Just search chess.com and your favorite chess star on Discord, Twitter, WhatsApp, and more to find hundreds of GIFs from chess.com's biggest broadcasts and events. Pokimane, Ludwig, Moist Critical, XQC, and even me, Danny. Try it today.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2022 Speed Chess Championship. Today is the second qualifier. We are in the knockout stage and we just completed the quarterfinal. We're now in the semifinal. James, what happened in the quarterfinal?
A lot of chaos, a lot of upsets, a lot of swinging, a lot of punches in the face, and like just, you know, making kids cry, bro. It was absolutely ridiculous out here, bro. The games that happened, some upsets. Grischuk went through. Of course, Naroditsky was fighting back and forth. Chef Jeff made it through himself as well. Duda went down, and Grischuk, once again, it's crazy there. So it's amazing. And we got some more chess coming up here. So what's on the bracket there, Anna?
Yeah, let's have a look. So we have Artemiev playing against Naroditsky. Now, we saw Danya playing very convincingly against Dubov, but he almost slipped there towards the end as he gave some chances there at the end to Dubov that almost came back from like a 3-point deficit. So that was a huge comeback by Dubov, but Danya still closed out the match with a very convincing win at the end. So yeah, let's see if he's able to keep it up as he will be facing Artemiev, who convincingly beat Lazovic. Lazovic is a very talented youngster, 16 years old, but Artemiev was too strong in this match for him. And yeah, let's see how this match will unfold. Our second match is Jeffrey Xiong against Alexander Grischuk. This will be a very interesting one. I have a hard time picking a favorite because Jeffrey Xiong is a really strong player, but so is Grischuk. And Grischuk also won quite convincingly against Duda, none other than Duda. So let's see what's going to happen there.
As much as I love Chef Jeff and how he be cooking up something every single game, every single tournament, right? I mean, Grischuk did, you know, that was a statement, right? He did knock out Duda, who's known. I mean, Duda's known around the world. We know him for what he's done. So it's very hard. It's going to be a tough match, but I'm definitely taking Chef Jeff and I'm taking Naroditsky in these matches as well.
All right, let's have a look. The games have started. We are looking at the game between Artemiev and Naroditsky. Let's see what's going on. What is this opening? It looks pretty symmetrical to me.
Yeah, this was actually a KID, in fact, King's Indian, which is, we love that. I mean, Naroditsky's a King's Indian guy. I am myself. Like, it's just KID. It's just like, you got to play it. You have to play King's Indian. If you play King's Indian, you just can't get away from it. I understand. And he's one of my favorites to watch play the King's Indian defense. Now, it was a weird knight c3, which isn't played as much. Usually you see the knight c3 with the a4, a5 lines that I played against, Magesh Panchanathan, right? That's his name. But knight c3, a4, a5, a6 stuff is what usually happens. I know Artemiev for actually playing strange variations, and this was definitely a strange one where this is not the King's Indian you're actually used to getting. So it's more of a level King's Indian that you're not getting the most aggressive stuff from. You're just getting a game. I think white probably a slight favorite right now with the space, the file already rook here. I'm developed probably a little bit more, not too much. I just broke in d5. I have some activity. So we'll see what happens.
This looks very solid, and white is basically aiming to create some play on the queen side here, having the majority of the pawns, especially after c takes d5. It will be a 3 versus 2 on the queen side, and that will favor white. However, there is a bishop on g7, and that one is not allowing your pawns to move. So the pawns on c3 and b2 should always be very careful to not get lost by that bishop on g7. So there's definitely some chances for both sides here. And let's see how the position unfolds. Bishop takes d5 now. It feels like you have to take, but if you take on d5, you give a lot of activity to your opponent. And I'm not sure if that's what Black is looking for here.
That's exactly right. I mean, the activity here is what I'm concerned about in Danya's position here, as the bishop is definitely misplaced on e6. So now we highlight that with the bishop on d5. After their capture here, which it feels like you kind of have to do this. Maybe there's a knight c5, but then again, in the knight, you have a piece stuck on e6, which you really don't want this to happen, especially with the pressure on down the e file. Now, Engine gives zeros here. I'm curious to see what the line is. Let me see what they like. Knight c5 is number 1, and you stuck with a piece on e6. Or you take and then play e5. Wow, that's a move I wasn't considering at all. But knight c5, yes, correct. This makes a lot of sense. But again, the knight's on e6.
Yeah, the knight on e6, it feels very odd, but at the same time, it also blocks a lot of squares for the white bishop on e3. And this knight on e4 feels a bit odd, so I'm expecting to see that knight reroute to some better plays. For example, knight g2, knight f4 comes to mind, maybe knight to f3, knight to d4, but that feels a little bit less convincing. So I like what white is doing here, at least trying to activate the pieces. The queen on e4, it's centralized, but how do you actually proceed here? It's hard to say.
Yeah, exactly. I think white is slightly easier to play. We can just make waiting moves. I think he's very good at that. In fact, someone in the chat says he's like positional something. I saw that in the chat. Something about him being very positional. So I was like, yeah, he's right. I mean, he just finds good moves here where it doesn't even seem like anything's going on, and then now you're completely losing it. Kramnik type of style as well. Karpov, right? You just have the slow restriction of the pieces, bettering my pieces, improving my position, right? And it's very good to see. But it's also very equal, I think. So I think Daniel has nothing to be afraid of here in this position, especially now with the bishop on f6. The knight is on a better square. I think we have equality.
Absolutely, knight to c5. And yeah, obviously you don't want to take that. Actually, it begs the question, do you want to take that knight off the board? Because this knight versus the bishop, this bishop may not be so good on f6. It feels like it's a very strong bishop, but those pawns on b2 and c3 are holding down that bishop. So maybe that's something to consider, to take on c5.
That is correct. Maybe taking on c5 is an option. And then my choice would probably try to run the a-pawn down just to damage some of the structure. Maybe play e6 just to have some...
He does it!
By the way, he takes that, boy. It is there. We have a knight versus bishop now.
All right.
Studying your end games. E6 is definitely going to be a move to relieve the pressure. And the defense of this pawn, obviously, a4. I like it because now you can't do it. I mean, this was definitely a huge idea using the minority attack. That's what they call that. And the minority attack is actually stopped already. Like, very strong. Very strong awareness here from Artemiev.
Very positional player indeed. He evaluated the position and came to the conclusion that this bishop on f6 is not going anywhere. It's a very strong bishop. It stops any sort of attack. I mean, it's very safe on f6 or g7. But this knight might also be able to make something happen on the light square specifically. Imagine if the knight gets to d5, let's say. That would be the dream for white. There's still a pawn on e7, of course, but ideally you want to play knight to d5 now.
Right. Yeah, we will have to play knight d5 there, but unfortunately, chess.com doesn't let us do that.
It's crazy. I don't know why.
We are going to try it. I mean, sometimes, try it. Maybe over the board chess might work, but you have a better chance there. But here it's going to be too difficult.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long reroute.
Yeah. So
Long
queen to b7, and I really like that queen over there. But how do you continue? You need to bring in the knight in the action, actually.
Yeah, this one's difficult. This one's difficult here. I mean, again, the bishop is what we pointed out as being the piece that is wrong. Actually white has a very good stability. I think kind of some annoyance over here with this queen being right around the pawn. The queen has to stay here. Maybe d6 though. Queen d6, and we can try to advance this way slowly, doing the same thing white's doing. I think he's okay, but it's definitely preferred to be white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The question in the chat, do you happen to know who's better in Puzzle Rush, Artemiev or Danya? I want to know.
That's a good question. We can always go to their accounts too as well. You can just go to their accounts and check to see what they are in puzzles and Puzzle Rush to see who's higher rated. In fact, can we get that from you, chat?
Yeah, that would be awesome to hear. I have a feeling Danya is the favorite, but I wouldn't be surprised if Artemiev is also a very strong Puzzle Rush player.
I would love to see it.
Yeah, that would be interesting to hear, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm going to take Dan Naroditsky there. It's just what I've seen and known, but I don't know any of Artemiev's numbers. So I can only go with what I know there. Like, I only know Naroditsky got some great numbers up there, but let's see what he has. It's got to be Danya, right, Carlsen? Exactly. But, I mean, Artemiev convincingly, won that last match there. He's also very underrated. I mean, he's played in these matches before, meaning like he's played in the Miltwater stuff. I mean, he's played with, against Hikaru, like he beat Hikaru in a match once before. So it's not like, he hasn't been here before. It's just tough stuff. And Naroditsky has done the same. So definitely an even matchup, I think. Take, equal.
Yeah, this feels pretty equal, but I'm curious if Artemiev can get his knight to either d5 or c4. The problem is if you play knight d2 now, then you'll face d5 and you cannot get to c4. And on the other hand, I mean, you also want to play knight to d5, but it feels like you're not going to get there very easily. So what do you do?
A long time. It's a great question. In fact, I mean, centralizing of the king, maybe moving the knight and trying to get the king involved, but again, even d5 restricts everything. It just, yeah, I like this move. But when you get here, I mean, you're still restricted. Like, it's crazy how restricted you are when d5 happens. And you can't even go c4, which highlights how good the bishop is, obviously.
So the kings are getting closer to the center now. Now,
There's
if the
d5.
king of black also gets so close, it will be very difficult for white to make something happen. White has the initiative, I would say, but things can quickly turn around if you're not careful. This bishop can get really active.
Absolutely. Bishop can get active, but I mean, it's going to take a while. Like, you can't even get behind the pawns. Maybe you could try this route, but that's only going to end up hitting air there. Knight, king d6. I don't have any squares. So this is probably going to be a draw, chat. This is probably closer to a draw than anything else, but they are both pushing steel.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this game will take some time. The only problem here for white is that it's hard to bring the king closer. This is as close as you can get. I mean, maybe you want to play c4 to get the king all the way to b5, but that will come with some consequences, and you don't want to deal with that, perhaps. So you have to make a decision. Do you want to prepare to move c4, or do you try to maneuver the knight around?
That's a great question here. Maybe I even gain some space on the king side with f3 or f4, but even then, that's kind of just vague, really nothing. c4 I don't like because of king c5, and I actually have to make some concessions. If knight b5, I saw this, but I think I'm just going to go back, right? Knight b5,
yeah.
b4.
Yeah, it's hard to see where white's play is, and yeah, I guess now this allows knight c7, but where's the knight heading to? It doesn't really feel like there's any prospects when he goes to c7,
Right.
so...
Oh, knight e8. Right?
G4?
Nothing.
Wow.
G4, f3, f4, h3, h3.
I mean, the idea is clear. He puts his pawns on light squares to make sure that it cannot be attacked by the dark squared bishop. But it also weakens the pawn structure a lot. Because imagine if the black king gets all the way to the king side. Then how are you going to defend your pawns?
There's no way. Yeah, you're going to be in trouble there. You're going to be in trouble. Like, b4 never hurts either. Maybe sometimes you can get something like getting the knight to c2 and pushing b4. But even then, again, this is just drawn. Symmetrical, I mean, this is not the most symmetrical, obviously, because these two pawns here. But this is nothing. They're standoff, and this will be drawn. As it looks like. If we move the king to the wrong square, though, this will have some problems, which is the problem with a4. But we do have the knight, though, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, this looks like it's heading to a draw. Okay, we see some trade of pawns, so sorry. But it doesn't really change the situation much. Knight goes to a3. I mean, where is this knight heading to? This bishop is so centralized. It's controlling all the squares. So, yeah, I think this is heading to a draw.
Absolutely. 9 seconds here, though, for Artemiev. And Daniel is a guy to push. But, I mean, how are you going to push here without making really drastic decisions, like playing something like d4 or even b5, which you can't even play? So really he's trying to make something work here where there's really not much to do. So maybe some shuffling here, just trying to make no bad moves here. Obviously, easier said than done. h4 could make a weakness where the knight could jump around to. This is the problem with this. If you play like h4, the knight might get around there and you're going to have to stick around to there. But even then, I'm defending. So everything's drawn here. Wooden shield, exactly right. Yeah. I think it's just a wooden shield for both sides here.
Okay, just make sure you don't flag. Players are very low on the clock.
That's true. They are playing this boy out like a classical endgame right now. In this seconds, seconds they have. King takes. He took. Here we go.
It's a very critical move.
Whoa.
Okay, this is a draw. That's it.
Nothing crazy. Ooh-wee. Ooh, we can breathe there. We can breathe there. Wow. Got the draw.
All right. Yeah, that was a really tense game. It seemed like Artemiev was doing really well over there. But, okay, let's see what's happening here, actually. What's happening in the game between Jeffrey Xiong and Grischuk? Wow, Jeffrey taking the first game over here.
Chef Jeff with the first win of the match. And this is the second game here now. Okay. So we have King's Indian Attack versus, wow, King's Indian Sicilian Variation. I never heard of this. Wow. Okay, that's interesting. King's Indian Attack, Sicilian Variation. That's deep. That's a new one. Okay. D3. I like this from Black's point of view. I am a fan of bishops on G7. So, this is, I forgot this theory. I think if I go like here, But sometimes you can actually play b6 anyway, but it's probably not here because of knight d4. Not now. So maybe just queen d6, rook d8, bishop e6. The problem is this pawn, right? Yeah, bishop d7 makes sense, but the problem is this pawn. And sometimes stuff like knight d4 happens, which is really weird.
Yeah, and you have to be careful. Yeah, this is exactly why you want to make sure that you can take with the bishop on c6, and he does that. And yeah, it restricts black from taking on b2, as the pawn on c5 is now captured. And yeah, you can take the pawn b2 now, but yeah, it looks like, yeah, I'm not sure of which side I would pick here. Which side would you pick now?
To be honest, I'm actually going to take white because of the activity. But I mean, well, this reminds me of Grunfeld too, so it is stable. I would be fine in both positions here, to be honest. I do have the 2 pawns in the Grunfeld positions. A lot of times you have these type of end games with the long diagonal pressure, even at the cost of an exchange, and having, you know, this pawn being gone, and you just having this connection right here, classic right triangle, right, classic right. So it's pretty nice to have this little thing going. But white is able to hold this. As you see, both the rooks and the bishop are doing their thing here.
Right, and the move f5 is a rather surprising one. I'm not sure. I guess he wants to bring the king closer, so he wants to play king f7, king e6, king to d5, maybe even. That would make sense, as you need to bring your king closer to the center once you're in an endgame. And it's hard to see how either side can actually make progress here. I mean, maybe you can start something on the king side for either side, maybe even after f5, but it's not so clear. So yeah, and those pawns on the queen side are not really going anywhere.
Yeah, in fact, he played king f1 here. This is just showing how slow this game is going to be. King d1, king d2. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a grind here. But at the end of the day, I think black can have some slight pressure due to having 2 versus 1 on the queen side. In the in-game books, they talk about, of course, this being actually a better advantage than the king side, right? So even though there's a 5 versus 4, this isn't as dangerous as the 2 versus 1 on the queen side. So it's very important to know this. So if pieces trade down, black could actually have some kind of winning chance. It's not really realistic, but definitely very practical. As you said, king f7, king e6, king d5. If we get some rook trades in, black could have some chances with these 2 pawns.
Yeah, I like the move rook a6. It's basically creating all sorts of threats in the long run. I mean, the problem is you want to play rook b to a3, but you have another pawn on b2 there that wants to be defended, and it's really hard to do so if you move your rook. So how does white continue here? I guess I like the plan king e1, king d2, simply bring the king over and see what happens in the next few moves. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of chances for white here, I would say.
Lots of chances for white, 100%. Oh, yeah. Rook c2 I did see, so I guess he's allowing bishop b6. Because this is the whole idea, is you can't really, well, you can. He did it. You can move the rook, but this pawn is going to hang due to, obviously, this. So maybe he has, like, a double idea, or, like, maybe rook b8. Possible, but he takes on a7.
Yeah, it seems like he will not lose material there, at least, but... Yeah, the pawns are falling down on the queen side, so it seems like Grischuk will be able to be a pawn ahead. Let's see what he decides to do here. It's surprising that the players have so much time on their clock. We switched from bullet now to 5+1 back. Yeah, the players played the opening so quickly that they have over 3 minutes left now. And yeah, that makes it so different.
Yeah, having right, exactly. This extra 2 minutes, like, man, that's a long time. Forget that this is like one game. You know, feels like they've been playing a long time. This one game is so rich. There's so much going on in this one game that you just forget it. It is really just one game. And they have 5 minutes. Seems like a long time, especially with 3-0 being the dominant time control now.
Right, and Grischuk has spent now almost over a minute on this move. What is he thinking about? Is he calculating move bishop takes b6, or maybe he's deciding whether he wants to take with the rook on b6?
What
rook
is
b4?
This move? I don't even know. I have no idea what he's doing. Maybe rook a4. He really went into the think tank there, though. Came out on the other side. What on earth is he trying to do? We're about to find out in a minute. Rook to b4.
Yeah, it's rather surprising. I wonder what he's thinking about. Maybe after bishop takes b2. I don't know. Like, it makes a lot of sense that you at some point take on b6, but what is the idea behind this move? Does he want to play moves like rook h4, rook c4?
I'm very curious. Maybe it was some rook h4, rook a4. Maybe it also could have been a waiting move. Like, I'm not sure what he was calculating there. Well, he spent some time, and he did. Because he spent some time, you have to obviously trust the judgment there and figure out what was he thinking about. Very, very curious just to know. Rook a7 now should be, I mean, I would automatically, but I guess he doesn't like rook b2 now. And now you can't take on b6. That's a great move. Saying that, hey, remember that passed pawn, that's 2 versus 1. Or usually, right? Like, you got the 5 versus 4, but mine is about to be active before yours is. Rook a7, we're going to take on b2. We're going to probably trade this out, and look at that. And we have a pawn that's better than yours.
Okay, he attacks E5? The rook. E5 is still pinned, so he has to move the rook,
Bishop back. But then e3, so he's going to play here and rook b7. Bishop here, push, bishop back.
I guess rook c6 instead of bishop d4.
Yeah, you have to go here, huh? But then bishop e3, you give the pawn up. Wow.
Right.
Interesting.
Maybe this was his idea, to win the pawn like this instead.
I said right. Instead of doing it the other way, Rook here, bishop d4, but then he pushes. Maybe E3, you go e5. No, you still can't, right? So bishop c5, d4, bishop d6, and you snap. Oh, you can't even go bishop d6. So where do you put this bishop? This is such a bad thing for Jeffrey. I'm not gonna lie here. Like, this isn't that good. Push here, bishop out the way, takes. And I have the passers, but this is not really that hard. F3, E4. I'm not really that mad about this as black, to be honest.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good for black, G5? But Grischuk is spending quite some time. Yeah, maybe he thinks about bishop g5. There's bishop d6, bishop c7. I mean, you pick.
Yeah, this is a lot. Let me see what the engine likes, just to see how they would play this. They only say it's 0.7. Bishop g5, h4. Wow, what a move. And e3. E3 is definitely a move. h4, get out of here. Nobody's playing h4, bro. h4, wow. e3, played bishop f6, so now we take.
Oh, e5. You need to be careful that your bishop doesn't get trapped.
Yeah, bishop h6. He does. He goes for it, though, but I think he wants bishop h6. And we also have the check.
You do, yeah.
And then bishop h6. And they both work.
Oh, this doesn't look so great for white. I mean, white has had a pawn, but his bishop feels so stuck. And after e5, it looks very dangerous on h6, but it seems to work out. At least you always have the move h4. Now, g5 right away, you simply play bishop b8. The only square available. And, okay, you still gotta be careful here.
What a move, bishop b8. I can't move this. Maybe you pin it first. This is nice. Lock him down. Rook b7, bishop d6. I can sit here and walk the king up.
Mm-hmm.
Rook b7 here. Maybe there's king e6, though. Yeah, he's not going to allow that.
King g2. Okay, well, those pawns on the king side are pushing.
Yeah, this is draw. There's not. I don't think Jeffrey's losing this.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some chances, I guess, for Grischuk, but very slim. And something terribly needs to go wrong there.
Yeah, if these pawns were shifted literally 1 to 2 files over here, like one here, then this would be winning. But it's because they're all together. And then even we trade them out and I'm left with one, still most likely to be drawn. But white's pushing for more.
And Fulin is right. So he's down a full point on the scoreboard, and he has a pretty good position. Being up a pawn, it's just a question whether that's enough to win it. And it doesn't look like that, but let's see what he has in mind. He played the rook b4 now. Yeah, what is his plan? I'm not sure. I guess he's just taking it easy. King to f4 now, maybe. Okay, rook b5.
Yeah, he's 6 defends now. Yeah, they're going to shake hands very soon, or at least I'll agree. Probably. But maybe Jeffrey could actually push him on time, but really it's going to take, like you said, something drastic. You have to hang a whole piece here with white to lose this game. White's definitely playing for 2 results. Okay, rook here.
Okay, are they going to repeat? Okay, he plays rook e6.
Even if you get king e2, king d3, f3, and e4 in, we trade the pawns, then you have to trade on d5 too. This is a long game, and you don't have enough time for that. Grischuk does not have enough time for a long game.
Yeah. It's crazy. This game feels like a rapid game rather than a blitz game. They've been taking it so easy. Oh, rook b2, gotta be careful of that.
Very long game. Oh yeah, rook b2 for mate. Oof. That'd be gross. e4, then you lose a pawn check. Ugly stuff. Trying to make it work. Got the king around. Bishop c5. Could also push. Or you could think. I mean, you got a lot of time here, Grischuk. Okay, e4. Right, pawn takes, king takes. If you don't take, I actually have chances, weirdly enough.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough. But even now, he's still got chances. f5, he could try. Look at the eval bar, shift a little bit.
Yeah, rook d6. Oh, it got spooky.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. And now he's on the weakness, and that's tough. At least Jeffrey's up a game, right? So, like, if you lose one, then you're like, all right, you know, it is what it is. We keep fighting, but definitely this was a hard game. Yikes. I like how he did that, though. He, meaning Grischuk, when he split the pawns, he did it this way instead of keeping them connected. Keeping them connected would have been, I think, more draw chances, but here keeps it different. It's not as many draw chances.
Oh, Jeffrey shook his head. He completely missed that he's losing the pawn, and 2 pawns down is a bit too much. That should be easy to convert for Grischuk.
Very strong. Extremely strong stuff.
d5 now, and that pawn is unstoppable.
That's it. That's it. Jeffrey's going to play some few more moves here, obviously.
Yeah. Bishop b5 now. Rook g7.
d6.
Okay, d6 first.
Nothing going into e7.
And resigned.
It's 1-1. Tie game. Tie game. It's like, all right, hey, you know what? It is what it is. Tie game. Bounce back. Bounce back. Okay,
yeah, that was a good game by Grischuk. Took a while to make things happen, but he played it very solid and approached it in a very simple way. Now let's switch to the game between Artemiev and Danya. It seems like okay, so the match here is tight.
Yeah, I think they drew maybe 2 games. They're already in a 3-minute. This is a 3-0 game, a 3-1 game. So they must have drew both games.
They drew twice. So let's see. We are now in a 3+1 portion of this match. Let's see what happens here, as the games will now be a bit more fast-paced.
Oh, yeah. You see how fast they move into as well. And I think not only does Hikaru score very well here with this, like 60% in blitz games with this opening, also Artemiev does. I mean, maybe not 60%, but also the same that he plays this very, very well. It's also very annoying to face from the black side here because you got the double fianchetto. Now, white's not really very ambitious, but when black tries to be ambitious, and it feels like white just always has things under control because you do control both the diagonals. It's a very strong situation, a strong position, I think, to start with. But Daniel's just fine, already equal, I believe.
Yeah, his position looks pretty decent. It does look like white is ahead on development because the bishop is already on b2. But yeah, so far not much is going on, and we'll have to see how the position develops in the next few moves. To remind everyone what we're having here, this is the qualifier and this is a semifinal in the knockout stage, and the format is as follows: that the players play first to 7.5. Now we start with 2 games of 5+1, meaning 5 minutes plus 1 second increment each move. Then we have 4 games of 3 minutes plus 1 second increment per move, and then finally 8 games of 1+1. So first to 7.5 advances to the finals today. So yeah, let's see what will happen as the 5+1 portion already ended. Now we're in the 3+1.
In the 3+1 now, and we got those 8 bullet games. Like sometimes you could lose all the games going into the blitz, and then I mean that's not possible. We haven't seen that, right? But it is possible because of this format that you could lose 6 games and then come back all the way in the bullet, right? Very unlikely, but also it is possible. So this format is definitely different, and bullet is definitely going to be, you know, a test of who actually plays the best bullet chess here. It is also 1 second increment, so it's not true bullet. So the flagging aspect is not actually there. So if you're losing, you're probably going to lose that game a lot of times because of that 1 second increment. So it's definitely a different format here that you got to be prepared for and still play great chess in bullet.
Absolutely, and this game seems pretty balanced to me. The pawn structure is symmetrical. This bishop on g2 is strong, but I'm not sure if it's enough to give white a huge advantage here. I mean, the bishop is able, the black bishop is able to develop easily, and actually bishop takes c6 has been played, weakening the pawn structure, but is that enough?
You know, the annoying thing is I've actually studied some of this. This is sort of what they call the reverse Queen's Indian, is what this whole opening setup is. But it's really annoying because white does have a slight pull, I think. Because of the c6 pawn, of course, you do have two, not really versus one, but I mean, you have the better structure, right? And that's the only thing that white has, where a lot of times you can just not win games, but have a strategy based off of the pawn structure, obviously. And the pawn structure here is damaged. So our idea here is to just bully it and bully the pawn. And maybe not play knight c4, probably play knight c2, knight d4, right? With slow moves, really Artemiev style here. But I love what Naroditsky's doing is he's already challenging that whole thing that you want to do.
Right,
A6,
if you
A4,
have a
stuff.
pawn structure problem, exactly, pushing a4 is the right approach, making sure that you get rid of one problem, because he basically has two problems now. And if he plays a4, at least he gets rid of one problem, and he also gives white a problem on b3, basically.
Absolutely. But I think you're almost still kind of facing 2 versus 1. Well, maybe we'll have a pass pawn too. The idea here is a4 after b takes a4, double pawns. We're obviously going to win one back, and we have a pass pawn of our own. But white has one too as well, which makes it level. Knight needs to move somewhere, though. Probably c2.
You want to get the knight to
possible.
c5.
Yeah, that'd be great. It's an excellent outpost or excellent square for the knight. In fact, Spassky says that the most important square for a pawn is the one in front of it. So it's very important to have a, knight c5. Put a knight on c5. Very common idea. It's going to take a while. Knight b1. I knew he just did this. Like knight b1.
We're setting up for the next game.
The memes. For the memes. He did it for the memes, chat. That's exactly why. Knight b1. Now a4 is really strong. Maybe just go b4. But in a3. I don't know about that.
Gotta be careful with that. Okay, he plays c5. Interesting. He wants to play c4.
Yeah, he wants to get rid of the weakness, my weak pawn. So maybe go knight d2, which is play, and then rook c1. So it's a back and forth here.
Yeah,
a4, rook c1 anyway?
Okay.
No,
you always have rook a5, I guess.
That is true. Rook a5, and then take. We just kind of liquidate everything there. But you can also take on a2.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like white is actually able to make progress here. And
Black is the one making progress. Let's go. This Russian endgame. They both Russian, though. Right, there you go. Look at him working. King on e5, big fella. And the man working. Now you have to defend him. You don't have to, but, I think black has some activity, which could be huge. But okay, exactly, Chris Link in the chat. Right, but okay. Activity, but okay. So rook a5 with defending c5. And I think black has some chances, but also white does as well. Artemiev is low on time for sure.
And I see f5 coming up any moment. Okay, bishop d5 instead, attacking that knight. And if you play bishop c6, okay, bishop b3. I like that move even more. Making sure that if you push c4, your bishop is defended, and your bishop will be defending that pawn over there. And it looks like black is the one playing for a win now.
I just wanted to make sure, like, did you go there? Like, that's provocative. Let's just not do that. So he got up out of there. Like, I just don't want to do that. King c6. That's annoying. His king's active too, huh? Okay. All right. Got to go back home, says Danya. Bishop d5, rook a4. They're moving a little bit quicker here. Artemiev's going to have to find lots of moves very fast, and he has to be accurate. 9 seconds here.
f5. What a move. Stopping the move e4 whatsoever.
Not being able to play it. He's trying to grind this boy out. Grinding a high-level in-game. Draw by agreement.
Oh, wow. That's rather surprising.
Wow. Well, that's a gentleman's draw there. In fact, I think Danya is a gentleman for real, even over the board bullet, right? Like his sloppy games and we having moves and just moves got real sloppy. And then he says, oh, no, we'll take a draw there. It's like it's, very gentleman-like. He's a great guy, as we know, Chad. Took a draw there. 3 draws. Yeah, these guys are back-to-back draws. That is definitely a huge match between them. Equal so far.
Yeah, maybe he feels more confident in the bullet portion of the match. I know that the bullet portion in the last match of Danya did not go his way as much as he wanted to, but maybe he feels more confident against Artemiev to play in the bullet. So let's see how he will do there as we're heading to the match between Jeffrey Xiong and Alexander Grischuk. What's going on here?
Oh my goodness! Get him off the board! Get him off the... What are you doing?
Oh my goodness!
What are you doing? Let's look at the fate. What is he doing?
Oh, he shook his head. Oh my goodness.
Real quick. What are you doing?
Oh,
Nate, bro.
that can happen to anyone, as you can see. And he wasn't had an exchange. I mean, he did not have the greatest position. I mean, being up in exchange doesn't mean much. It didn't seem like he could convert that whatsoever. But allowing the checkmate, it hurts a lot.
Yeah, that hurts. That hurts. And Chef Jeff gonna take that one and like, all right, let's set up for the next show here. Chef Jeff with a dub. He got up out of there. He was slightly worse. I mean, but he had the compensation. And Grischuk hangs a mate in 2. Well, maybe like 3 or 4 if you do the engine moves. Block with your queen, and then king h7, queen g8 mate, right? So, whew, Chef Jeff is up in the match by 1.
Yeah, now what's going on in this game? It feels like, yeah, the pawn structure is interesting. Playing a3, it weakens the square b3, but for the moment, it's not able for black to make use of that. Yeah, what is White afraid? What is White's plan, actually? Queen to d1? Is he heading to the
I've
queen
never been
side?
a fan of these. Yeah, I've never been a fan of these from the white side here. I mean, when I'm playing against the Sicilian, I am just trying to play aggressively, obviously, but it is based off style once again. But here, I mean, black just has space. Look at this. I have the space. You see this a lot in the French defenses with the pawn more on d5 against the King's Indian attack. But, I mean, I have a King's Indian attack type flair to this without having the pawn on d5, and I'm not getting attacked. So black's actually doing very well here. Of course, Engine says +1. Interesting. Engine always just, obliterates all of your thoughts. You may think that you're great, and the engine's like you are nowhere near it. So, of course, but here it is equal now. I think black does have a good space advantage, and at least equal.
Yeah, and we're back to a French type of structure. A very typical move in these kind of situations is the move f6. But for the time being, there is a weakness on e6 then. So you have to make sure that you defend that pawn on e6. And yeah, as you said, black has a nice space advantage on the queen side. But how do you follow up on that? And as we see, white is focusing on the king side now. Very typical to attack on the king side, get that pawn march going with queen d2, and maybe even bishop to h6, bishop g5. There's all sorts of ideas as you're highlighting.
This is more of a King's Indian attack without the knight. You're missing the knight that reroutes itself. Usually this bishop sits on g2. h4 is played to play bishop h3, also deterring an f6. The rook is nicely placed on e5. You play h5, h6. And then you also put the queen on d2, as Anna highlighted as well. But we're missing one of the knights. So this actually makes this a different, more difficult attack to execute. But you still have bishop h3, knight g5. If h6, you do have possibilities of even sacking king g2, sacking the knight, and then trying to mate on the h file. But this takes a long time.
At the same time, Jeffrey is preparing some attack on the pawn a4 as he played queen d7. And then once the knight on c6 will be removed, so for example, knight a7 or knight d8, wherever you want to go, you will attack the pawn a4 followed by b3. And suddenly it will be very difficult for white to defend this pawn a4. But at the same time, white is attacking on the king side, knight to g5. How do you deal with that? Knight to d8.
Knight g5 when we live. He went knight d8, and I think I'm bishop h3 is definitely looking good here. This is deterring f6 once again. Bishop h3 is a move. Maybe you have queen h5. Hold up. Queen h5, h6. Bishop h3. Sack that boy. He takes g6, queen h6. Bishop g4, king d2, rook h1. It's very possible, but queen h5 is a real move. Just go for it, right? But I mean, well, let's see. What is the engine like? What do you like here? He went queen b1. Interesting.
Oh, h5.
Oh, that was nice. Oh, what a move. I love queen b1. Because h6 you can't play, so you have to play g6. What a move. Something felt fishy there, right? So queen b1, I like this option. Now h5. Take once again using the file. h6. I think we just sack it.
Ooh,
nah, don't do that.
You really want to sack that, huh?
We gotta sack something. We got to, right?
Nope, not today.
No, not today.
Maybe
not
on
today.
g5. Who knows? Still possible.
Sack first, think later. Grandfather Tao says knight h2, knight g4 is a thing, and we can play f4 as well.
That looks very convincing, actually, because I mean, you can defend the pawn h6 by playing king g7, but things feel very loose, especially after the move you suggested, f4. Ugh.
Right, and you can. There it is. By the way, he played it anyway.
F5.
Yeah. What a beast! Because I was like, he can't play f6 because I got the check. Like, were you looking crazy? Then he played f5 and says, no, Canty, you're looking crazy. In fact, f5 is a much better move than f6. Queen g6, queen f7, knight h6. Whoo, get him off the board. Bishop, look at this. I mean, pawn chain. Talk about it. I can never get this bishop here. Like, you see this? I can never do it. What a pawn chain. Wow. Wait. Huh?
Yeah, you cannot defend this pawn h6. If you would have played knight f7, there was knight f6 and it's checkmate actually. Not even taking the queen, it's checkmate.
Ugh. Oh, man. This is gross.
This is why you need the light squared bishop, Kanti, in the French.
That's right. Yeah, this is why you trying to justify the light square bishop. That's definitely a French player right there. Definitely a French player, guys. We have a French player. This is Anna trying to justify her terrible bad bishop. So, like, this is why you need it. In fact, it's funny. F4, pawn takes, bishop takes, and takes. This was nice. Knight h6 was a move, though, as well.
Yeah, this looks pretty devastating for black. It's really hard to defend over here. It feels like the position is simply falling apart. Just a few moves, and I think Grischuk has this in the bag.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he has it in the bag as well here. They're going back and forth, blow for blow. And, it's nice. I wonder who favored in the bullet here. I'm going to go with Jeffrey, but, I mean, Grischuk just had a bullet match. So, I mean, he's in great form in bullet chess, too. But, I mean, it's just funny that, like, Grischuk being so low on time is actually very nice in bullet chess. Like, very good in bullet chess, believe it or not. So I think an even matchup still. Takes, check.
Bishop h3 or rook e3 maybe.
Bishop h3, yeah. Bishop h3 is beautiful. Absolutely.
Looks like everything just works. H2. Like, how do you... If you give black, like, 5 moves, like, how do you save yourself?
I just was like, shoot, you're right. I don't even know where to go. Where does this knight go? Okay, 5 moves? That's a lot. I still can't find a great plan. Yeah, that's a resi. Sheesh.
And that's it.
Resi after 1 move. Can now attack for the win there. And Naroditsky in a time scramble here. 2 seconds left. Artemiev. Wait, the eval bar went nuts for a second. Is he? Huh? Draw? Wait, what? It's equal. Oh my goodness.
What is going on?
What is going on right now? Okay. All right. Oof, man. A magician. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, we tuned in at a very crazy situation, but okay, so it seems like, wait, that just drops the pawn on c6, and where is the compensation for it? Well, it looks like white is heading to a winning position. Look at that pawn.
Take the pawn and then give me the
other another one.
Drop. There we go. We take these all day, every day. Come on, Daniel, you gotta move.
Christmas starting early.
Gotta move, bro. Christmas starting early. That's right, chat. Christmas starting early. Come on, you gotta move.
Rook f6
is the idea. Rook f6, take those. I mean, probably
there's
draw.
Still
probably
some
draw,
chances. This pawn d5.
Definitely chances. King f5, king h3. Okay. Oh, he pushes. And 2 seconds.
Ooh, gotta move fast.
Oh, draw. The chess is so
you're
hard.
not moving those pawns up anymore.
D8? Oh, wait, it's draw. It's draw. It's draw.
Oh.
Yeah, the idea is queen check. It's draw. Unbelievable. Wow.
You're just taking those pawns. What a save.
Wow. Well, yeah, what a save there. Every game's a draw. Every game. They are like, every game it's been a draw, chat. Every game.
What a save by Artemiev. That was not looking good at the end. And a small misplay. I mean, that goes to show rook end games are so tricky. They are so tricky. It feels like they're always meant to be a draw, but this one was close to be a winning one for white.
It was very close, of course. I mean, you take a short break, you might get some water, stretch, do some push-ups, pull-ups, right? Whatever. Do something and get the blood flowing here. Something's got to shake here, of course. And we're moving into the bullet, though, like we said before. Maybe he just wants to get there and go to the bullet portion.
Yes, we are heading to a short break, guys. We'll be back after the break, continuing the 3+1 portion of the matches. The matches, both of them are tied, so don't go anywhere. Make sure to stick around. We will take a short break. This is the 2022 Speed Chess Championship. See you in a bit, guys. Welcome back, everyone. This is the 2022 Speed Chess Championship second qualifier. And here we see Jeffrey getting ready for his game against Alexander Grischuk. Did you know, Kanti, that Jeffrey recently started streaming?
I did. In fact, actually, I talked with him a lot. I actually did some commentary with him. He has a nice channel, of course. He's spending a lot of time calling Daniel Naroditsky and Robert Hess. In fact, shout out to Big Hess, and they're giving him advice. In fact, on streaming. In fact, so I've actually helped him a little bit too. Got him in Discord.
Oh.
Jeffrey is a big streamer. Chat. Make sure you go follow him, guys. He streams every day.
Yeah, make sure to send him some love, everyone. Make sure to follow his channel and check it out, as he has been commentating quite a bit recently, but also decided to start streaming. So it's really awesome to see a top player deciding to start streaming. We'd love to see that. And let's see, the games have started now, guys. We are still in the 3+1 portion of the matches. We'll have 2 more games of 3+1 before we head into the bullet portion of the matches. So let's see what we have here.
That's correct. In fact, we have Naroditsky and Artemiev here going at it. This is that same opening, but he kind of improvised here, made something different than Queens on C7 now. It's a little bit different than the last game. So more of just like a King's Indian setup, but with Queen C7.
Right, okay.
Very
Rook
stable,
E1.
easy.
Yeah, they're taking it easy right here. There's still a lot of a lot of ideas in the position. It's a very rich position. I'm curious to see where this bishop on c8 will go. Will it decide to go to g4 to trade for the knight on f3, or will it have other plans maybe?
You know, I'm not even going to lie. I actually like White's position here. I'm not the biggest fan of what's going on. Reason being is because of the weakness on d6. This gives me the Perk vibes, or Pierce, especially for everybody. It's like, oh, it's pronounced Pierce, right? But of course, Perk or Pierce is in that opening here with the bishop on g7, right? The bishop on g7 here, usually it's on e7. A lot of times you see it on g7 here too. But this is very weak. This is a very weak pawn and a very weak square that White can definitely capitalize on if Black is not careful here. It's just a huge weakness. e5, you put a piece on d6, and then you also put the rook on d1 and stuff like that. So it can be very, very scary for the person playing Black here. Knight to b6, though, I am a big fan of that, trying to get rid of that whole idea because d6 is a weak square.
Did you see that on the camera of Danya? There was someone walking in with another cup of coffee or tea. I assume coffee.
Wow.
But yeah, he got some service right there.
Probably his mom. Yeah, mom. Grant on says, hi, Mom. Grant in the chat. Yeah, that's Mom.
Love to see that.
Mom, fetch me some tea, please. Mother, can you give me some tea? Danya just getting the gourmet service here from Mom. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing, right?
Yeah,
Right,
it's so cool following those matches when the players are, you know, at their home or wherever they are. And over the board events, you don't really see these kind of personal experiences. But during those matches, they're in their comfort zone, they're in their homes, and it's such a different vibe. And we get to see these kind of moments from time to time, and it makes it so amazing.
Absolutely, of course. Right, makes it amazing here, and she understands that he's playing on a suppressor here, so she wanted to make sure that he's good to go, and he has his tea as he sips it with his pinky up every time. Let's get it, Chris. Danya, come on, dog. Rooting for Danya here. Oh, that was a bad
Hold
sequence,
up there. What
though.
was that?
Something is wrong. It might be knight takes an e5. It's a very possible thing.
It seemed like Danya missed an opportunity there. It's hard to see what was. And maybe he had to take on e5 and make use of the fact that White has some double pawns in the center, but it's hard to say if that's actually much better for him. And now, okay, the pawn d4 was not captured back. Okay, the knight was hanging. That's the reason why. Draws back to d3, and now you have to defend this pawn b4. What do you do about it? He ignores it. Okay.
In fact, yeah, he ignores it because e5 is such a big threat here, winning some huge material there. So he plays bishop b7, says whatever. You can have the little pawn, which he doesn't take yet. And now there's a queen b6. So he's allowing him to take it, but I guess he wants to extra tempi with knight to c4. The queen has to move somewhere else. Maybe we can take on b4. And again, the d6 square, which we highlighted earlier, is now a very juicy prospect for us. Bishop takes d4 also. I mean, it's a lot of pieces on this file here. He takes it, but there is a lot of pieces on this file. Feels like tactically something's wrong there, but I mean, something's got to shake here, and we have to move very fast here for Danya and figure this out, or this could be a first L. A lot of times one L leads to many, too, as well psychologically. Many draws happen. We take an L, and it's hard to recover sometimes. Now, I believe in Danya here, but this is definitely a difficult position.
Right, and now e5 has been played, and it's a very tough position for black. The pieces feel a little bit cramped up together, whereas white's pieces can easily become very active. You can play knight c4, knight e4. You can get the other knight to c5. I mean, you don't have to. You can keep defending the pawn e5, but there's so much potential in white's position. And for black, it's not so clear. This pawn e5 is quite a disturbing one for black.
Yeah, it's definitely a disturbing, position. I would say right now, my queen's on b8. Like, this is not fun. I don't like my queen on b8. Takes, king takes. So we got some play. I think what Daniel is so good at is complicating things and tactics, just like in Hikaru way. And I've actually learned from both of them as a player myself to complicate things. And, my strength is tactics. One of my biggest things is loving tactics all the day, every day. Naroditsky, Hikaru, same way. In many positions like that. And I think he had a great job of complicating it. And white still seems like a favorite, but not by much anymore. In fact, after the complications there, looked like it favored Daniel a little bit there. This knight's a little bit better than the bishop due to placement, but I think Daniel's okay. Hinton thinks otherwise right now, I guess because of the activity. Oh, look at the time. Oh, we got to move, bro. We got to move, bro. We got to move.
It's looking dangerous. It seems like black is able to hold it together, but it's very tough. I mean, the rook on the 7th rank.
Everything.
Ooh, that's rough. Rook b7 is a really tough one to deal with.
How do I get out of this? I don't even think I can. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, knight b6, knight d6, also possible after that. It's just falling apart all of a sudden.
7, and then bring the other rook down. I mean, where do you even put the queen at? Like, I have to say somewhere like here in rook e7. Like, come on now.
You cannot defend the pawn f7 anymore.
That's it, chat. That's it. And they're just
b8
on one game here.
Trying to trade off the rooks.
Rook f7 is a blunder, so you want rook d7. That's it. That's it. That's it. Something happened there. Quick
I'm
eval
not entirely
change.
sure what the key move was there.
Rook takes and queen g8. Extremely passive.
Maybe there was some. No. I was hoping to sacrifice on b3, but I'm pretty sure that was not possible.
Right? Yeah, right. We trying it. We looking for it.
But what is the win? Okay, he traded the rooks off the board. That helps Danya a little bit.
Wait a second. Oh, he takes a pawn.
It's a pawn. Well, you can play bishop c3 maybe.
That's exactly the play. Let's go. We fighting. Come on,
rook takes b3, and where is the win? Okay, the bishop is pinned. Okay, now bishop b2 is possible next move, and seems like Danya saved it.
Is he gonna save it again? The magician. Is he gonna save it again? 3 versus 2 here.
And he's down a pawn, but he has a very strong bishop that is not going to allow the knight to jump around wherever he wants to.
Come on, bro. Just repeat it out, bro. Just trade the pieces. You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. You want to draw, right? We can take this thing to bullet.
Yeah, the players are very low on the clock, so anything can happen. And the worst thing when you're in time trouble is to deal with a knight. It's the worst piece to deal with.
The stupid checks. You're like, stupid knight. Why do they make these? Like, why do I have to play with these? Why do I have to play? But then when you do the fork, you're like, see, I love the knight.
Yeah, this is why.
Double-edged sword there.
Knight takes h7 and...
Stupid knight. Why do I play with these, right? Stupid knight. Annoyed. Immediately annoyed. Yeah,
and this is really hard to defend now. This should be winning. I mean, this is now 3 pawns. I think Danya is simply hoping for some stalemate, but okay, rook g7.
Stalemate! Oh, get him off the board! Get him off! The magician lives!
No
the
way!
magician lives! Oh my goodness! What is wrong with him? What is wrong? Hey, you need to go check yourself.
That's nasty, but
my
honestly,
goodness, man. Wow.
It's in his full right.
Wow. Danya need to go wash himself up after that one. You need to go take a shower, young man. Wow. That was amazing. A draw. It's a draw.
He pulled off a rose and right there.
What do you think this is? Oh, man. What is he doing?
And what is this opening as well? What is going on?
Wow. The magician lives to tell the story, chat.
Isn't it crazy that this match has a start of 5 draws, and the last 2 draws were winning by both sides?
Both sides. And imagine, I mean, there was no way that happens. You know what I mean? And it just happened. You're like, let me just play H6, draw. Got him.
Got him,
bro.
Why did you blunder the 3rd pawn? Why on earth would you do that? This is why. He showed us.
This is why. I am the magician. Don't ever question my methods. Like, okay, sorry. Never question your methods. Sorry we ever questioned you, Danya.
Oh, wow, that was simply beautiful. We have Photo Chess in the chat. Shout out to Maria Photo Chess. Thank you so much for the 669 bits. Nice. Very nice.
Nice. Very nice. Nice. Very nice. Photo Chess in the chat. Okay. 5 draws on the front of my bench. I hope to see Danya win now. Yeah. Now that should, I would have some energy. That's a momentum swinging game, in fact. I think the momentum can definitely swing in Danya's favor by a lot here. But Artemiev, I mean, look at the score. I mean, rating 31-15. They're evenly matched here. Every game has been a draw. I think this is the first match we've seen like this. Every game is a draw. Every single game.
And they're not boring draws. You know, you'd say like, okay, they're just shuffling around. It's, dry chess. But no, they're making it as exciting as it can be.
Oh, man, we thought that was going to be a momentum swing. But in fact, it is. And it may be in Danya's favor there after that draw there. And, of course, Artemiev knew he was winning. I mean, it was over. He had a game there. He had his first win in the bag. All he had to do was not stalemate. And he stalemated.
Yeah, let's see how the next game is developing, as it seems like Artemiev has a decent position, but I do like White's pieces. I mean, you can always play the move knight e4. The only downside I feel like in White's position is his pawn f4. It is not supposed to be there. And typically you want to make use of the fact that you play f4 and then maybe follow up with an attack, but there's no attack. Black is defending so well on the king side, so what's next?
Yeah, this is just going to be an outplay me or you out or I outplay you kind of thing. I mean, I think the weaknesses level out as c6 is drastically weak. Of course, this is a very weak pawn to target rook a6 and also tying down the a7 pawn. Attacking this maybe later, playing bishop e3 now makes sense. I mean, d4 is tempting and then c5, but I guess that makes holes and weaknesses. So very possible, but definitely rook a6 is probably on the radar.
Yeah, there's a lot of ideas here in this position. I mean, you want to get the knight to c5 perhaps, but yeah, I mean, Black will simply not allow you to do that very easily and quickly. Yes, pawn f4 remains a problem. Maybe Black wants to play moves like queen g4 to put some pressure and start attacking on the king side, followed by knight h4 type of moves. But he's giving up that pawn.
What is he doing? Oh, he got some tactics up his sleeve. It might
maybe
be rook
takes.
take
on e7 maybe even?
But I take on d7, right? So rook takes. What if you take on a7? Rook takes, bishop h4, rook takes. I mean,
okay, then you lose the rook.
Right, that's not enough there. There's not enough. I don't understand that one. Let me see. Can I take this pawn? Apparently you can't. The engine doesn't say
why. Oh, he doesn't
either.
take.
Rook
Okay.
a7. Maybe there's something there, obviously. It's a fishy pawn. Very fishy. And we couldn't see it there. Of course, I take that kind of stuff all the time. And Yasser, right? Give me the pawn. I'm going to take it. So risky. I understand. He goes bishop d2. Backs up.
Knight h4 makes a lot of sense. Preparing moves like queen g4 once again. Hitting that pawn on f4, but also threatening checkmate on g2. Also preparing moves like knight f3. So there's a lot of potential there. And White needs to be a bit careful.
And rook to e1. Are we going to have another draw here? Are we going to? I mean, first thought was just like, yo, are we about to? Is this what we really doing here today? This is what we doing.
You know what's funny? In the semifinals, we don't have an Armageddon situation just yet. They will go all the way until someone wins. So either we're here for a very long time or, something must change.
Yeah, something's got to change here. But definitely, I mean, I think there's chances for both sides, but I think this is a 2-result kind of game. Like, no, unless you see some drastic time differences, which, you know what? I'm going to say Naroditsky actually already has a huge time edge, which gives him an edge just period. I mean, in these time controls, the lower the time gets, the stronger Naroditsky gets, right? So this is draw by agreement at every game. Every
6
single
draws,
game
insane.
has been a draw. Every single game. Well, let's go see what Jeffrey doing. Where's Jeff at?
Yeah, let's see how that match is going. Ooh, yeah, it looks like there's still a 1-point deficit. Oh, this game was won by Grischuk. Oh, he missed this one. Wow.
Here it is. Okay, 3-1. Wait, where's the other game?
Let's see if we can pull up
Jeffrey.
that game.
Oh, they're in bullet. Oh, bullet. Bullet starts
this
now.
match has started in the bullet section. Okay.
Yeah, bullet already started. Here it is, chat. All right, well, I'm taking Danya all the way in bullet. And in that Jeffrey Grischuk match, I wanted, obviously I have my picks who I want to go. So Jeffrey's the favorite, my pick, but I don't see a side difference. I mean, they play incredibly strong, especially Grischuk. He's playing incredibly strong right here.
Let's have a look at Jeffrey's game to see what's going on there. Because we haven't seen that match in a while now. Okay.
Down a game.
Yeah, what's going on here? I like White's position, but there's a reason why Black has a pair of bishops, and in return for that, 2 double pawns. So, yeah, I would say, I guess I would pick the White pieces for the simple reason that those pawns are really annoying to deal with for Black.
I'm a fan of it too as well. I mean, again, the square in front of the pawn is the most important square. So we do have knight h4, we have knight f5 here, but then there's a knight d6. He understands that e4 I like, Engine didn't like it as much, but as a human practical chance, we're about to open up the file here. Like this looks pretty good. I like Jeffrey's chance. You also have knight g3, put the knight on f5, and just really bully the f5 square. But knight d6 once again. Maybe rook e1 first. Castles, then knight g3. He played knight g3, but that move order difference. Knight d6, maybe rook e1 anyway. Is his idea. King d7 after that. King d7. King f8, something. I understand.
Yeah, ideally, you want to push the pawn all the way to f5. I mean, obviously, Grischuk is not going to allow you to do that so easily, but f4, f5, and that bishop is trapped, or simply a pawn. Oh, now f4. Okay, the knight is hanging on h4, so that was a problem, but that bishop on g6 is very close to become a pawn.
Very close, in fact, and indeed, we do have some counterplay here from White. Very nice. Rook d7, I can take here. And take, but it's probably not necessary. We got to do something, though. Yeah, we have to do something.
And rook d7,
that was a real threat. And now rook d7, there it is.
But rook h2, I'm also picking up some pawns in the second ring.
Grischuk playing too strongly. Dude, that was good, though. Nice little sequence. Rook looking crazy right now. We can gobble some pawns on the way up. Or on the way out, rook takes. That was a good move.
And rook c2. This looks like it's heading to a draw. But anything can still happen. I mean, this king is heading towards the king side. You have to play f6 to make sure king g5 is not happening. And at the same time, this king on d5 might be able to infiltrate on the queen side. So anything can still happen here.
Anything can happen, especially Grischuk being down time, which is, what else is new. But of course, he actually was up time in a few matches here, which is unbelievable here. He's a great bullet player here. And, this looks like a draw.
Yeah, rook to b1, you could simply give a check on d2. And if anything, rook d3, and your pawn is safe.
Try to walk over. Play f3. Rook defends both. Do we have chances? Wait a second. f3. Oh, maybe you go here. Yep.
Yeah, you stop the king from going to the fourth.
Excellent.
To c4.
Oof. Sheesh, you can't take that. Grischuk with a find. Oof.
Okay, yeah, this looks like a draw pretty much. I don't see anything crazy happen here. You're playing it very well. Rook g3 now, and
yeah,
rook c2. Very precise play by both sides.
Yep. Okay, it's gonna be draw probably. You always like to just wait, just to see before you leave. Is it a draw? Okay, perfect.
Is it a draw or not? Unless...
just in case, right? Never know. Sometimes crazy stuff happens. Okay. In this position, Naroditsky, man, these guys are just evenly matched. There's just nothing else to say there. I mean, every game has been very close to equal. Every game, all game, equal.
Even their first bullet game.
First bullet game. Like, come on, bro. Bullet games? Y'all can't. Can we get something from y'all? Can we get something? I don't even care who win now. Like, we just want to see something from these guys. No, but it's great chess at the end of the day. And they're evenly matched. And they're going to keep going. And it's going to come down probably to like one game.
Yeah, and that one game might, I mean, you don't know what's going to happen, but that draw that Artemiev was winning 100%, that stalemate, might hurt him now. It might actually start to hurt him as the match is still tied.
Right, that was huge. That was huge. I mean, I think that was a psychological win.
No.
For
no.
Danya.
Oh, God. At
Hey,
this
can we
point,
get,
it's becoming a meme.
Every game draw. Every game. I ain't never seen that one. That's a new one. And this is like, they're not trying. You know what I mean? Like, they're actually playing the game. And every game's a draw. They're actually playing.
Crazy.
Wow. Every game.
Yeah, I wonder what the decider is going to be. I mean, you cannot beat Danya apparently because he finds the stalemate. But Artemiev is also, holding down the fort really well there.
Oh man, he is right. He is definitely holding down the fort there. Speaking of holding down the fort, it looks like Alexander Grischuk is going to have to do that here against Jeffrey with this nasty pawn structure he has. Now we're doubled as well. What's the pawn count? 3, 4, 5. Even. Oh no, we're up a pawn. 3, 6. Oh yeah, it's even. Even. For some reason, this feels like one pawn. But yeah, double pawns. I think black has the activity. We're hitting this. Bishop d3 was no good, huh?
Ooh, b4, what a move.
Wow.
After c takes b4, rook
so
takes e3,
strong.
you lose a bishop on e2.
Yep. Beautiful.
Ooh.
Beautiful.
Tactics.
Jeffrey spotting tactics. There it is. Chef Jeff cooking up something special. Rook takes e4. On tap, f3, defends it. Dang. That was not a good move, apparently.
Yeah, the Evil Bar is really skeptical about the play of the players, but it looks very logical to me. And to me, it looks like black has this in the back. The pawn majority on the queen side is going to be crushing. Rook b2, very nice move. And you're forced to play king e3.
That's it. C4 is going to do it.
Ooh.
C4 is going to do it. We getting a dub. Looks like Jeffrey might get a dub here. And this is back and forth. These are even matches. Like this one more fighting than the other. In fact, I mean, they're both fighting, but definitely more back and forth here instead of draws. King c5 hangs the bishop.
Yeah, you have to play really precise here.
Look at this structure. When do you ever have this?
You can't make it up.
Strange structure. Can't make this up, bro. Look at this. B4 definitely taking black all day here. B3 anyway? Exactly.
Yeah, why not?
It was B3 anyway.
C2.
Okay, take back.
That's it.
Yeah. C2. GG.
And the match is tied now, 4-4. Wow.
Let's see what they doing. Time scramble. And what's the eval bar say? Zeros.
Surprise.
That's all right.
Hold up.
Can't make this up.
A5, E5
now. But I don't even believe in this +1 at this point. I need to see something.
Yeah, okay, you need more than this. We have seen it all.
I need more than this +1, bro. Like, you're not fooling me. Naroditsky was losing and still drew the game. So, pawn takes. This is still doable. Yeah, we good. We're good. 96 is
we're chilling. Knight on c5, knight f5. Why not?
I think I had knight b3 there. Take everything. Knight b3 first. Nice little in between. Engine didn't like it. Knight c5. Can we take that and run the king over?
Ooh, knight to c6 is dangerous.
2 seconds. He got to move. Move.
Oh my. Both are so resourceful. Look at that. Knight e4. What do you do against the rook e2? Knight c3?
Oh, man, he made a move with 1 second on the clock. Knight f7. He's going down. Knight c3. What is going on right now? What is going on?
King takes c7. Knight c6. Oh, and the pawn would promote. This is the first win in this match. Artemiev wins the game. Wow.
We got to stay here because it's about to get heated. And Naroditsky hate to lose. And so it's about to get heated. So we about to stay here for a second chat. It's about to get spicy. Danya, first loss, right? He's the first blood struck there. So we're about to get back, says Danya.
Let's see if he can come back from this, as there's not a lot of games left. I mean, we still have quite a few bullet games ahead of us. It's first to 7.5, everyone. So in order to win, Vladislav Artemiev needs to gain 2.5 points. So
that's it, 2.5 clinches the match for him.
Yeah.
But of course, we can see anything. These games have been to the wire, right? They just took a small blunder there, and even then, it almost didn't work for Artemiev there. So we'll see what happens. This was not a good move. Knight f to d4, and didn't like this that much, but then it calibrates. But knight f to d4, so after rook takes, I guess knight takes. Whoa, we took a pawn there too, huh? That's kind of nifty. What is this?
Okay.
Whoa. I mean, you got to sit up in the chair on that one. What is this move? Look at all these pieces in the center. Like, look at this.
You're all hugging.
You don't get this every day. Hi, guys. Party in the center. Make sure you're calculating.
Yeah, I mean, the threat is basically, I mean, you have c3 available. The pawn on c7 can be a target. Basically, the threat is knight takes c6 and knight takes c7 right away. So that's why d6 was played, to cover that diagonal. So the bishop will not attack your pawn on c7. And yeah, you can now win your pawn back by playing bishop takes c6. Okay, it was black to move, so you have to move your rook now.
Moves the rook. And what do we do next? Oh, I can't go bishop g5. I can't go rook h3. This might have been a slight error. Do you want to play bishop h6 too as well? Rook might have been better placed on e2, but
rook g3 maybe.
Okay, we got rook g3.
So great.
Yeah, here it is. It's not that. I mean, this doesn't look that good, but it you know, you never know. It's bullet chess. Things happen. h3 hit the knight.
Yeah, the players are down to 20 seconds now, so let's see as the players are speeding up here. Queen d4 is the potential move.
Yeah,
he does
it. Too, by the way. Queen d4. c5. Ooh, might have to play this. Ooh,
I'll take that.
Wait, knight.
I'll take it.
Hold on. Wait, that's a concession.
Oh, he sacrifices.
Sacrifices.
Knight h5, knight e8.
Aw, he finds everything, bro. Get out of here. How do you find these moves? Like, come on. Can I break? Can I get a break here?
Yeah, I guess you wanna at least get the bishop if you have to lose your rook, rather than if the knight would be trading it for the rook. I would still, I mean, white is down a pawn, but look at the potential in the position. It's so rich. It looks so nice, but it's not enough.
Goodness. Something happened there.
Something happened there. I did not quite catch that.
And nobody caught that one. They didn't catch it either. It just moved past it like nothing happened. Okay, knight b5, queen f2. Moves are flying in right now. 2 seconds to 3 seconds.
Wait a second. The pawn.
Let's
go. To b6.
Queen. Take
King
it.
of one.
Just take those.
But you can't even take it. Yeah.
Take it right. Exactly.
And there's a second queen on the board for white.
Check.
Ooh,
there's no
queen g2 is very spooky, but no more check.
Yes.
b7.
The magician, chat. The
magician. Bishop is defended on d7.
And we defend with knight.
And queen g2.
Knight defends.
Oh.
Wait, huh? Oh, he didn't repeat. Yeah.
Getting scary. Wait, what are you doing? There's a free knight.
Wait, repeating. That's a knight. Resignation.
And that's the position. That's the end of the position. There we go. And it's a tie again. Wow.
Tie match, bro. Tie match. Let's go back to Chef Jeff. What's going on? He's up a game. Chef Jeff up a game here against Grischuk. 20 seconds on the clock.
Oh, this position is very interesting. A lot of attack on the king side, but okay, queen takes, was it? Oh, there was no queen takes h6 because of queen takes h1.
Yep, I know that's nasty, right? That's pretty gross. Most people would take there, but then like queen f6. Oh,
it happened anyways.
Oh my goodness, it happened anyway. He still fell for it. But it's equal. It's equal, right? It's equal.
It's equal
interesting because he got a rook out of it.
And you cannot play bishop takes c5 because of rook g7.
Right. Oof.
But still, I would take the back.
What is this game? Right. 3. Oh yeah, and that dropped now. And I'm queening on light, but I have 2 passers is the problem.
Yeah, it's a little bit too much.
2 of them boys.
Yeah, how do you defend this with white? I mean, the bishop is just going to g7 and cannot stop that. And as soon as the bishop activates, it becomes really hard to see where the comeback is for white. But why is Zenjin happy with white's position? Hello?
That's a great question. Maybe it's back and forth. Is it a draw now?
What is going on? Oh, bishop b2, nasty.
Nice little mate threat there. King b6 had to tuck and roll here, but he's about to go gobble these. Who's winning? The
Yeah.
bishop defends h7. I mean, h2
Yeah, those
here.
pawns are not going anywhere of black. Oh, they're going for the draw?
Oof.
Yeah, they
Take the
are.
rep.
Wow.
Rep it out, bro. Rep it out. And then, of course, Jeffrey's cool with that, too. I'm closer to 7.5. And I had the black pieces.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cool with
that
that.
game, it felt like there were 3 results possible at some point. It was going back and forth, and I feel like
Right.
draw is a fair result there.
Absolutely. And definitely a fair result, especially in this time format, too. Boys going back and forth, lots of chess, match after match. And fatigue is a thing, especially for players that don't play as much for as long. I mean, this is definitely a marathon thing.
Yeah, and you have to realize once the matches are over in the semifinal, there's still another match, the
You have to do another
final.
one.
So, and you have to start all over again, the whole journey of 5+1, 3+1, and then bullet. The whole journey, and indeed, fatigue might come in to game here. So
Absolutely.
that's really that's a lot. It's a lot of games.
Match after match. Match after match here.
Okay, looks like white has a really comfortable position. I mean, this bishop on g7 is not doing anything, and the knight is okay standing on f3.
Let's go rook c7, takes c5 play, knight g5. There it is. Yeah, white's on him right now. This is tough. This is tough. We're defending like a beast because he is one, but we get a take and we have these two. So this is very interesting.
It's
Yep,
still...
yep. And we
Oh,
have
what a
two.
maneuver. Knight f6, rook takes h7. Okay, you have to play bishop g7. He does it. Oh, hold up there.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
e7 followed after that, and he resigned.
Yeah, no time there. We're gonna move over. Let's go back to Jeff and see what Jeff's doing in this next game here. Jeff and Alex. What is going on? Okay, rook's on g2. What was this opening? Nimzo Indian.
How did the rook get to g2 out of all
Why?
places?
I mean, wow, like some
didn't
g4
know,
action, like whoa.
Can rooks go diagonally?
I mean, this is a new one.
I didn't know that.
It's a new one. What? Ooh, this hanging. Ooh, that's hanging. Everything hanging.
Everything
What do I
is
do?
hanging. This is why you castle, folks.
What do I do? Man, Jeff in some trouble here.
Yeah, this is looking rough. I mean, this knight on e4 is
Trouble here.
insane. Knight f2. Ugh.
And then too, I just run away. I think I'm okay in
Yeah,
that line for
but
some
the
reason.
pawns,
I'm definitely feeling good.
I'm gonna run
The pawns
h5, h4.
Oh, you're
Or
right.
in the
That's
center as
actually-
well. You
that's
have
really
so
annoying.
much
King
options,
d2,
so
right?
many options.
Yeah, I'm running king around, believe it or not. King b3, and rook g1, I like it. Rook f1, and then we castle. Oh, I like it. Rook g5, okay. Not really hitting f5, but definitely trying to double the rooks. And then rook to g2. Pawn takes, don't even take it. I love the tuck and roll here.
Ooh,
Practical
okay.
chances for Jeff. Big practical chances. I know that the engines say that he down a rook and a pawn, and he's not down a rook and a pawn. But the practical chances look very good, I think, here. I mean, there's some sacking possibilities. Rook g2, like anybody can go wrong here.
Yeah, this king feels very unsafe still on c1, but there's still some practical chances somewhere. I mean, anything can
King in
happen,
the corner.
but it looks like black is doing a good job maintaining the
He's not.
advantage.
He's not hanging anything. Oh, there's almost mate. I mean, it's literally almost there. Like, it's almost there. Yeah, it's nothing. Black one.
Oh, well,
resigned.
there was a free rook, that's why.
Yeah. They're literally like, it's almost there. All right, let's go back to Naroditsky and Artemiev and see what's going on in that heavy hitter match up. Here we go. Artemiev up a game. Up a game. We're looking, Naroditsky's looking to strike back. They're going back and forth here. Naroditsky, has he won? Yeah, he did. He won on demand. He only won one game, I think.
On demand,
And
yeah.
the rest draws. And then Artemiev has like 2 wins.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, so he needs to win another one to come back in the match and make it a tie. Is he able to do it here? I'm not sure. He does have the passed pawn on a4, but he is not able to push it. And now bishop c5, the pawn f2 is simply dropping.
Oh, man. I'm concerned about his time. His time right now is very low, but
yeah, that too.
He does play a lot of 30-second chess, as we know.
Mm-hmm.
So e3. Oh yeah, just trade it off.
Okay,
They've done this
so
before.
we're heading to another draw.
They've done that before. Now, I mean, here we go.
I've seen that script
we go.
before, yeah.
We've seen this before, right? Another draw. Okay, let's move over to Grischuk and Jeffrey. As you're going back and forth here, guys. I mean, this is getting very close to somebody going through. Whoa, man, these are some crazy positions they have in. Jeffrey and Alex really
Wow.
been swinging at each other. What is that? King on D7? What is this opening? Oh, French advance.
I think it's a French. Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, it looks like this. What you like? This is the positions you like. Wow. Oh, man.
I mean, to be fair, the king is pretty safe. Like, I don't see how white can attack. Like, look at the rook on C3. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not trying to have this conversation with you right now. Your king's on D7. Your king is on. I'm about to sack. I'm about to mate you somehow. Queen G4.
I'll start. Rook takes F4.
Oh my god! Thank you. Oh, appreciate. I'm a big exchange now. Okay, man, this is wild. This is wild. The Queen G4 and Knight D5 is coming.
Yeah, that's looking tough. Maybe how about King C6 does drop the pawn on E6, so that's not gonna make you happy. Yeah, are you gonna pick up those pawns on H7 and H6, or do you have something else in mind? Bishop G4, okay.
Whoa, that's a blunder. Why is that a blunder? What was it? Oh, G5 on the piece.
Dropping the bishop.
Oh man, this is how he beat Jospin
out
the
of the
other
blue.
Day. He literally beat Jospin the same way in the French defense too. By the way, he was getting French defense. The engine was saying he's getting crushed. Some combination if he finds it, and now Jeffrey blunders. He blundered.
Oh man,
that's tough. It might just be a draw. Just take the draw. Just take the draw. Just take the draw, bro.
Yeah, you don't have time for Queen F3.
Tough. I mean, he almost does. Like you almost want to play it, but you don't have it.
Yeah, and it's a draw by repetition. What a game!
This is
wow,
why we
what
play
a
the
swindle!
French. Somebody in the chat. This is why we play the French right here. Like, stop.
Another one, just for you.
Stop it, man. Let's get out of here. We about to go to another game. We don't want to see this. We're actually going to go over to Naroditsky and Artemiev.
I love this.
Okay.
Okay, what's going on here? I see a knight on C4. I like that, but it may have to leave very soon.
Yeah, right. This knight's going to go somewhere. Knight D6, Bishop D3, Rook F4, Bishop D3. There's so many moves, so many calculations happen through here.
Yeah, the players are now low on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of this position? I mean, white has the pair of bishops, but it seems like the knights are holding down a position really well of black. Knight B3, they can get really annoying.
Bishop B3, yeah, this is interesting for both sides. I think I love the activity. Danya always has some active pieces, but the engine's like active. What boy? Wow, jeez, the bishops are menacing. Man, these are scary pieces. I am a big fan of having two bishops.
Good Bishop D4.
Right open position. Bishop D4 right opening up. Keeping stuff good. Bishop B6. Stay away from everything. 3 seconds. Danya, gotta move. Gotta move. You made that with 1 second.
Ooh, it's basically match point, everyone, because if Artemiev wins, he will be on 7.5 points, and that will be it.
Oh man, he playing with fire. Oh, Knight 3! The magician!
He wins
the magician!
exchange!
Oh my goodness, how does he do this every time, bro? Every time. Oh my goodness, how does he do it? Every time, bro, he was lost.
And White's pawn structure is horrendous. Look at those pawns on the king side. They're never going to save White over there.
Never count Danya out. Just when you counted him out, he was back. He was back again. Raised from the dead. How does he do it? I don't know.
Unbelievable.
But I'm going to take it. Woo, man. Let's go. All right. Whoa. Oh, Rook G2. Yep. King out of the way.
Okay.
Check
Sacrificing pawn F4, but he has this A pawn. That will make. I'll make it.
Here's the A pawn. Here's the A pawn here.
Okay, Rook takes at least another pawn off the board. Now.
Is it a draw? Nah, I don't think so.
You have King A2, but it's getting very tricky over there.
It is, right?
Okay.
Man, he's fighting him. Wow, what a fight here. Artemiev.
I don't like this for Danya.
Artemiev, what a beast.
Oh, he wins the bishop. Or Rook D2 and A2.
That should do it. That should do it.
There was Rook C5. Okay, yeah, same thing. Now Rook A5, and yeah, you're just queening. Oh, okay, that works too.
There it is.
And the match is tight.
Oof. Ooh. Wow. This is like a 1-point game. It wins. That's it, chat.
The win is moving on, but I haven't seen that many wins in this match, Kanti.
Yeah, this has been shoot. I mean, they got 6.5. You'd think they was fighting each other back and forth, blow for blow, but in fact, that's not the case. Many of the games, in fact, the first what was it, 7 games were drawn?
Yeah.
7.
Seven games were drawn. The last
insane.
2 games have been really spicy, though. The players have been winning. Archimev has been taking the lead, and then Danya strikes back right away with a win. So let's see what happens in this game, as Danya has a pretty decent position. This is a real up of pawn structure, but yeah, let's see what we can make happen here. I mean, the knight wants to jump to f5, but not too early. So maybe you have some time to play knight h4 to jump to f5. Let's see what he makes of this position.
Well, now we actually can play knight h4. A lot of times the knight h4 idea, there's like weird stuff like knight takes e4. But I mean, there is now the possibility of going knight h4. He went c4 first. There's a weakness on d4, but there's a weakness on d5. I actually do like white's position here. g6 is quite annoying. I did want to stick a knight there on f5, but now I can't.
Sometimes you can even play knight f5 just because you can. You're not going to take on f5 because your king will be exposed. There are situations.
There are ways, exactly. I've seen that before. We need to have some rook lifting available, maybe like a rook to the 3rd rank, but then you have to clear both the knights out. So it's going to be a positional grind here for sure.
I love how Danya keeps on sacrificing the bishops for the knights. He's capturing those knights, keeping the knights to himself, and he's just jumping around with the knights. And it worked out pretty well, I would say.
He's going to do the same thing. You just period. This is the positional route. Knight f1. If rook d4, you go queen f3, knight e3, knight d5. Very beautiful plan. Maybe queen f3 steal. Very possible. You want rook d1.
Yeah, and queen g5 is a threat attacking the rook and the pawn h4.
Yeah.
This pawn h4 is not looking great. Rook d5, nice move. As the pawn on c5 is able to be captured, but you have to be careful. There's all sorts of rook d1 type of moves.
I mean, it's so crazy. Like, you have to take this. What? You can't take this pawn? Bro, you can't take this pawn, bro. You got to be kidding me. Like, how can I not take this pawn? I feel like I'm getting out of here, but yeah, that's the right route. It's just don't take it. Because if you're wrong, you lose.
Ooh. Yeah, you cannot afford to take such big decisions and take the risk. But queen d4, he takes it, okay.
Yeah,
but now you're stuck with this pawn on d4.
We got to move, bro. We got to move. We can't be too low on the clock. But this looks like another draw here. It tells you the whole match situation. These guys were evenly matched for real.
Oh, but you have to be careful here. If you move the knight, then suddenly a4 is in the air, and you'll have a problem defending that pawn on c4.
You want to draw, bro? Shoot. I mean, because my position, I'm not liking this position that much. You want to draw, my guy?
Oh, maybe take a knight e4 even? Okay, but the problem is you can never make progress here with whites. Like, you're stuck to this pawn on d4. You can never make progress.
And the good thing is that there's 1 second increment, so you don't have to pre-move. Takes, and there it is. Proof, perfect. We should just,
that should be a draw. There's no way that either side can infiltrate without allowing a pawn to run. As a pawn on c4 is also a strong pawn.
And we can't go this route due to you not having enough time to get there. What if he tries this? No, you just don't have to take anything. But then he could come back. Hold on, there's some weird stuff. I have to like a zugzwang, but the king will be on f3. Perfect. We had to figure that out. You got to draw here. 7 and 7. Wow, that's it. That's a match.
Crazy. Let's go to the game of Jeffrey Xiong and Alexander Grischuk, as both players have now 6.5 points as well. It's getting really close.
Waiting for that game to pop up.
Oh, they also drew their last game? All right, so it means we're heading to a tiebreak, everyone. In both matches, we have tiebreaks. And the tiebreak is that we continue 1+1 until someone wins. So it's basically sudden death.
Yeah, 7 and 7. These games, this was much more competitive back-to-back than the last qualifier knockout. This one's a stronger one. Definitely stronger because these guys have... 7 and 7, lots of games, no blowouts here. Yeah, this is some strong chess today. A little think there from Jeffrey. Rookie 1. It's like a French exchange. That's exactly what it is. French exchange. Bishop g5. Bishop f4. Way to go, Jeffrey. You know, French exchange. Why? Right? That's very ambitious, huh, Anna?
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you, Kanti, but let's switch to Danya's game real quick as that game just started already and is already quite a bit in the middle game. And this match might end any moment now. And yeah, as Danya is a big favorite among the fans in the chat, let's see what's going on.
Let's see it. This could be a final game here. Take. What was this?
Yeah,
Probably most likely Bishop on G7. He went knight D7, knight B6. Definitely KID work here. Knight to D5, knight D6.
Knight D6.
Whoa,
okay.
Relax, bro. Relax. Rook E6, knight C8. You have to take with the knight. I think there's some Bishop H3 ideas in there.
Ooh, okay. Knight to C5.
Annoying.
Also ideas there.
Whoa. A lot going on there. A lot going on.
Yeah, what do you do with the knight on d6? It looks very strong, but can also be very dangerous because now, after takes, at least the bishop and a3 is defended, but otherwise it may have been quite tricky for white.
Take, and Artemiev down a lot of time here. Down a lot of time. Do we have any big possibilities? F5, knight G5, tempo, rook D6. We're just trying to move the knight. He steals a pawn away from Danya here. Engine likes it, says +1. Well, he is up a pawn. Knight is pretty gross on B6. We got to figure out what to do with him. Rook A8, queen back, E1.
Wow, what a spot. I mean, it looks like it's the only safe spot. Queen to C5 doesn't feel right. The queen being that active around the knights over there. So E4 now, what a move. And how does black actually deal with this? Because this knight cannot go forward. It has to go back. Now queen D4, the rook on D6 is almost stuck.
Swinging, bro. He is, fast, very fast, and finding some moves there. It was combo. Now things seem like to be neutral here. It seems like we were able to stop some of it.
There is still some potential here for black.
F5 is weak. Knight D7, Bishop H3 is trying to snap.
The pawn E5 is dropping.
Dang, accurate. Rook E3, what a move.
Okay,
I can take
G5.
That was so accurate.
Now you just take with the queen. On E5.
That was so accurate, bro.
G4, okay. Still in the game, but...
I'm still in the game. Tough.
It's not looking good.
Come on, Danya. Move! You gotta move, Danya! You gotta move.
2 seconds on the clock. Oh, this is really tough for Danya. This is a must win. I mean, he can still save it by playing a draw and continue the next game. But if he loses, it's game over for Danya.
He's done it before. Gotta move! Oh my goodness, bro! Wow.
Oh man, no, I saw the zeros there.
Breathe. I'm sweating over here. Why am I sweating right now? I ain't even playing.
Oh man, crazy. Still holding up, but knight takes G6, E7.
That's it. He's out. Great job from Artemiev though. Played excellent.
Wow, and that's it. And both matches have ended, guys. Vladislav Artemiev is moving on to the finals versus Alexander Grischuk. Jeffrey Xiong. Unfortunately for Jeffrey, he lost the final game in the tiebreak. And that is our final match, guys. We will have the final very shortly. But what matches we saw right here. Those games were insane.
Insane games there. I had my 2 favorites. I wanted them to, duke it out, Naroditsky and Chef Jeff. So I'll have somebody, one of the favorites, or at least one of my picks, to make it to the final and just win. But didn't happen that way because these guys are just so strong. You never know what to expect here. Grischuk and Artemiev just played outstanding, excellent chess. Can't take nothing away from them boys, obviously, from playing the games. It was close matches, but ultimately we have Grischuk and Artemiev going to the final.
Yeah, it's crazy. We have seen 8 players at the very start battling it out all the way. And now it has come down to 2 players. It's crazy to think that only 1 player out of this whole day is advancing to the main event. Every single one of them deserves it to be in the main event, but only 1 today advances to the main event. So we will be going to a short break. Make sure to stick around. You do not want to miss the final between Artemiev and Grischuk. That's going to be a thriller. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. This is the 2022 Speed Chess Championship.
You know, historically in Third Ward, you would have more formal places for folks to get together, corner stores, cafes, but you know, through the history of the neighborhood, you had a lot of disinvestment over the years. I mean, starting from the 1930s, you had redlining, and so the area where the Chess Park Inn was a formerly redlined part of Houston, and when they came and built highways in the 1950s, they tore through sections of Third Ward, separating it from the rest of the city, and that just left huge swaths of the neighborhood empty and vacant. We are going to transform this park into an area where people can come, enjoy themselves, feel safe, and play chess and checkers. We're just kind of doing things piece by piece, incrementally, so kind of a tactical urbanism approach. We're not waiting on the city to do any grand project. We're just doing what we can do step by step as private citizens and working together.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2022 Speed Chess Championship. This is the second qualifier and today we will find out who will be the final person to qualify for the main event. Here we see the finalists for today's match. Vladislav Artemyev, Kanti, look at those stickers on the left. Do you know where those are from?
You know what? He's a father. He is a father. I know he has a daughter. I remember looking up a lot when Artemia was playing a lot against the big dogs and the top dudes and being 2,700 and stuff like that. They brought him up, and I actually saw something on YouTube about it. He talked about his daughter a little bit. So he's a very proud father, works very hard, and I think it helps to remind him that what he has to work for every day, and just seen as a father. So him being a dad life over there.
That's adorable. Here we see his opponent, Alexander Grischuk. And we see him getting ready for his match. And those two guys are the ones fighting for that final spot in the main event of the Speed Chess Championship. Both players deserve to be there, but there can only be one of them going to that main event. And as the players are getting ready, this is going to be a very exciting match. We just saw both players, they were finishing their match on a tiebreak, as the score was 7-7 in both of their matches. RTMF taking down Danya Naroditsky, fan favorite, of course, as he is one of the best commentators among us. And of course, it does mean, since he's not participating in the main event, he will be back on the commentator desk. So don't worry, chat, you will see him back for sure.
We're going to see him back commentating. My guy definitely was rooting for him and Chef Jeff, but that's okay. Still got some great chess here, and you guys are awesome always. So we got this. We got first game of the match here with a Queen's Gambit decline. Very easy stuff to play. You can also go with the ISO pawn here. You can take with the knight. You can take with the queen many ways. Let's see what he wants. See what kind of game he's looking for.
Yeah, it's quite a decision. I mean, does he want to take maybe with a queen? Okay, he takes with the knight, bishop to d7. It's a very solid position, and this can go anywhere still. Black takes it easy, does not go very crazy, and simply goes for the development. I mean, black is the one that is a bit passive here, but there's not much to worry about, because what does white have? I mean, other than the space advantage and some development here and there, it's hard to see where the hit will be. What a first hit will be.
Correct. I actually like how Grischuk has approached this. In fact, if you guys are watching and taking notes here, he actually did this already in the last match with the same setup here. He put the bishop here. I think Jeffrey had something with like bishop c6, and then the bishop ended up on c6 here. But I've noticed that he's true to this style here, at least to this way of playing the Queen's Gambit decline, putting the bishops on e and d7. A lot of times you'll see b6, bishop b7, but he does it this way. Very easy. You can castle when you like. The easy rook to d8. The queen comes out to b6, sometimes a5. In one game we saw with Jeffrey here with prospects of moving to this side of the board. We even saw that g5 game. So lots of possibilities and options here. He's playing it like a Sicilian, in fact. That's what it feels like. Queen's Gambit decline, the Sicilian variation, right? Like, what the heck is that?
Sideline right there.
Sideline, right? Invented by Grischuk here, because that's what it feels like, some type of Sicilian here, but definitely a great one, as he has some activity here. And you got Artemia thinking, so pretty good.
You know what surprises me even more? The time difference. How on earth has Grischuk spent only 6 seconds of his time, and Artemiev is down to 3 minutes? I think that's something that never happens.
I think he's like, he got tired of everybody talking about his time. Like, y'all gonna stop talking about my time, bro. So he probably just been working on it, which is one thing that you can do, try to be better as a player. Time, I know, and we know that he knows his time management. A lot of times is what he's known for, is like how low he gets on time, but still being accurate as well. But here in these matches, he's not been down that much. We have seen some of it. And in this match in particular, Artemia, bro, is he going to move? Okay, he did. Queen e2 and castles. But look at the time is.
Yeah, it's insane. And it's surprising to say the least. I mean, if anything, you would say that black needs to figure out where to put the pieces. It's hard to see where to develop your pieces, as your pieces are a little bit cramped up. The bishop is well developed to d7, but what's next? Because that bishop is kind of in the way. So are you going to drop it back to e8? He does it. And he's just parking it there for the moment. It doesn't need to do anything more than that. It's just opening up the rook now on the d file, and we'll see what will happen in the next few moves. But he would say that black is the one that needs to spend some time, as you don't really have a clear plan for the moment.
That's actually correct. A lot of times that's the hard part in chess, is after you get pieces developed, what is the plan? But a lot of times learning that sometimes the plan comes from just improving the pieces. So bishop e8 was an improving move. Rook d8, improving move. Rook takes d8, then moving this rook to d8, more improving, right? So plans will come more as we improve our pieces here and positioning. So just maybe queen a5, you have an a6 move. Obviously trying to see what white's plans are. in the meantime as well, but nothing drastic or very sharp here at all. In fact, it's a very easy game.
Yeah, and now that the rook is on the c file, I mean, yeah, black's rook is on the d file. What do you make of this? I mean, there's just not a single entry point for either side. You can have your rook on an open file, but what's next? Those bishops on e8 and e7 are holding down the fort, and you can just simply not access white's position at the same time. Knight a5 is a good start to try to tickle white a little bit. Okay, you have to move your bishop now, otherwise I'll just simply capture that. And where do you go?
He went bishop a2, in fact. Whoa, knight b3 immediately. He wants to park the knight here, maybe knight to c5 too as well at some point. But definitely saying, hey, look, give me the bishop pair or move the rook. But where are you going to move it to?
I guess rook d1 comes to mind, but it's hard to see where white can make any sort of progress here, which is interesting because you'd say that white has a lot of potential here, has a lot of space, and should be able to build on that. But funnily enough, now that the black knight is on b3, it makes it a bit difficult for white to play around it.
In fact, there's a lot of pressure on Artemiev due to the time, not the position, but the time here. So if Grischuk is able to whip up some moves here and make things quite difficult, which of course that's difficult in itself, but definitely Artemiev is under some pressure down almost 2 minutes.
Yeah, and that's rather surprising. Typically, we see Grischuk being low on the clock, especially over the board, but here he has been doing really well on the clock, and let's see if he can build on that. He's now spending some time on his move, which makes a lot of sense because he got his knight to b3. What's next? Does he want to play bishop c6 maybe? Maybe push some pawns on the queen side? It's hard to see what the best plan is.
That's a great question. In fact, I'm actually thinking myself here, like, what is a good plan? I mean, a5, a4 is a great plan. Bishop c6 seems like logical, but there's knight e5, and I'm not really trying to deal with that at all. I understand. A5, a4, it just keeps the knight on b3 and just whatever, right? We improve. We make the pawn go to a4. We improve a little bit. Maybe slide the queen to a5 and maybe try b5, b4 too as well. Bishop takes b4. We could take the knight, put the bishop on b5. There's lots of ideas, but then you have to worry about bishop f6. So you can't move too fast here.
Yeah, it's hard to say how to make progress for either side. I mean, you don't want to commit to something like bishop takes f6, and we saw also how much Artemiev appreciates his bishops as he was playing with the bishop pair many times against Danya.
Right, absolutely. Of course, the bishop pair is an asset a lot of times. I mean, many positions, of course, having knights too as well, but those bishops in open positions, like this one, is pretty open. I mean, semi-open, not really the most open position, but not closed either. So knight e4, whoa, interesting.
Okay.
Oh, that's a move, bro. Knight e4, wow.
Yeah, after knight takes e4, bishop takes e7, and yeah, you have to evaluate, is that the position you want to go for? Do you believe that the bishop will be fine on e7? I'm not so sure about the position of the bishop.
I'm even considering g5 here, but I'm just trying to figure out, what do you do? How do you capitalize on this? And in fact, it's just such a good move. And it's just like, yeah, point two to black. Like, it is a great move, in fact.
I think I would still take on e4, just for the sake of it, to allow white to prove, like, okay, what do you do with your bishop? I mean, do you just simply go back to h4 and call it a day?
Yeah, right, exactly. He went with the g5 option. I do like it too as well. It just felt right. I have some love for the king too as well. Two bishops. The bishops are pointing, and bishop b5, correct. So we get these tempi. But what do we do with them now?
Okay, things are getting heated up over here. I mean, bishop d3, you can play it. There's no rook c3, nice. Really.
That's a nice move. I like bishop d3 a lot. Another tempo. Where do you move the rook? Where? Rook c7 is bishop c7. All right, what is this? Bishop d3, bishop c7.
Oh yeah, that's pretty wild.
Takes. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Sheesh.
I guess rook d7, just a little in between move. Or while you're at it, maybe a better move for that rook, or like rook d3 maybe. He does it, bishop d3.
We're going for it. Here it is. It's about to get spicy. There's like here, but then there, but then.
Is there maybe rook d1 if you take on c2?
Then, like what?
Bishop c7, bishop takes c2, and then rook d1.
Rook d1. What is going on? Like why are we doing this, bro? This is wild. But it's keeping Artemiev thinking. That's good because he's like down. He's at 30 seconds here. If I'm in Grischuk here, I'm feeling good about the time by a lot, making it complicated.
Yeah, he's down to 20 seconds now. He really needs to start speeding up. I mean, we've seen him in time trouble. He is able to do really well there. But now rook c3, he is giving up on that exchange already.
Yeah, he just said, I'm just
Didn't
going to
really have much choice,
bro.
I guess.
I'm just going to give it up. Takes. Okay. Okay. Is he going to take it is the question. Well, I think he probably should. But
he doesn't. Knight c5.
And
okay.
And then didn't like that too much. Knight e4 looks good. He wants to keep the pressure on b2, which I like here. Can't take with the queen because of rook takes, so maybe you have a2 there. Yeah. There's so many tactics. There's not enough time for Artemiev to figure all this out. 9 seconds here is just not enough time.
Yeah, you have to play on your intuition, and yeah, that kind of hurts, especially if you're in such a tricky position where there's so many tactics on the board. What do you do about bishop e5 now? Do you take it, or do you simply defend it? Playing bishop g7 maybe. I think I just want to take that bishop off the board, but it does also mean that I allow my opponent to have a knight on e5, and I'm not sure if I like that.
And we do have, in fact, a capture here. Maybe knight takes d3, forcing rook takes d3, maybe queen, exactly, and then trade the queens, and maybe rook c5 or c7. Makes stuff a little bit easier to calculate. Bishop b1. We got some tactics here. Hold on now.
Okay.
Queen c1, queen d1.
Yeah, I mean, b4 is coming up very soon as well, but can you make anything happen here still? This should be a draw, but it's not more than an equal position for now, I'd say. I would say both sides still have some chances to try something here.
Yeah.
And
they're trying.
They fixed the king side at least.
Nothing to move, in fact. And Artemiev is down 3. He's down to 3 seconds here. We do have that 1 second increment. Grischuk up time here.
Yeah, Grischuk is taking his time, which makes sense. But maybe it's a good idea to maneuver the knight to e5 and get to f3 and maybe make something happen there, okay?
Looks like it's happening. Knight e5, knight f3 with d2.
Nice, coming in fast.
Put it there.
D2. Okay.
Ooh, knight g1. Nothing there. Knight h3. Look at the knight.
Oh, knight takes f2 now. Whoa, bishop takes f5.
Bishop f5. You take
knight h1.
Same. But then rook knight h1. Get out of here. I'm so pissed. Knight h1. Like, bro, slam the computer. Like, get out of here. Stupid knight. King here. King takes and rook check.
Ooh. Okay, this is not so clear now. There are some pawns disappearing, but I would be really concerned about white's position here, as all the pawns are disappearing, and the only pawn you've left is a pawn on h5.
It's not looking good. We got the 2 here, but the time is about even there. Got a little check.
Oh, that's not it.
Take that one too. Take them all from you.
Yeah, this should be winning.
And we got the 2. 1 second. 0 second. Ooh, made it with
0.5. Now it's simply king g3. King h3, both work. King g3 now.
Beautiful.
Rook a1, king g2, and that's it.
That's it. Oh, he did this way. Okay, you can also push too. I mean, you can do whatever you like, right?
Yeah.
Do whatever you like. Everything wins, bro. Just don't flag.
Okay, he simply pushes the a pawn.
There it is. Wow, Artemiev goes down. First game.
Okay.
Swinging today, man.
Just a very convincing game by Grischuk. He played it very slowly at the start, but he had such a big time advantage. He could easily take some time here and there, and he had a really decent position, especially from the start. I mean, it was a passive position, and he made it all the way to that position in the end. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, a big shout out to Grischuk here. As strong as he's playing today, playing Artemiev. He's up so much time. I mean, it's insane. He's playing very, very well. Very well. Do I remember he did play in the candidates before, so Grischuk is the next level. People forget that sometimes. Grischuk is just a next level player right now. He's trying everything and it's working. Bishop to d2. I like this move. Rook to c1 as well. Artemiev is a nice Grunfeld player, so this is the Grunfeld here. I've seen a lot of games that Artemiev has played, even when against Karpov that they drew. But a very strong player Artemiev is. I like his Grunfeld games, especially the Fin Shadow variations, because as a King's Indian player, the Fin Shadow variation is probably the hardest, the most annoying thing to face. So Grunfeld's a good option, and Artemiev has a lot of good games in that. I think he's comfortable.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that the position, it feels so symmetrical, but black is the one that has some advantage on the queen side, I would say. He's the one with the pawn on a4. And what does white really have? I'm not entirely sure.
That's a great question, Frank. What does white actually have? I mean, besides the first move advantage here, that's really it. I mean,
I don't really see it anymore.
First move where, right? It feels like black is even caught up on development here. We even have b5, b4, just expanding on the queen side, figuring out what to do with the bishop. Maybe the bishop helps out. We bring a rook to f to c8 or a, bringing something to the c file here with the b4 options too. I mean, this could get very bad for for white if he's able to, execute these ideas. And if a3 at some point, maybe knight a5, knight c3, c4, or b3 after we defend the pawn with like a bishop d7 or something, or b5. Lots of ideas. I like black's position, to be honest.
Me too. Knight a5 to c4 looks very convincing to me. That square is for the knight. It's meant to be. And soon you will find a way to develop that bishop on c8. I mean, if you play bishop f5, maybe you run into something like knight h4. You don't really want to deal with that. So you have to find a way to develop that bishop properly. But I wouldn't be surprised if bishop d7 will be played. Instead, a3. Okay.
Interesting. Yeah, fixing kind of a weakness here. Can't really get to it, though. Can't really get to it.
It's a nice active position for black, but what's next? How do you build on this?
You play queen b3, which I think is just equal. I mean, super equal here. This is very likely to be drawn. Very likely. It's going to take some mistakes, some serious mistakes from both sides here.
Yeah, indeed. And it's hard to see. I mean, you can now decide, do you take the queen right away? Do you leave? Or maybe play a move like knight b4? Play aggressive.
Knight b4 might be knight b5, weirdly enough. That's a strong move.
But
queen takes, but then hanging. There's like some wild stuff there. He went bishop f5.
It's wild.
Yeah. Right. From a dry position somehow. Bishop f5, bishop c2 is actually a threat here. In fact, hitting the pawn.
Yeah, this pawn is very weak on b3, surprisingly enough, and white doesn't really have many access points. I mean, I guess the one that comes to mind is knight a4 to c5, but then again, b6 and you go back.
Knight e5 instead, want to maybe take on c6, also hit the weak pawn that's on d5.
Yeah, it's either going to be very sharp, or it will just be all sorts of trades, and that's it. It will be a draw.
Come out to a draw, right? Absolutely, yeah.
I have a feeling the latter will happen, but let's see what Artemiev has in mind. Both players are around 3 minutes on the clock, so no big time deficit, but Grischuk still ahead on the clock.
Grischuk ahead on the clock. I mean, that's 2 games in a row. Like, what is this match here? Interesting. Grischuk up. He's trying to bring out to save the best for last, right? But he is here in the final, trying to make this thing happen. First to 7.5 wins. I'm curious to see how they match up in the faster time controls, which we're going to see. I mean, it's only 2 games. This is the last of the 5, and then we go into the 3 right after this. So we got to see how fast they actually are, at least against each other, how they match up. Did you know, or do we have a record of how they match up? I know we did in the beginning, but I wonder what their score is, right? Grischuk and Artemiev. Can we get a
that is a good question. I can try to pull it up for you. That would be interesting to see what their head-to-head score is. As I'm pretty sure the players have played a lot against each other. So yeah, I'll share that with you in a moment.
Perfect. When we get that information, we'll see what that head-to-head looks like with these guys. A lot of times the psych part can play too as well. Like if Grischuk's up 15, 20 games, is he thinking it's a cakewalk? Like, okay, it's easy. Or if he's like back and forth, or even vice versa, where Artemiev's saying the same. Yeah, you made it to the final, but I'm up 8 games in our personal, right? So, a lot of psych could be there too as well when you're playing somebody you played many times. Rook b3 is an idea. Knight somewhere.
Yeah, where do you go? I guess I want to go to a4, but doesn't feel right. And it feels like I shouldn't.
In fact, after knight a4, rook b3, rook c6, rook b1. Oh, I guess we just go rook c1 because bishop f1 runs into bishop h3.
Yeah.
But you still have rook c1. So, I mean, you could play it, right? And he played it. You could play it. I mean, it's playable. And he takes it, and he calculated that same line. Probably just going to go rook c1. And he moved the bishop here. And now we have, snap. That's a good move, bro. Yeah.
Ooh,
that was a great move. Rook d1 was
rook
tricky.
takes e3? Oh, the rook c8
No,
check.
check.
Ooh.
Check.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful.
Gotta be careful. Gotta be quicker than that. A3. Check. Steal. Sheesh. Other way around. But then check. What is going on there? Then bishop h3. That's just nuts. There's too many things going on. Rook a3. What happened to rook a3? Maybe I don't have to go all crazy.
Yeah, I guess rook a3 does the same thing. Or bishop f8 first. So now the threat is there. Rook takes d4 or rook takes e3.
Right. Maybe, again, even rook a3. Rook a2. Okay, getting out of there.
Yeah, I got some stats for you about their head-to-head.
Okay.
So it seems like they played 58 games against each other, and Artemiev has won 26 of them, 20 draws and 12 wins. So Artemiev seems to be the favorite here, but I mean, anything can still happen. He's ahead 1 point now, and so far he has been very convincing throughout the matches today.
By the way, speaking of convincing, whoa, G4? G4 and whoa.
Wow, okay. Spicing it up.
That is a spicy move. What's the whole idea here? I mean, he takes it. I mean, I got to see it too. I just want to know what's the idea. Maybe he wants to get, yeah. He needs some love. That makes sense. But he had to give up a pawn to do it. I mean, he wanted to make some love.
Okay, but now Artemiev is up 2 pawns.
That's enough. One pawn.
That should be more than enough.
That should be more than enough. Whoa!
Wait, what?
Whoa.
He's taking all the pawns.
Give me all your pawns. All of them. How many you
isn't
got?
this very dangerous? Knight b6, I take on d5, and okay, there's 3 more pawns to deal with. That's the problem. I was hoping for just 2 pawns. You can still make it happen with the opposite color bishops, but those are a bit too many.
Bro, he has so many pawns right now. Like, you get a pawn. You get a pawn. Who wants a pawn? I got you, bro. You need a pawn? I got you. H5, H4, G5, G4. Like, bro, look at that. Look. You can't stop this. Like, this is so cool. I'm not even gonna lie. This is a very cool thing to see. This is so fire, bro. Horde mode. Exactly, horde. Horde mode with the pawns. Pawn flanks march.
This is not fun to deal with when you're playing with the white pieces.
Pawn gobbler. Look at the chat. The chat always undefeated. Love it. Love it. Love it, chat. Love it. Guy playing horror. Yeah, let's get some chat names for at least this structure here, chat. What do we call this? Pawndemonium. What do we call this?
Love it.
Crazy how it's only 5, but it's connected at 5 pawns and staying right. Pawn storm coming. Too many pawns. Exactly.
Maybe we'll see e5 soon. King d6, e5. Ooh. Oh. Wait for it.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Gonna do it.
Right,
Bishop b7, it will happen. Okay, I won't say guaranteed, but actually not, because he might lose pawn there.
That's right. One of many. You can have it, bro. Pawnicopia. Pawn shop. Pawn shop. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice.
We don't have Connect 5. It's fine.
Connect 5. Yeah, we don't got that one. Artemiev, what a punisher. Oh, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. Chat's on fire. That's good.
Yeah. And
by the way, he's
I don't see a safe here. The H-pawn is too strong. Well, actually, all the pawns are too strong. But I can see the H-pawn being the one to promote.
Artemiev is down time. He's trying to make it work. Pawn
Ooh, don't hang knight c6. I wonder if you lose a bishop, if he can still win.
That is next level. That's next level. I mean, that's really next level.
You're actually still fine.
I'm actually very I just want him to do it. You know, I just want to I mean, hey, just try it, bro. Just see if it works for the memes. We got people watching this, so for the memes, bro. Just see if it works.
That's so like Bishop G1. I mean, I think it's winning,
right? Do it, bro.
Let's
do it. It's gotta be. You got too many pawns. There's no way he's stopping us. 4 seconds. Wow. Ponzi scheme. Ponzi show. 5 pawns versus a piece. Right. Versus
G3.
A piece. Or maybe 2 pieces of 9 bishop
F3.
here.
Too many pawns.
5 versus the 9 bishop. That'd be funny. Give up the bishop. Knight and bishop versus 5 pawns. I'm gonna take the pawns every time.
By the way, it's crazy. Wait, that's 1 pawn. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh!
That's 2 pawns.
That's 2 pawns. Wait a second.
Oh, man.
Oh,
He had no
my.
time. He had no time. Which you have to blame it on the time here.
I was going to say, look at Grischuk's time. He's around a minute, and suddenly he makes it happen. Okay, he did it on purpose. For the simple reason that he puts the bishop on e2 and the king on 1. That's it.
That's it. He's got it. He's got it.
Wow, what a defense by Grischuk right there.
Bro, great job, Grischuk. I mean, honestly, great job from Artemiev, though. That find was ridiculous. Wow. I mean, that find was so good, man. He just took those pawns, like took all the pawns and then just pushed everything. Whew. Luckily, Artemiev was in time trouble. That was it. Yeah, if he wasn't in time trouble, Artemiev would have had that.
Yeah, I mean, that goes to show how important it is to be ahead on the clock. Grischuk is doing really well regarding the time management, and Artemiev is, you know, he has been doing really well. It's just that Grischuk is so much faster, and it seems to be one of the decisive things in this match so far, the time advantage.
By the way, speaking of time advantage, in fact, we actually just started the 3-minute portion. So 4 games of 3 minutes, 1 second increment here. And let's see who's going to be faster, who's going to get some games, who's going to be more accurate. We're playing against the isolated pawn here. So this is always fun to play. From both sides, in fact, playing with the isolated pawn, we want to attack. I would probably want to keep the bishop. I really want to take this. But the side with the pawn, we have to defend it. Yeah, right. You know.
They keep doing this.
Man? But it wasn't draws like in a Naroditsky match. Man, by the way, I mean, that's still a record. 7 draws, right, before anyone won a game. That's a record. Shows you how hard this chess is. But these guys look like they're going back and forth here. And also, you know, I think there's a lot more dynamicism in their games, meaning more tactics and obviously more risks being taken.
Absolutely. And now we see this pawn d5. It is a huge weakness, but as you can see, it's actually really hard for white to develop. The bishops are stuck on the 2nd rank pretty much. And black is the one that has so much space and much more potential in this position. There's much more going on for black. And it's hard to see how white can actually put pressure on his pawn on d5.
You know what's funny? This is the exact position that happened in the first game or the second one. I don't remember, but I think it was the first game. But that Grischuk had, it was just reverse colors with black. Put the queen on b6, right? So the queen on b6, but it actually is the same thing. Like literally, queen b3 could happen right now, and then you guys they would just have the same position. Putting one of the rooks to d1, very very possible to do such a thing here. He played knight d4, allowing him to isolate his own pawn. So. He's sort of in my way thinking of this as like a draw, bro. Like it's almost a draw for here. Bishop f3 hitting the pawn. Okay, we can still attack it. There's also knight e4 in some cases. Knight takes up or windmill.
Yeah, it's a lot in this position. It feels very drawish, but the players will find a way to make something happen here. I've seen them do some crazy things, but for the time being, it looks very drawish. White is attacking the pawn d5, black is going to attack the pawn d4, and we'll have to see which attack will be much stronger.
Absolutely. Bishop to c3, this bishop is absolutely gross. We do have the bishop pair, though, so I mean, it's pretty good having the bishop pair, especially in open positions, but we need to be able to use the bishop pair. So rerouting the bishop to e5 would be ideal, but it is a target here, f6, or the knight could actually attack it by like knight d7. Forcing you to give up the bishop pair in some way. So, I mean, very level position. I think I would take white, though. I do have the bishop pair, and I do like to put something on e5, maybe a rook. Queen b3, rook e1. If you don't take, I'm going rook e5, rook e1.
Yeah, funnily enough, it is really hard for black to attack this pawn on d4. I mean, obviously, bishop on c3 is defending it very well, but you want to have some active piece against it. And I mean, that piece, I guess, is the knight on e4, but you want to have one piece that is attacking the pawn d4. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen anytime soon.
Absolutely. In fact, again, looks quite draw-like here. But if we allow knight c3, maybe you go rook c1 and then take back with the rook here. We don't want to damage up the structure, or he took this way. But the problem is, opposite color bishops, yes, okay, draw-like. Oh, wow, draw greedy.
He just agreed to
draw. I mean, I understand, but definitely this bishop's better than the counterpart. There is the f3 there, though. But that dark square bishop was pretty gross, just staring at a pawn there.
Yeah.
We'll take a draw, bro.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising to see that they go for a draw so easily, but I have a feeling it's partially because of the format. It is so exhausting, this whole format. You have played so many games at once, and yeah, you keep going. And it makes sense. They just want to get to that bullet portion, I guess.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a you have to play very strong chess here, right? You got to calculate time after time. This is a Marshall, by the way. Oh, this is going to get spicy. This is not going to be a draw. I'm just saying it right now. Somebody's going to win this one because this is some of the sharpest Roy Lopez you can play from either side here. The theory goes very, very deep here, and there's lots of things that can happen. You can go wrong. Both sides can. Marshall Roy Lopez is a very, very tricky one.
This is very sharp, and it is definitely different from what we've seen so far in the match. The match so far has been really solid. The players play really solid openings, but now things are heating up as we are in the Marshall, and yeah, this is basically giving Black a lot of attack on the king side, and White needs to figure out how to develop, and it seems like Grischuk has done that. His development is pretty good. I mean, in my Marshall games, I've never been able to defend or develop so well.
Right, it is right. It's difficult. They be on you so fast. Like these pieces get over here so quick. Sometimes a rook gets here as soon as it just as fast as possible. But the bishop holds this here, so this actually is a pretty good position for Grischuk here. We did grab the pawn, but 3-6, 3-6. So of course, I think it's a successful Marshall. I mean, we got the pawn back. It is White's move though. He could take. Taking twice probably is going to be wrong. You do weaken the light squares drastically. I did like knight e4 myself with knight g5 ideas. I'm also attacking the bishop. If you move off, I could also play bishop c5 and put a bishop on a very strong square and will not give up the bishop pair. Try to figure out what to do with the knight later.
Yeah, seems like a really nice move, and getting rid of that light squared bishop is definitely a good idea. So I don't think bishop takes e4 will happen, but it may just happen for a simple reason that this knight is really annoying. I expect bishop e7 though. That seems like a more natural move.
I like bishop e7 as well. Bishop e7. Bishop c7 really is still hitting a brick wall here, or biting on granite is what they say in the chess books. And bishop c5 is hitting the rook, which is nice. So bishop e7 stops that. The question is, where does White go after that? Wow, he gives it up. That is actually surprising. But he gave it up for a tempo. I guess I just go back, queen f3, and just say, what do you do next? He takes, gives the bishop pair away. Queen takes.
Mm-hmm.
Doing fine. I mean, White actually probably is for choice. In fact, I'm first to the file here, and I'm first to this file as well. I think White's definitely for choice. Bishop c5 is probably what he wants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting with those opposite color bishop situations. I mean, it's always that, it's very typical that either f7 and or the f2 pawn will be the targets, and it basically depends on whose attack is stronger. And I do have to give White the credit. This king is out on f3, is not in danger. It's actually chilling there, whereas the king on g8 is not doing much. And it was, it could have been a back rank threat at some point, but the rooks are off the board now. So, yeah, this might end in another draw.
To shake hands. Yeah, they about to shake hands. Yeah, this is not it's not like the other Masters 7 draws back to back. Like, that was crazy. That was nuts. I was like showing how good the chess is there too as well. Then the crazy stalemate in there. I mean, just such a wild day. Great chess today. But also, I mean, in this sense too as well, this is the last match here. These guys are a little bit of, fatigued slightly, playing so many games. You have to have so much focus and concentration here. This is probably going to be a quick draw here. And did he offer is the question. Fedislav is thinking. H6 or G6 or Bishop E7. Say, I'll Bobby Fischer you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Take it, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead, Chad. Don't take this pawn, Chad. Don't take this pawn. Bishop E4 is a move, though. I wonder why he's allowing this. I guess he's able to push everything.
Yeah, you just put your pawns on dark squares and you're never able to take those pawns. The kings will get closer to the pawns, but it shouldn't be enough for White to make something happen here. I mean, the king is all the way on f3, so you can say that, okay, this king is close. Maybe you can go king e4, king d5, but it shouldn't be enough. You have the bishop on e7. It holds down the fort, and Black's king will also come closer.
And b4, correct. And b4 could be a thing as well. Now, if we could like push these pawns up, well, he's going to take this way, but that makes a5 weak. There are actually some very strange, slight, in a perfect world chances here for White, just because we're attacking this pawn. And then b4, and if pawn takes, if you take with the a pawn, I actually do end up getting a passed pawn. on the outside. If you take this way, then the A pawn is weak, and I guess you can defend it with bishop d8, so that's probably your defensive chances. So, yeah, objectively, just a drawn game. There's nothing there. 30 seconds, though. Grischuk, you got to move, bro.
Yeah, he's spending time in very surprising moments, I would say. I mean, there's not much going on here, and I expect a draw agreement anytime, any moment now.
I do like this move here. As we said, a small chance. Little move order difference. He didn't have to take first, so he chose king e4, and he's trying to make you do something. King d3. He's getting closer to the pawns. This king is like, I mean, it's the same placement wherever it is. So it's like king e7, right? King c4, king d6. Okay. Trying to get in there. King d6, bishop e4. I could take it now, though. Take it now.
Oh, you will?
You know what? I'm very tempted to, just to go for a win. Very tempted. But then after g6, maybe.
Yeah, it should be fine. h4, h5.
I think I get out. I think I'm able to get out.
Yeah, so yeah, why not king e6? Okay, he does it.
I went this route. You want to draw, bro? King e7?
After all? Okay, bishop e5.
No draw, looks like. Not yet. a4.
Oh.
This is, if we get the king in there, problems.
Yeah, you cannot really move your king to b6, so you have to keep defending the pawn on c5. So will he take en passant?
And it's not forced, chat. En passant is not forced. Bishop e8.
A very, very slow game.
Yeah, this is definitely drawn. I mean, he right defense technique. Everything's good. Everything's defended. I have no real chances anymore. He found everything he was supposed to find, I think, and it's over.
Yeah, there are just no access points for either side. I mean, the only side that can do anything here is white by entering on b5, but that's as much as you can get here.
And they're shuffling, and that's a draw offer and draw agreed.
There we go.
Another one. Another draw there. Ooh.
All right.
That's another one.
Yeah, so that was actually the second game of the 3+1 portion. And so far, the score is 2.5 to 1.5, everyone. The match can still go around. I mean, Grischuk is ahead, but anything can happen. We still have 2 more games ahead of us in 3+1. And after that, there is 8 games of bullet 1+1. So anything can happen. It's going to be very exciting. We will be going to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for the remainder of the final match, guys. See you in a bit. Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2022 Speed Chess Championship. This is the final in the second qualifier. We have Alexander Grischuk versus Vladislav Artemiev, and here we see Alexander Grischuk getting ready for his match. Well, it seems like he was drinking some water right there, so it's good that he's staying hydrated as he's getting ready for his match.
That's right. And getting ready for the match here as he needs to be ready. He's up a game, but Artemiev is ready to strike at any moment if he ends up slipping. And we'll actually have to see how it is in the bullet portion, as we only have a few games left in this 3-1.
Right, we have 2 more games in the 3+1 portion. The games have been pretty, I mean, it started off really exciting, but now the players are simply heading for simple draws. And it seems like they want to head to that bullet portion very quickly. So let's see, what are we seeing now? Another Queen's Gambit?
Another in fact, this was a
Nimzo, right,
some
with
type
the
of
bishop on
Nimzo
B4.
Indian. Right, little Nimzo Indian. C6, that's a different one. That's just a move. Like, it's not just different. C6 is never one that I've actually ever seen. I've always seen the C5, the B6, Bishop B7, or A6. Very different. So let's see what he does. What's his idea? Maybe he'll take on C4, play more semi-Slav fashion with B5 at some point. Very interesting. I like the choice here. It's a little different here. Trying to take him out of what he knows here. Up a little bit of time, a few seconds here. Moves is on Artemiev. Maybe Bishop D3.
Right, typically you want to wait until your opponent plays Bishop D3 before you take on C4, because if you take now, then your opponent can take right away, and they didn't really lose the tempo. So Bishop D3, and after that you take on C4 and play those pawn moves by tempo.
By the way, Bishop E2 play. Let's see if he goes for that.
Okay.
Pawn takes, makes him move again, and then B5. More in a semi-Slav fashion, but the bishop's on B4, which is a little bit different. Usually the bishop sits or rests on E7 or D6 in the semi-Slav structures, but here it's on B4. So sort of a Nimzo type Rogozin semi-Slav here, absolutely. Vibes that it gives. Rook E8, maybe putting the bishop back on F8 if you see A3 here. Usually you'll see that. Bishop sets up to go back to F8.
I love how we see the bishops on the 2nd or 7th rank religiously in the games by both players.
Yeah, they keep putting them here, right? This is a setup. The knights here, bishops here, right? You're learning something here, chat. Develop my pieces. Put them even on the smallest squares if we can. Just get them off the back rank. H6, nice waiting move. Stopping any type of knight G5 business. Anything, nothing is going to G5.
Yeah, and E4 seems now the right time to move it to the pawn to E4. So I would say that could be an idea for whites to play here. Simply opening up the position, and yeah, it feels very comfortable for white. However, black also has some moves like C5 or E5 in the air. So yeah, let's see if white decides to commit to E4. And actually, it's surprising to see that Artemiev, again, is down on the clock and has already spent more than half of his time.
Yeah, Grischuk's playing very strong. He's in good form right now, keeping the clock on Artemiev, keeping the pressure on him. Say, look, man, I'm up a point. You're gonna have to beat me, or I'm gonna keep this up. We keep some draws, and Grischuk was able to get a win here. So I like Grischuk's position, though. I think he's doing quite well in developing. You do need to figure out what to do with this bishop. I like semi-Slav myself here, so this is definitely semi-Slav-like. We still have the chance to take on C4 and play B5. He played E5. Instead, no B5 at all, just E5 first. This is why knight G5 is now not a thing, because of H6, right? And the bishop is just kind of sitting here. B5 can still be on tap. E4 played. Oh, it's getting spicy. It's like E5 if pawn takes, maybe.
Okay.
Possible. Spicy stuff here.
Yeah.
Maybe not, though.
It's getting really tricky, and goes to show that ideas E4 and E5, and what's next now? I mean, you don't really have to take, fortunately for black. But what else do you have? I mean, do you play move like knight b6 or b5?
Knight b6,
it
knight
feels
b5.
like you're weakening everything.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm very curious to see how he proceeds here. What do you do? B5 just feels right. Is there a sack? Nope. Okay, so you would have to do something about this bishop. Then we maybe could go b4. He went knight b6. He wants to open the bishop up. Engine hated that move. Wow, look at the engine go to +1.
That's because d takes e5.
I like this option too. Big fan. Take twice on e5 and then move the bishop.
Yeah, and
I want to play
it's
f4.
not so clear where black's pieces are heading to, as white always has the move f4.
Correct. And then take twice on e5 and then move the bishop back to f1 and maybe play f4 after all of that. There is a queen c5 check, but that can be blocked with e3, hence why we need to move the bishop. And there it is. Bishop f1. F4 is definitely going to be a move now. Knight g4. I mean, and f4 is going to be a blunder in that case.
Oh, right.
Knight's on g4. Oof.
Ooh, F4 now, and there's no attack anymore on h2.
Defending. He's swinging back Artemia, but downtime once again.
Yeah, and those bishops are now in the first rank. They went from the second rank to the first rank. I find the pattern quite funny.
I mean, he defended them, boy. Put them here and then moved them back, just like that, right? Easy. They still strong though, still strong, but they are back to their original positions.
Yeah, and what's next? What's in this for black? Because you got your knight to g4, your queen's on h5, but you don't really have a follow-up. I guess the move queen c5 check comes to mind simply because it's a check. But after king g2, what's going on there? Doesn't feel like there's much in it for black.
And look at him find it. Instantly played f5. e5's coming, everything 5. Bishop e2. Where does your queen go? You got queen h3 there. So luckily you're able to get out of that. Maybe we can ring around the rosy this way. Something is going on this side of the board. e5 is a very strong threat as well, but bishop f5 is going to be right there. So you got to be careful.
Okay, knight to d7. I kind of like that. g5.
Yeah, he had to, I think, to play g4 because bishop e2 almost traps the queen.
Right.
And knight g4, you have h3. So the queen g2 is to stop queen h3. Now bishop e2, there's g4. I mean, what a move. g5, he spotted it. He understands his queen is very, very short on spaces in g4. Right?
It's such a Giga Chad move.
Yeah, right. Giga Chad. g5, g4. Rook d6. He's awning right now. Artemia looking to strike back. e5 seems like, hold on, you can smell the tactics here. You can just smell them. Doesn't it smell like tactics, chat? You smell it?
It does. I smell it too.
It smell like tactics.
Takes f6. I mean, you can't play it, but it feels like there's something.
There's nothing yet. Now with the queen here. Okay.
Preparing queen d4.
He about to, I mean, it's no time.
Both players are on 5 seconds now. It's crazy. We're in the middle game and they just don't have time.
Right. No time. Oof. Take. Got him off him a little bit. Knight f3. He's going for something. Rook f6 just to do it. Oh, he's on him. Wow.
Ken's defended f2.
Ooh,
queen takes h2. The checks.
King on f3. Queen h5. Oh, he flags.
Oh.
He flags.
I mean, it was a lost position, but he could definitely still play a couple of moves. I mean, I guess queen h5, king g2. Yeah, that ends it. Yeah. And the match is tied.
And it's even. Even Steven there. Wow. Oof. Tough stuff.
We're back to the Roy Lopez. Will we see another Marshall c3 d5?
Oh, that's correct. Let's see if we see that again. That Marshall was nice. That was fun. That was a fun game.
That was.
Very fun game. But he really didn't get anything from it. So he may not go for it again. He went h3 this time.
Right.
Okay. He didn't.
Still going for it.
What a guy. Still going for it. I don't care. Marshall
he doesn't take the pawn e5. Okay.
Yeah, he's just like, man, I don't want none of this no more, bro. I'm tired of this. Let's just play a game. Knight d2, knight e4 now.
Yeah. And yeah, this knight is heading to e4 pretty sure, but should white be worried about moves like knight f4? Every time in the Ruy Lopez type of structures, this knight going to f4 is a pain. But in this situation, it may not be just so bad because you always have moves like knight e4 and you threaten to capture the knight on f4.
That is correct. I am a big fan of knight f4. You're right. But knight e4, I mean, I'm kind of annoyed by that. I would have to be very tempted to sack, but I can't yet. Maybe I'll go king h8. I want to play f5, knight f4 eventually. Maybe a rook lift. Lots of moves here, but it definitely a potential because we're aiming here. We need to obviously have f5 and maybe something on the g file, but that causes us to move the king due to the weakness of the diagonal. So we need to be careful. Maybe b4, shut stuff down, but then you have a5. That's like the Roy Lopez a5. They always do that in the Roy. A5, activate the bishop. But we'll see what happens. A4 on the board. F6, tripping.
Okay.
What? Wow. F6?
Defending the pawn E5 simply.
Where is fine gold? F6. That's a crazy move here. I mean, but it obviously works here. There we go. Okay. I probably would have did it the other way around just because, but he's okay.
Yeah, now knight to e4, very logical move. Yeah, it's hard to see where White's play is actually. I mean, for black, you want to play knight f4 at some point and maybe start an attack on the king side if you really want to go all in. But for white, I guess dropping the knight back to g3 would make sense, but how do you continue? It doesn't feel like you can launch an attack just yet.
You're absolutely correct. In fact, I do like knight h4 and queen h5, right? I'm always a fan of just, trying to mate you every game. So knight h4, queen h5. Obviously, the idea here is the knight ever moves. Knight g6 is actually mate. I also have knight g6 anyway, with obviously the 4-king possibility. And if you play f5, then I have knight g5. Literally all of my pieces are attacking you. So knight h4 seems good, but not now. We have to play bishop a2. He went c2, so more pressure on this diagonal now.
Still I really like your idea, knight h4.
Knight g5.
Ooh.
Yeah, put the knights over here. These knights can go to work real quick. Knight h4, try to highlight some ideas of the squares. f5, knight g5, e5's weak, and queen h5. Very strong activity from white. He's choosing a different option.
Yeah, he takes on b5 first, so the rook on a8 needs to keep defending the knight on a5. And he goes for h4. Okay, that's interesting. Is he confident about knight g5 maybe?
I was thinking the same thing. Is he about to lose his mind here in front of everybody? You about to, I mean, go ahead, big fella. Hey, man, I'm with you, but I don't know if it works, though. I do not think it works against Artemiev. It's just not ready yet.
Oh, what if he wants to play h5, knight h4, and then play knight g6?
Then knight g6. But, I mean, the idea is it's not there anymore. But if we do get a queen over here, that would be GG, right? So it's going to take some time. Knight h4, queen f3. Like, we can't get to h3. So it's still just not there yet. It's just not there yet. I like the space grab, though. Queen g4 is kind of annoying.
It did feel like it was coming
knight g3. Knight g3 is really strong. I think because rook e4. I mean, it feels right. It feels right. It defends the pawn. Unless there's something else. I don't really see anything else yet. Knight h4 can't play. Yeah, maybe just knight g3. If f5, I can... Wait, yeah, I can take. Bishop defends queen. Yeah, it should be okay. Knight g3.
Yeah, by playing the pawn all the way to h5, you do allow the queen to g4 move. It looks a bit terrifying, but knight to g3, defending the pawn at h5, and there's no follow-up really for black, surprisingly enough. And he does it, knight to g3 is on the board.
It's very strong. Knight f4, I'm assuming, is what he wants, maybe. But I could just take that. Is it the queen trapped? Almost, because queen h6. Interesting. But then knight f5. No, it's not losing. What is going on? There is some tactics.
That's pretty wild.
Rook h4, take e5. Like, what is that? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so much here. I definitely like White's position here for the activity aspect. But Engine says it's not more than a pawn.
Yeah, maybe White can look for ideas like d4. Play queen d3 and
big fan of it.
Simply launch an attack like that on the h7 pawn.
I can also play on your time because you have none. 15 seconds for Artemiev. Knight h4, f5, knight g6, take. Oh, shoot. That's real.
Checkmate.
That's it. Oh, knight f6.
Okay.
He's luckily getting away because he covers h5.
Okay.
Wow, but it's close.
I still feel like there should be something. I don't believe that that's the line, you know?
f6. I mean, he's somehow
it's
getting
hard
away.
To say,
Somehow getting away.
Okay, I'll go for rook e3, maybe.
Wow. Savage. Don't have to, man. Anna doing some tactics, trying to sack everything.
Yeah, I'm going all in.
Wow. I'm going, might as well, going all in here, chat. Wow. D4 is definitely a move, though. I like D4 as well. They put the queen on D3 after a capture. Don't even, there it is.
Wow.
Queen D3 first. Bishop f5. Wow, that was surprising.
Okay.
That was very surprising. I could have sworn queen d3 was like, how do you even defend queen d3? f5, I guess?
The idea makes sense because remember when you played f5, the knight f6 move was allowed. Now it's not there anymore.
It's not there anymore.
But now there's no knight g6 either, so I'm not sure what to make of this.
Yeah, this is kind of strange now. Maybe just move the bishop back all the way here. There it is. Come on, Grischuk. I see you. I understand, big fella. Queen d3 is hitting, mate.
He defends it. Oh, knight f5. Wait, there's a bishop hanging. Oh, there was checkmate.
Yeah, it was mate here on g2.
Knight takes c7. That's it.
Or knight. Yeah, knight is better. It's queen c8.
Oh.
Knight g6. Oh, man. Hold on. This is about to get spicy. Knight g6 takes.
Oh, yeah. That looks like checkmate to me.
He went knight f5. You don't have to be fancy, he says. You don't have to be fancy here. Queen d4.
But he had a knight d6 there, right? He did.
Oh, he did. No. Oh, he kind of.
There was a back rank.
Wow, back rank. Oh man, so many tactics here.
Queen D6
so many
now.
tactics.
Okay.
Ooh, Rook E5. Just
oh yeah, just take it. Yeah.
I don't even care about nothing else. Right? I don't even care. Bishop A2.
I don't see the checkmate,
C2,
but this feels so winning. Knight E7 as well.
Bishop B3 takes.
He doesn't care about the bishop.
Yeah, he don't care.
Hold up there, Knight D6. Okay.
Yeah, Knight D6 in the end wins. Oof. Man.
All right. Wow. What a game by Grischuk.
Look at him do the little stretch. That was light work. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, man. It's nice. Let me hit this young fella. All right. Go back to work. Little kid.
That was a wild game. Yeah. Yeah, that was a very deserved win for Grischuk. I mean, that attack was insane, and it was really difficult for Artemiev to defend that. And he managed to convert it very convincingly. And now he's ahead a point again. And we're heading to the bullet portion, guys. Are you excited for the bullet?
Woo, 8 games left, Chet. 8 games. Well, of course, it's 8 games of bullet. Whoever gets to 7.5 first wins. So, wow, here it is. Ooh, we got a Jar Jar Binks London. Hold on, slow down. Hey, this is I know this. This is, I'm very well versed in this variation. Okay? Everything in the Jar Jar Binks London all day, every day. So I know Artemiev plays. I've seen a lot of games of him in the database of him playing this London as well. Me, Naroditsky's a fan. Hans as well. Joe Baba himself. Magnus has played it against Bach. This is a very fun opening. Now, of course, Bishop F5, he's playing it correctly. I'm not going to lie. Grischuk is playing the best line. Right now, this is not that. Grischuk is playing the absolute best line that you can play against it. I know because I play it, obviously now. So he's playing the best line right now. Rook C8 is going to follow. And then a lot of times, if you play G4, it runs into Knight E4 and taking in lots of problems on C2. He played Knight D1, I understand, because there's a lot of stuff going on with Rook C8. Playing the best line you can play, in fact.
Yeah.
Knight D1 to E3.
His bishop on F5 feels odd. It feels like, G4 can hit the bishop, Knight to E3 now as well. It feels like it's not supposed to be there. But for the time being, it's doing well. And after G4, takes, bishop E4. And the bishop is just chilling there on E4.
He is. Now, of course, when you start the trading here, it actually favors black. So he's already in trouble. Yeah, this is bad. This is already bad. I'm not even going to lie. This is not what you want from Joe Baba London. Okay, so maybe he didn't punish him, but here I feel okay, but this is not what you want from a Joe Baba London here. Rook to D1. Okay, yeah, this is not that good. I have to move the bishop and castle and etc. here. I'm already down time. Look at my time. I mean, this is really bad. This is really bad for him. Knight to C2.
Yeah.
Okay, get the knight to D4. Okay, stable. Not crushed. King in the center,
blocking the
though.
pawn. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, knight to D4 is coming.
Ooh, Queen E4. I like that move.
That's a good move. King F2. You know what I mean? Like, King F2. This is a common move in this opening too, by the way. But that's kind of fun.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Bishop takes, queen takes, Rook E1. Oh man, yeah, he's just down. Just down a pawn, huh? Trying to make it work.
Yeah, bishop
there are
T5.
some vicious attacks here, though.
I do kind of like White's position. This knight on D4 is really strong, and his bishop is actually a bad bishop. So I can see this go well for White.
It does. I mean,
G4.
if you can get an attack, it's great. If you do not, it's just no good. Rook takes.
Ooh, what a move.
G5. We're trying here. He's getting something out of nothing. All right. Ooh, this is kind of annoying.
Not a bad position for black now either. This bishop is now getting a bit more active.
I mean, wow, so close to,
It's
danger, but it's okay. 4 seconds. He made a move, G5.
Ooh, the time is ticking. 3 seconds. Gotta make a move.
Ugh. Queen F3, no checks, nothing. He's just shuffling back and forth. Needed to make some moves there. 2 seconds. Queen E3, he's just shuffling back and forth.
E5 checks possible now. Bishop C6,
Queen
maybe.
F3, queen back to E3. You want to draw, bro? I'll take a draw.
They're not
He says
repeating.
no. He downtime. He didn't repeat. Uh-oh, that's a good move. Take,
Queen
check.
E5. Ooh.
Why not? Maybe H5.
How do you make
put
progress?
It there, but that's no good. Yeah, exactly. How do you make progress here? Just shuffle, right? Take the draw. Uh-oh.
Oh,
wait a second.
There's a free pawn on H4, but also on
there is
B5.
A pawn there. Oh, yeah.
He defends it.
2 seconds. 3. Here we go.
Ooh,
Here we go.
They're both on 2 seconds.
Check.
They have to play faster than this. Okay.
Just shuffle it out. Take a draw, bro. Take a draw. No draw. Man, this is.
Oh, I'm terrified for the flag.
Draw? Okay,
there we go.
Ooh, it wasn't going out like that. He wasn't going to try to do him like that. That was close.
It was. The
Link's right.
players are playing on seconds, and we head to the next bullet game.
And we have E4. Ooh, C5. Let's see what kind of Sicilian we have. A knight C3. Grand Prix or close? Oh, just a move order thing. Okay. Same open Sicilian. Just timing off here. I like G4 in this position right here. Believe it or not, I love the G4. Actually, here, G4. Queen F3 is a move. G4 is more the newer, aggressive way to playing. It deters G5. I want a game. Very strong IM over the board with this G4 line. Strong. Bishop D6. Rook Castle. Wait a second. Knight B5.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. But this timing off is annoying. Timing off is strong.
It certainly is. There's a lot of potential for black. And this bishop on E5, you don't really see that bishop over there often, but it does do its job there. It is really annoying.
I lost a very crazy tactical game to Alonso Zapata, Grandmaster, very strong over the board, and he just found Bishop D6, Bishop E5, end up timing off Sicilian, end up losing because of the bishop being just such a strong piece here. I was trying to just blow him off the board, which I had some good positions, but that Bishop E5 move is very thematic, very strong, and you see he had to get rid of it. Grischuk got rid of it, but now that gets rid of a lot of his attacking chances, but we still have F4, H3, G4, G5. Wow, G5.
Okay, that's very ambitious. H4?
Bro. He said G5, you're not playing F4. Yeah, G3, because F4 is coming. Maybe there's a D5 eventually. D5, that kind of weakens C6, though. Knight G4, Queen E2, maybe?
Yeah, you're not really in a rush with the white pieces.
I get one, you get one. I get one, you get one. Tempo.
Yeah, and I kind of like white's position. I mean, I want to see the light squared bishop develops still, but I don't quite see what black's plan is. Being so aggressive on the king side, I don't quite believe in it.
I'm a big fan of the aggression here. F4, I mean, H3 probably. H3, then F4 next. In fact, very strong stuff. Big fan of this from white's point of view, though. I do like these aggressive positions like this. Very fun to play. Whoa, big fella. Hold on.
Okay, wait a second. Queen
That's
C5?
not a move. It says -6. Yeah, it probably was just Queen C5, wasn't it?
Yeah, the knight was pinned.
And then D6, Queen takes C6, and Rook's hanging.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, wow. A missed opportunity. Now checkmate. Okay, that was not checkmate, but there was an important pawn hanging on B2, so C3 was played. Now, okay, the same thing is happening, but Queen C7 now on the board, and you're losing material for sure.
You're losing something. Castles had to get out of there. He couldn't do it. Queen C6.
That's a full rook.
Get him out of there. That's a full rook. Why are we still playing here? Why he ain't resigned yet? Oh, yeah, okay. All right. He's still moving, making pieces, still making moves here. Wow. Whole rook gone. Queen D3 probably.
You still have to deal with that pawn F3, but it's a full rook, and white has a lot of play, and that's it. Checkmate soon.
Wow, Grischuk looking like an absolute beast out here. I mean, we already knew what he was, but who knew that he was going to do this right now? He is 2.5 games away from punching his ticket to the SCC.
He is in good form in this tournament, and yeah, he is now 2 points ahead. Let's see if he can make it all the way to 7.5 points as the first player to 7.5 points advances to the main event. Wow,
yeah, he's playing great right now. I mean, this is great form. We haven't seen this from Grischuk in a while, in fact. I mean, to be honest, great to see. He's playing great chess here. Artemiev is no joke here, as he's made it as far as he did here, and Grischuk is just winning up 2 games right now in the bullet portion. E5, wow, strong move.
Yeah, the knight is pinned, so he definitely cannot capture that pawn. But now G4, I guess it's a little bit too ambitious.
It is. It's very risky, but it is a pawn, right? That's what a pawn is a pawn. But like, hold on, bro. A lot comes with that pawn. He's like, I'm good. I don't need to do that. I'm so undeveloped. So him with Bishop E2. That's kind of annoying. Bullying the D3 square. Sheesh, that was accurate. That was a very accurate move. I mean, I could just castle, right? And then Knight D3, I'd go Bishop C3. Yeah, I just chill, right? No?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you don't have to be C3, bothered by this knight so much. It's just not allowing you to play D4.
I have to go like 91. It's super annoying. I guess we got out of there. Queen C2, Bishop G6. You're irritating knight. You might have to just do it. Like, just whatever, bro. Get out of there.
I think that's fair.
Let's just get that knight out of there, bro. And then knight takes, because this knight's disgusting. Trade everything. Like, what do I do? Get out of here. Like,
what my goodness. What's going on with Artemiv's time? He's down to 10 seconds already.
Wow, it didn't even feel like that. It flew by so fast. Look at his rating, by the way. Artemiev is ridiculous. 32-38. I didn't even notice that. It feels like Grischuk is 32-38 right now. Bishop G7, Bishop C3. Oh my goodness, it's looking real bad. And just says this is a wrap. This is a wrap. But how?
Oh, wow.
Question. That's maybe Queen D5.
You still have,
Bishop
yeah, I guess
here,
Bishop
Bishop
F3.
here.
Okay,
He plays
plays
it. Bishop F3 and Bishop E4. Oh, just Queen
Oh,
C5.
Queen
It's
C5.
the
That's
pawn.
in takes. Wow.
It's the pawn.
Bishop E4 now.
Wow. Engine
What do
going
you-
crazy.
What?
Look at this.
Long castle?
Takes. He got up out of there. He's just like, he's beating him on the time here.
Oh,
What a move. Pawn
me
takes,
too.
hangs the rook, but he gets it right back. Ugh.
Oh, wow.
He didn't get anything out of that.
Yeah.
Did I even get a pawn out of that? Like, I didn't get nothing out of
Didn't
that.
feel like it was so
Man, chess
winning,
is
but
hard, right?
it's just gone.
Chess is ridiculous, bro. You did all of that and like didn't get anything. Now, I mean, of course you have a good position now, but that position was like it was nothing out of all of that.
How is this not
Whoa.
checkmate still? Knight C2?
I have knight f3 too. Knight
Ooh.
f3.
Okay,
This
Rookie
is- yeah,
8,
this
that
is
works
enough.
too.
This is enough. This is enough. Grischuk going crazy.
Oh,
right now.
wow. 6-3
He's snapping.
now.
He's snapping. I don't think he's able to come back here. Artemia, it is possible, but a lot of times you need to like stop the bleeding. You need to draw. You need to like slow this man down. But you have to win all the games. Even a draw helps out Grischuk.
Right. Grischuk only needs 1.5 points now, so he would be more than happy to take 3 draws right here. And
Snapping
we
right
see the
now.
hippo now on the board.
Yeah, that's when you're irritated, a little tilted, and you start playing a hippo. You know, like you see
Yeah.
the Duda bomb cloud, and like, I mean, hey, you know, you're a little tilted sometimes. You just do this. Now, of course, the hippo can pack some punch if white is too aggressive. So if you push past, and we push past, and then we get to pass the pawns rolling. So I mean, it just depends. Let's see how he does it.
Wow, Bishop E3
Good stuff
now,
from Grischuk.
and preparing Queen D2 pretty much to attack on H6, but it can easily be defended. And the annoying part about the hippo is where do you punch your opponent? Where does the attack happen? Because every
Right.
time there is a move like C5, and it's so easy for black to defend.
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's the annoying thing about the hippo is like sometimes very rock solid. I've actually looked at lines where I'm like, how is this playable? How can you play this? Like, how can you play like this and win? But it actually works. There's very crazy games that you can see in the hippo there. But I think a lot of times white just has the constant pressure on them, and you do need to keep up the pressure. At some point, you do break with E5, D5, sometimes H4, H5. But really, weirdly enough, it is hard to break black structure sometimes. Bishop B1 I see in the near future here. Break to C1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and yeah, you want to push those pawns in the center, but if you do them too early, you might actually be helping your opponent there. So you have to be precise with those moves, as they can be quite risky.
Bishop B1, by the way. Absolutely risky moves, as lots of times happening in the hippo. G5 is going to be an error. I'm probably just going to sack, not even think twice about it. Pawn takes, and then playing E5 looks good almost, not probably in that move order, due to having some problems on the D file. But there is something. Like
D5 maybe,
instead.
yeah. If knight moves D
Didn't
takes
like that much.
E6, is that possible? Oh, knight D4 maybe. You want to force that
Ooh.
trade maybe.
I love knight D4, in fact. I just don't like the fact that he can take twice there.
Mhm.
But there is, knight D4 is a very strong move. I like knight takes, take everything. That's a Ponsky. Yep, we'll take
Okay,
it. Appreciate
we take
it.
those.
That's one. That's a take though. That's free. Appreciate it. Rook F1, Bishop F4. Whoa, snap. That's an
Ooh.
exchange. That don't feel too good. That one gonna bite you. Yikes. This is the problem about the hippo.
Still D
Like,
takes E6. Wait, yeah, you can
mean,
take back on C1, but queen takes F2 is also in the air. E7?
E7
okay.
first. Yeah, because there's no queen F2, right?
Mhm.
Very, very accurate stuff. Queen G4.
Queen G4, I like
Probably
that.
sitting here. Yeah, just to sit here. Bishop C8 is a move. That's a very annoying move. He plays it. Of course he is gonna find it.
Knight
Knight
F5.
F5 takes. Yep, Knight F5. Queen G6. Pawn takes or no? Rook E3, no good. Wow, they like white here. I mean, I understand King is looking crazy. Queen D4, I think he had Queen H5 there. Oh, Rook H8 though. Rook H8.
Hmm. Oh, Rook C7 now.
Rook C7. Whoa.
And Queen H4.
And Queen H4, yeah.
And that's
And
it.
Queen H4. And Queen H4, and that's it. Check. King here. Wait, there's another check
Is it
though.
not
Do I
a
go
check?
H3?
Yeah,
King
you have
H3?
to.
I think I go King H3.
Yeah, you do.
G3. King
Does
H3.
it?
Oh my goodness. He pushed and then played
No.
G4. No, maybe not. He
Oh
took
no,
the
there's
draw.
a draw by
This is winning.
repetition. He repeated
He
the
took a
position
draw.
3 times. That is a big miss for Alexander Grischuk, but it looked
Just draws.
terrifying.
Interesting. It definitely did. It definitely looks terrifying there. But hey, we'll take the half point. I'm one game away from going to the SEC. I'm one game away.
One game. It's the match point, pretty much.
That's it. Yeah, this could be it. This could be it. Half points do not help Artemiev at all here. He needs to win. He's going with the same stuff though. Nothing. With that hippo, I wonder if he had anything else here. He's trying everything. He tried a Jar Jar Binks London. He tried E4. He tried knight f3 d4. Nothing's where he tried c4. Nothing's working against Grischuk. He's in great form.
He is, and I do like the bishop on f5 in this position, especially with the move h6. You can always drop the bishop back to h7, and he does it already without even being attacked.
Yeah. Of course, this is like a London system backwards in a way because the e4 push is very strong. I actually already like white here, believe it or not. But maybe if I just castle, then the chances aren't as great there. But I do like that we have. This feels like provocative for black. I feel like I'm about to just hit you like. I feel like you're on the verge of losing here. But in fact, Engine's like, not at all. Not even close. In fact, black is better after thinking it's -1. Not even.
That's crazy.
Man, it's crazy.
Typically you have these kind of positions with the colors reversed. Typically you see white have an edge on the queen side with the pawns. Wow. And black being stuck with an e-pawn that is on e5, for example. But now the roles are reversed, and now it's white that has to deal with the pawn e4, and this pawn is not the greatest. It can become a huge weakness, whereas black doesn't really have any weaknesses.
By the way, shout out to Chef Jeff in the chat. Good result still from Sasha. What's up, Jeff? What's good, bro? Jeffrey in the chat. Jeffrey. What I mean.
Yeah, that was really awesome to watch your games, Jeffrey. Unfortunately, you were not able to make it, but it was a really exciting match.
Absolutely, bro. Of course, keep swinging, big dog. Keep swinging. He takes d5, hitting this. Knight d7, takes. I think you just win a piece. I think he's just winning a piece.
Wow.
Maybe not. Wait, maybe not. F4? Somehow he's not winning
a
piece.
Do I have knight f3 still?
It is very strange. You have knight c6.
Oh, yeah.
Too, no?
Oh, he plays knight f3.
Saves it. Yeah.
He goes for the 2 rooks. He's not doing it yet. Okay, he does it now.
He does it. But this pawn is like passed.
Yeah, that one goes fast.
Oh, bishop h3. I was just king f2 though. But then, yeah, king f2, doubling, and d7, and you lose.
Yeah, so you have to move the rook from e1.
This looks like Artemiev is able to strike back here. Will he be able to do it 2 games in a row is the question. Looks like I think Artemiev's going to pick this one up.
Looks like it. He's picking up all the pawns, and there's not a lot of things happening for Grischuk, but hold on there.
Could the bar change a little bit there? You see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
A lot here. Whoa, wait a second. Grischuk like, don't count me out.
This pawn, d6 is falling.
Oh my goodness. What is going on right now? What is going on?
You can make some checks over there.
I'm about to take every pawn you have. I'm about to take it all. There's another one.
Ooh.
Rook c5. Yeah, I'm about to get another one. I'm about to take all your pawns. Be very careful. Don't hang your rook there. He did not. Rook b8.
Oh, check, and rook takes a5.
Oh my goodness. I'm taking all your pawns. Give me all you got.
This should be a draw. There is simply no way for white to convert this. The rooks are simply just standing, and I feel like the only person trying to win here is black now.
Yeah, it's black for sure.
Because the king on h3 is not safe. Another draw.
Take a draw. Wow, a magician here, taking out of Naroditsky's book there. A magician in the end, and able to clinch it and half a point away. That's it. Half a point away. Artemiev has to win 3 games here to make it even.
Yeah, that is not an easy task, especially not against Alexander Grischuk, who has been on a roll today. He has been crushing it today, and yeah, in this match he has been very convincing as well. So let's see if he can close out the match with a draw at least, as we're heading to another bullet game.
Excellent form here from Grischuk. As he's just turning up, guys. He's definitely showing a different class today. Very nice. Rook to b1, a3, b4 is possible. English style. Bishop to f1 probably. Maybe get rid of that too, though. But bishop f1 was the choice.
Yeah, this knight on f4 seems pretty good, but Yeah, you have to keep those pawns coming if you really want to make the best out of it. This bishop on f1 is defending really well. Okay, goes for g4 right away without preparing it with h5.
It's a very strong move. I like it. Pawn takes and the bishop takes g4, automatically opening up the bishop for me. Great job. I appreciate it. Maybe you have to take and play bishop e2 because there is some uncomfortable pressure. And if you move the knight, maybe you go g3. Yeah, I was just want to say knight h2, and then there it is. You play g3, right? You play it this way. And, okay, right. So we have this type of position. Black's definitely better.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely strange, though. Yeah, definitely strange.
Yeah, you're just not going to take this pawn on g2 just yet, because if you do, you allow a lot of attack by black. And this pawn is basically like a wall. It's your, like your umbrella covering you, making sure it doesn't get rainy over you.
Look at you using the chess kid. Okay, look at you using the chess kid. Turn.
I got you. I got it from you.
I see you. I see you out here. That's what's up. Learning fast. Look at her, y'all. Yeah, and by the way, chat, 7%, it just got word, only 7% of the chat predicted Grischuk to win. So he's mad. He probably saw the numbers and was like, oh, for real? All right. Okay, watch this, right? And he's definitely showing 7% of the chat said Grischuk would win. Only 7%.
Crazy.
Only 7%.
Artemiev was one of the favorites with 22% by you guys. So, yeah, that goes to show. I mean, you gotta work hard to get that qualification spot in this event.
That's exactly right. 7%. If Grischuk wins, right, I see that 7% gonna get a ton of points. That's correct.
Yeah,
that's right. Whoever 7% in the chat, whoever you are, he put 250 on already. Oh man, I'm sorry, Tactics. I'm sorry. I don't think he's gonna make it through. It's the odds are very low. In fact, can't count them out because the game's not over yet. But I mean, 3 game. You have to win 3 back-to-back games against an informed Grischuk right now. It's very difficult.
Yep, that's a very tough task. And he is holding up very well. He's defending very hard this position. And as more pieces are being traded, more pawns being traded, it defines the position more. But there is some action going on the H-file, not so fast.
Definitely some H-file action. Whoa, look at the knight maneuvers. What is this? These knights going crazy here. Takes King F2. No checks. How is he surviving?
How is it possible?
What is
King
this?
F3? Knight H2 even.
Knight F3? Oh my goodness.
Gosh.
I'm getting you pieces. Now, you want to draw, bro? You want to draw, bro?
Is he going for it?
You want to draw, bro?
He does.
Oh, it's a draw.
Wow. The match is over. Alexander Grischuk is advancing to the main event. Wow.
Look at it. Look at his shirt. It looked like he got something on his shirt, man. He was sweating. He was fighting all of there's just stuff all on his shirt there, man. Wow. Of course, that's the design, but you can see his sigh of relief there. The man is ready. Congratulations to him. He's going to the SCC.
A deserved winner. Now we will be going for a short break, everyone. Don't go anywhere. We will have the one and only Alexander Grischuk joining us for an interview. Stick around, guys. See you in a bit.
The Speed Chess Championship is back and bigger than ever.
Ready on d6, and he allowed d6. Hikaru blundered it. He had to take the pawn on d7.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship features the most exciting lineup in SCC history and over $100,000 in prizes. Representing the next generation are Naroditsky Dusatorov, Arjun Erigaisi, Nihal Sarin, and Gukesh Domaraju. Defending their elite status, we have Dmitry Andreikin, Anish Giri, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Wesley So, Levon Aronian, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Dingli Ren, and Fabiano Caruana. Headlining this incredible field are the reigning world chess champion, Magnus Carlsen, and the reigning speed chess champion, Hikaru Nakamura. These 14 combatants will be joined by 2 qualifiers.
Oh my god, 96!
86. Oh my goodness, he missed it.
The Speed Chess Championship 2022 begins November 21st. Fasten your speed belts.
everyone. Here we have the winner, Alexander Grischuk. Congratulations on qualifying to the main event. How do you feel, Alexander?
Yeah, thank you. I feel very unexpected. I didn't expect to win at all. I played two guys. I usually don't score many points against, online at least. Those are Duda in first round and especially Vladislav in the finals. Usually he crushes me online. He has huge score against me, so yeah, very unexpected.
Wow, yeah. What made you so in form? You would just seem to be in form every single match. Nothing could really phase you there. What really helped help you be in form like that?
Yeah, I think because I didn't play chess for a long time, and also I didn't even look at chess for like 2 months or 3 months.
Wow, that's what it is.
I didn't even open a computer. Yeah.
Take notes.
Yeah, noted, absolutely. Did you have a certain strategy going into the matches?
No. I just wanted to put up some resistance, especially in the finals. So yeah, it went much better than I could expect. And then, yeah, I saw myself leading +3. Okay, it was very surprising. Okay, in the finals, I got extremely lucky in game 2 when I was 5 pawns down in the end game, and I was actually thinking whether I should resign or not. I was not thinking about it, but then he blundered 2 pawns, and I managed to escape. Yeah, this was by far the luckiest game out of 3 matches.
Lesson learned, never resign.
All right, never resign. As the SEC is coming up, you got that second spot, man. So what does the plan look like? Do you have any plans for preparation for the SEC coming up in your match?
No, zero.
Zero prep, chat.
Not
okay?
at all.
Zero prep. Just go in there, wake up fresh, and play some games. That's how it is. And you make it to the SEC. It's noted. Congrats.
Yeah, and okay, my only plan is to try to play as fast as I can, because I can't play well anymore, but at least I can try to play fast.
Yeah, we saw you have an amazing time management today. Was it simply I go fast and my opponent figures it out? How are you able to keep that up?
Yeah, basically, I no longer have an illusion that I can find a good move in the position, so I'm not searching anymore.
Okay.
Not searching anymore. Wow, that's amazing. Of course, well, it's actually working.
I had this illusion for more than 20 years, and now finally I got it.
Aha. Okay.
He's reached his final form, Chad. He's reached his final form. Of course, as they say, you're also known for being in time trouble, but in fact, you actually have more time in almost every match here. So it's actually very cool to see as you reverse it there. So big ups to you, man, and good luck to you in the SEC.
Yeah, fantastic performance. Congratulations once again. You really deserve that spot, and many good luck to you in the main event.
Yeah, thank you so much.
See you.
Bye.
Okay, well, guys, we have, well, that was the winner, Grandmaster Alexander Grischuk, and that was very exciting. The interview was honestly amazing. I really enjoyed it, Kenty. What did you think?
Oh, absolutely. Of course, learned a lot right there. You just wake up, you just don't look at chess for a month and like come back and you're just stronger. Never heard it before. You can try it at home or don't try it at home. But at the same time, Grischuk is going through SEC. That man plays some excellent chess here and it's definitely working out for him. So good luck to him in the SEC and his future matches. Amazing chess today.
Absolutely. And guys, the Speed Chess Championship main event begins November 21. We've all been waiting for this after the qualifiers, especially. The winner of these live qualifiers will join this confirmed roster of incredible speed chess competitors with players like Chesscom Global Champion Wesley So, Fisher Random Champion Hikaru Nakamura, I can't even pronounce the names anymore, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and a number of World Champion contenders prepared to see these players like never before. Twitch.tv/chess has it all. Throw !SCC in the chat for more information, everyone. Amazing event, a lot of excitement ahead of us, everyone. And we saw already in the qualifiers what a great event this is. And there's much more ahead of us.
Absolutely. Much more ahead of us, guys. Of course, it's always a pleasure hanging with the chat and seeing you guys and the votes and seeing all the chess here. Hopefully you all learned something today. And as we go into, SCC next week, you excited for that, Anna?
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot wait to see who is facing who. We don't know that just yet. It will be decided later on. So make sure to check out the informations about the Speed Chess Championship on the website of chess.com. We will be informed right there. But for now, it's time to sign off here. Thank you so much, Kanti. It was a pleasure commentating together with you on the qualifiers.
Always a pleasure, and always great commentating with you too, as Anna. It's a great vibes, great energy, and also great chat, great games today. I mean, it's just a vibe. How can you go to sleep or do anything after something like this, right? I'm excited. I'm going to study some chess. I'm going to stream tonight and just be dreaming about the SCC when I go to sleep.
The adrenaline is definitely very high. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Next week, we'll have the actual Speed Chess Champions main event, so make sure to tune in then. For now, we're signing off. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great day. Take care. And this is from us. Goodbye.